Nobody has sound or whatnot. I don't
Welcome.
How's it
know.
There you go.
going?
Yeah.
Going well.
Yeah, I'm here.
Happy Cyber Monday, I guess. I don't know.
That's an
I mean,
American
it's-
holiday.
For sure,
Right?
for sure. You know what I mean? The American
You should
tradition
tell
of
all the
consumerism.
retailers up here in Canada with all their signs, Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Because it's definitely a thing here that we've co-opted.
I mean, it's great. It's just, it's a great way to get those sales in right before the end of the fiscal year. Well, I guess it's beginning of the fiscal year, but you know.
Yeah, when they advertise on their website, they slash the regular price and they say, "Oh, Black Friday price," same thing, basically. At least some of the things that I've seen, they're
Yeah,
pretty bizarre.
you definitely have to do your fucking research because they'll definitely raise prices just
Mhm.
to slash prices, and you'll
Yeah.
end up with products that are sometimes even more expensive on Black Friday, Cyber Monday. But
Like
for the most part, you can get some good deals.
no, literally,
Like this
that's
camera that I got.
Yeah.
I've switched from a webcam to a fucking DSLR.
so
That's good.
as an example of Canadians, participating in Cyber Monday and Black Friday. Like so, no surprise, I order supplements. I'll plug CanadianProtein.com, and so I have an order history there, and yeah, they advertise their Black Friday deals, but I can go and check my order history, and I ordered this product 2 months ago, and it was cheaper back then on this Black Friday sale. It's 20% off, and it's yeah, we cut the prices, and I can check my order history, by the way, and it's it was cheaper 2 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, tech is about the only thing that is legitimately across the board um, less expensive on Black Friday, right? Because when you're talking about physical products, especially tech products, right? This is one of the few industries where prices just keep falling, right? I mean, the price. I mean, a flat screen TV in the '90s was like $8,000 back then, right? Whereas now you can go to Walmart and you can buy like a Roku, a cheap or a Vizio, like a cheap smart TV.
Wait a minute. That's only true in the long term, though, right? So, I was doing shopping, I guess earlier today, at the wee
It's
early
obviously not
hours,
true
right?
in the
Yeah.
month to month, but
Yeah. So
Right.
so what I'm saying is that I was going on, so I was on Newegg.com, I was trying to get some electronics actually, right? So uh
yeah.
gotta get spy cameras for
I suppose
various
what else
purposes.
would you
It's
buy
also
on
okay.
Newegg?
The sex robots aren't out yet, Brian.
Those,
Wait.
those sex robots right there. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, I was there and I was looking at the prices on the website for the products I was looking for. But then I also just went to the retailers, right? And the Newegg was saying, well, this is a price cut, right? But on the retailer side, it's there's no sale here, right? There's no sale, and the prices were the same. So, and I think if I had looked at, because I well, one thing, I was gonna buy the products I was looking for pretty much any which way. I was just hoping to find a deal, but I didn't really find much of a deal this weekend. Because I just needed to get them. I've been waiting for literally months to looking for that. But in any case, I was hoping for a deal. I think if I looked at the long term price, there wouldn't have been much of a fluctuation. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually went up. But yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
again, you have to do your research. I'm just saying that,
Yeah.
generally speaking, tech products are cheaper on
Yeah,
Cyber
yeah.
Monday and
Long term.
and
Yeah.
Black Friday, as opposed
Yeah,
to
they
a lot
got
of other products.
I got a
are
70-inch
little
TV
more
at
sus.
Walmart for $300 now.
Hmm.
70-inch, HD, 4K.
Good.
I'm like, that's crazy. I remember I paid for my 55-inch a
that's
couple years ago. It was
6%.
$2,200. Yeah, it was
Yeah, it's
$2,200 for a
6% of the
55-inch.
price of when they first launched, right?
That's
I
nuts.
mean, but that's the thing, is that tech products are I don't want to say infinitely, but they're damn near infinitely scalable, right? You know what I mean? Like when you're a teacher, right? This is part of cost disease socialism, but I mean, I won't get into that too much. But when you're a
Sounds made
teacher,
up.
for example, well, it's not made up. It's
Okay.
you can look it up. It's an economic term. It's fine. But cost
It
disease,
is. It was just
essentially.
brought up at a humorous time, I would say.
Well, I'm just saying, this is the difference between scalability of labor, right? Like a teacher for a middle school class, right? You can use technology so that they can effectively teach better, but it's difficult with all of the technology that we have, to get a teacher to meaningfully teach more than like 30 kids, right? Like it's with all of the tech resources available to you, it's still difficult to do that, right? But if I invent a product like a tech product, right? You know, the limitation to my tech product is how many can we manufacture and how many humans exist that may find a use for this
Excuse me.
product in the world and potentially purchase more than one of said product, right? So like if I'm building, let's say Google Home, right? I could potentially, there are houses that are going to want 5 or 6 of them.
There's
And
so
so I come out
many
at one price.
spy
right?
microphones to be able to distribute across the
Yeah,
world.
I agree. But like I can set them at one price, and if I can find a way to make it cheaper through the manufacturing process, right? Then I open up to a larger market of people that didn't value it highly enough at the old price, but at the new price do. And so I can reduce my rate of profit, right? Like this is essentially this is how Walmart operates, right? Walmart
Yeah,
makes like
economies
2
of scale.
pennies. Well, it's not quite economies of scale, but sure. It kind of is, but regardless, like the more you make of a product, the more you sell in a period of time, then the lower the price can be and the lower amount of profit you need, right? So like when you talk about Walmart, they make like 2 to 3 cents of profit on an item sold. Okay, like when people talk about like, oh, these corporations, they jack up the prices massively. Like Walmart that's selling something for like $4.99, they're taking home literally pennies on the dollar. Not even pennies on the dollar, less than a penny per dollar in pure profit. But if you go to any Walmart and when they're busy, watch how many products get sold in an hour at just that one Walmart, right? You'll see thousands of products get sold, and that's like $2,000-$3,000 of like pure profit an hour when they're busy, right? Like that's the goal. And so it's just very interesting, like when you look at prices on things and how they change, the more scalable a product is, and the more a product is able to be sold, you know, to a larger range of people, then the more likely you are to find like a good deal on like Cyber Monday or Black Friday or something, because they can really reduce the price by a pretty significant amount, and just pump out and manufacture more and more and more and more.
Agreed. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
God bless capitalism.
Uh,
Capitalism is amazing. It is.
I don't buy
a
shit unless I need it.
justifiable Economic.
Mm.
Well,
I
mean,
believe you.
sometimes you hold
I
off
believe you,
on
Lactoid.
buying something for Black Friday, like this camera,
Yeah.
right? Like, do I need a DSLR camera? No, but it is an upgrade to the stream. It is an investment. I waited until a Cyber Monday, Black Friday deal to buy it because, you know, I knew that I could potentially save money.
It's also a tax write-off. It's a tax write-off.
I'm in the same boat, and yes, it is a tax write-off. But Lactoid, how many guns do you need?
More. I'll answer that
So
for you.
need
Yeah,
yeah. There's no need cap on guns, right? It is a
Yeah, because you don't know how many guns you need until you need them.
Absolutely.
So I tell you what, it's better to have more than you need than less than you need.
I am dangerously undergunned right now, Prime. Okay?
Amen.
Dangerously.
Yeah, you can never have enough.
So do you even have a gun in every room of your home?
Just a gun.
I have more than enough to fit in every gun in the home, unless you're the ATF watching, in which case I gave them all away by the time you get to my house.
It fell in the lake.
Yeah, of course. Exactly.
You took them on an offshore fishing trip.
But do you also have them like strapped to every table right underneath, so that like at any point in time within like a 4 feet radius, you can lean over and grab one? I mean, do you have that?
Let me make this very clear. As per my child custody agreement with that is a legal binding document. The only firearms that I own in this home are indeed locked. Okay, and I am following the law, and I'm not memeing here. All right, it sucks, but that is the agreement that I am in. Okay.
Let me ask this. There's more.
I'm at that to Lactoid though, but
yeah, so hypothetically speaking,
I was like, hold on,
if I was somebody who did own guns, hypothetically speaking, of course, I would probably be the kind of person that would have guns in various locations. around my house potentially to
The
respond.
theoretical house.
The theoretical.
The theoretical guns and the theoretical.
Well, the house
house
isn't
there,
theoretical. I own the house, and so.
I want to know, wait, how many of y'all don't actually have a shower gun? Like that's the question.
I don't have
like,
I do not.
I don't have a shower gun.
You
I can say that
understand the
honestly.
situation I'm in, Admiral Gibbs, right?
My shower gun is my
there are
penis.
things that I would like to do, but in
well,
order
you
to
have a reasonable
maintain-
excuse, yeah. But like the
Right.
rest of y'all, what are y'all gonna do when someone's busts in on y'all when you're taking a shit?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Is it reasonable? I mean, Scott, is it reasonable?
This
So
is a
you
good
said,
point.
like, you know, according to your custody agreement, right? That you have to have them locked up, right, within some sort of a locking mechanism, right?
Yeah.
Would that locking mechanism include those ones like those bed locks, you know, that are on the bed frame that you kind of reach down and grab, right? Would that be covered?
I have I mean, obviously, I don't talk about it a ton, but I have like a nonverbal autistic son, right?
Mhm.
So it is imperative that anything like a firearm is not easily or readily accessible within my home, right? You know, if my situation was different, the way that I arm myself would be different. Like, yes, I am armed, but like, you know, it takes me a minute to get to my guns, and that's unfortunate, but also, you know, that is.
No, I
that is
understand that. I'm
probably
saying, like,
necessary.
I'm just trying to understand. I know, I get that. I'm saying that what's covered, right? Because like, if that is an effective gun locking
They have to be in a
mechanism,
gun safe. They have to be in.
they have to be literally in a box, right? Rather than any other type of electric mechanism. Okay, never mind. All right.
Shower guns,
Yeah.
boys, get them. Don't need them.
I have 0 guns.
But yeah, like I think you are fucking insane if you don't have a firearm in your home.
I want
It's
to
just-
quickly say
that is,
something.
like crazy to me.
So I don't have any firearms, but hypothetically, if I did, Gibbs was really spitting before when he was talking about having a bathroom gun, and hypothetically, I would consider doing that very soon.
Yeah, I suggest multiple. One underneath the sink. You got one in a plastic bag in your toilet, and then you got one
No,
at the top,
wait,
and then
wait,
one
wait.
in a box in your shower. These are
Yeah,
the
in the
crazy- yeah,
the
because
tank.
because if they hit you over the head and you're like holding onto the toilet, surprise, or you know you fall over and you're on the ground, bang, or they bust in on you in the shower. You know you got the shower box.
No.
you fall down, you reach underneath the tank, and then you pull out. Yeah.
Be like, what's
Yeah,
up, bitches?
as normal,
This is
yeah.
what happens.
Ambulance
Admiral
for you.
Gibbs, Admiral Gibbs clearly used to be an alcoholic, and he had to change his life, and he replaced
I
all
used
of the
to be.
places that he hid his alcohol with firearms.
Used to
right?
be.
That's why he's got a
Used
that's
to
why he's
be.
got a toilet
Yeah.
gun, you know.
That's
So-
that's the
Well,
only issue, right?
I
I
don't-
hide the alcohol for
If
myself.
he
Is the
reaches
thing.
for the pistol, right, he might accidentally pull out the whiskey bottle, but he can use that too, right? In a
Sometimes the
pinch.
bottle is shaped
Um,
like it. You know, we use like super soakers.
Here's what I think is genuinely justifiable. I think it's justifiable to have a bedroom gun, obviously, a gun by the door, a gun by your desk, a bathroom gun. Now I'm convinced about that one, but I think that's like, I mean, where else? I think that's probably good, right?
On the inside of every doorway.
Down under.
couch gun.
Your powder room gun, obviously.
Yeah,
Definitely the powder room gun. That's for sure.
Wait a minute.
Powder
powder
gun.
room.
Managed to make gun ownership gay. Like
Powder
room,
Powder
It's
room.
it's a joke.
Okay.
You understand? I understand.
Hold
You don't
on, hold
understand
on.
humor,
Wait.
Scott, but that's a joke.
Hold on, Fabian. Hold on. Wait. Listen, I know
was
that
also
gay
a
people
joke.
use powder rooms, but I think everybody likes a little bit of powder now and again. All right. Calm
Oh,
down.
okay. What about a
So
gun?
that's what you
We're not
replace
on the
alcohol
second-
with.
We're not on the main topic yet, Admiral Gibbs.
Why not a
Pick it
gun
up.
underneath your baby's crib? Right now, your baby isn't
Hey.
mobile. Right?
Yeah, pick up the
it's
baby,
like
pop
just
'em.
laying there.
I've
And
got
you
a
never
very-
know when a threat might come through.
Yeah, I've got a very
Yeah.
good answer to that. I don't have a baby.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying of when you somehow convince a lady to like
buy a crib and just
conceive
have a
with
gun.
you.
I only engage in reasonable hypotheticals, Brian.
Ew.
Yeah, actually, put the gun in the swaddle the gun and make him think you do have a baby. Like, let me take care of my baby.
Lactoid
It's a fake gun. It's
Lac-
fake baby.
Lactoid doesn't engage in co-sleeping with infants with his infant, but he does engage in co-sleeping with his gun.
Probably safer, honestly.
Yeah.
And by the way, safety is overrated. Seriously.
My bad.
So like Scott, you think it's crazy? Like for me, I don't own a gun because I feel like I'd be an irresponsible gun owner. I'm gonna be factual.
How would you be irresponsible? I mean,
So like one, based on what I've seen,
I would scratch my
I'd
nose
probably
with
like
one.
like toy with it a lot, right? Like take it out when it's not supposed to be out and
Yeah,
such.
flip it.
Or like for example, situation that happened yesterday morning. I was driving to a wedding venue location, and I as I'm driving, people were trying to merge lanes. Dude behind me beeped. I beeped. My fiance's in the car. She starts yelling at him. He pulls over, gets out of the car. Now I have to get out of the car. There's a lot of altercations.
That's why.
Like,
Yes, that's why you need the gun. What do you?
No, that's a life
Yeah.
lost, brother. That's a life lost.
Why
That's
did
not
you
good.
pull over?
So
just get a
Don't pull
shillelagh.
over.
That's way more intimidating.
See, I'm like a
Honestly, the
bat
question-
guy. I have a bat and every.
Oh my!
Yeah,
No,
shillelagh. Get over
you're
the
gonna
shillelagh,
die.
yeah.
You're gonna die.
In
No,
America?
I am for who is attacking me, bro?
someone with a gun and you got a bat.
Why? Okay.
Well, within
why is-
20 within
Why
20
in America?
better.
Why in America would somebody attack me with a gun? Can't.
I mean, actually, within
why
20
is
feet,
someone
that would be
attacking
better.
me is more of
Because
the
you live in
question.
America. You live in a place where people will attack you with guns occasionally.
Mm.
Do you think
So- so let
is
me-
this
let
just
me-
like a
let me
common occurrence for you? You
sociologic.
get attacked
Let me-
with guns?
Let me
I get
It
attacked by
happens.
hobos.
It's never
man.
happened before in his
Gibbs
life.
has been
It
attacked by a
happened
hobo.
at some point.
Multiple
But yeah,
times.
go ahead,
So
Scott.
sociologic, right? Ali, you asked me why do I think it's crazy not
Yeah.
to have a gun, and then your response is, well, personally, under my personal experience, I feel like the temptation of having a firearm might lead me to engage in violent acts or escalate violent acts that do
Mhm.
occur in my life, so I feel safer knowing that I don't have immediate access to instantly life-ending means. So I do understand that, and I do understand that rationale. But the issue is that when I make the general claim you're crazy not to have a gun, the retort is I personally have an issue with me being responsible, right? So it's not really an argument as far as I'm concerned, because you should be responsible, right?
No.
From a conservative perspective, when we talk about gun ownership, the default is you ought to be a responsible gun owner that trains in your firearm, that occasionally uses your firearm at a range, that engages occasionally in practicing drawing your firearm, especially if you're going to be open carrying or concealed carrying. You are practiced in
Don't
those
open carry.
situations. So I would like to amend my statement. I don't want to say it's crazy that you don't own a gun. I will amend it so that because there's a presumption baked in. It's crazy that you don't own a gun and are a responsible gun owner.
Well,
Those two things kind of go hand in hand, and you ought to do both of those things. And it's a very small time investment in order to be at a level of proficiency where you can protect yourself and your family in situations. Because I agree with you that there are situations where you might aggress and where you might feel like you might escalate a situation, right? But the thing is that there are also situations that can occur where without a firearm, there is no other alternative. You are essentially fucked no matter what you do.
better to have one than to not, I guess, is like the rationale. And I guess I get that rationale, but I feel like this anecdotally, I mean, I've had so few occurrences, if ever even occurrence, where like I've interacted
It
with
only
someone
takes
who was.
one. That's the problem.
That
with
is-
something like this.
That is really the argument. It's like you don't know, it's chaotic, it's random, so it could be at any point in time. So I think it's fair.
Right.
If you want
I mean,
recommendations
I'll-
on any guns,
I'll say this
just
though.
let me
This
know. I
is
can help you
something
out.
that bothered me about what you
People
just
don't
said.
Oh,
Ali.
I've gone to the range.
People
I've
don't
shot
survive
many
those
guns. I know how to use a
Well,
gun, take care of a gun, clean a gun. It's just me
This is-
personally. It's just like
This is very
you
like
get
I
out
gotta
of
be
your car.
honest.
We're gonna have an issue, and
Well,
I'd
hold
rather
on.
have my fist.
I get road rage all the time, and I've never once been like, "We're gonna pull the gun out." I'll say this. This is how I know that you're somewhat leftist.
It wasn't me.
Because this is
It wasn't
a-
road rage. Wait.
Yeah, but
Who-
I'll
do
tell you
get out of the car.
Hold on. Listen, I'm just
Now
playing
a
with you. Hold on.
leftist.
Hold on. Just how this story went. This is how leftist thing. You definitely pulled the "I'll just see red, bro" kind of thing, or you were like, "Oh, I'd play with it." I know that I've never once. I've gone to many friends. I'm in Texas. Everybody likes to show off their guns. I don't even like when my friends are like, here, why don't you just hold my gun? You want to check it out? Oh, I got a new scar or something. And I'm like, oh, yeah, no, I don't want to touch your gun. Like, I don't even want to play with it because, like, hey, what if they kill somebody? My handprints on this. What if I actually hold it? There's got a gut shaped bullet in there,
you're
and they didn't leave the
responsible.
safety on it, and I shot myself. Like, you never know. Like, people don't maybe not be responsible with their guns like somebody else. But I don't even want to touch it because who knows? Maybe I drop it. And oh, I shot somebody. You know, like there's all
Yeah.
sorts of shit.
Playing
like, and, like,
playing with your own gun though, and like
No,
disassembling it,
I
or
wouldn't-
reassembling
I wouldn't
it.
I've
never be
witnessed
so much
that.
fun.
I've
Be
witnessed
like,
that
check
more
this
than
out. You know,
often.
like,
Well, no,
I've
I'm
witnessed
not.
people
Wait,
be
I'm not saying
fucking-
be reckless.
reckless with their guns
Yeah.
more than often, where they're
I mean,
like,
I
it's
don't
empty.
even-
There's no, it's not loaded,
Yeah,
bro.
wait, let me
I would
clarify.
just treat it like it is.
Let
I
me
need to wager I'm the
clarify.
most pro 2A guy here on the panel, and as like that's if you're not a Texan, you're like I don't even carry a gun, but I carry a hunting knife. You know, like so, like
No,
what you.
stop.
Yeah, I'll
Gibbs.
tell you what. Okay, did you know, Lactoid, within 20 feet, a knife is more effective than a gun?
Stop. No.
Look at it. Google that.
I will.
Sure.
I will Google it.
I can dodge bullets.
I know for multiple reasons you're wrong.
You're wrong. I'm right. I'm
no,
right.
no,
I know I'm right.
no, you're wrong,
right.
and we'll have this conversation.
I am right.
No, we'll have this conversation.
Yeah.
I assure you. If
So I
if I'm
can't
20
steal
if
roadkill
I'm
with
20
a
feet
gun.
away from somebody, I'd rather have a gun than a knife. Like every time. Okay. So
Right.
we can have this conversation. Yes,
Nah,
because
you know how accurate I am at throwing a knife.
no,
I'm not talking about throwing a knife. I'm not gonna throw a knife.
because bullets have a very particular like effect on the human nervous system that knives don't.
Do
But Ollie,
What?
absolutely they do, right? So okay, I watch a lot of videos of people like getting shot and dying, right? In war and shit. I'm fucked up in the head, right? All the time. And like when you get hit by a bullet, like I just is what it is. Like if you actually look at like a slow-mo video of like a bullet entering jelly essentially, it doesn't just like pass through. It smacks against
Explosion.
it and it creates this massive air bubble, and that's
Crater,
it's like a hydrostatic shock, I think is what it's called. And that shock
The word you're looking for is
sends
stopping power.
well, stopping power. Yeah,
Fire
I understand. I understand, but I'm describing the mechanism of how it works. It creates a giant air bubble in you, and that sends like a shock wave through your nerves, and it paralyzes you. That's why when people like in the videos where people get shot, they clutch up and fall over, and they can't move anymore. And that's because the effect bullets have on the body. And that's why they're so effective as a self-defense weapon, when knives simply are not, right? And so if you're going to bring a knife to a gunfight, I think that's dangerous, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
and I want to clarify one last thing.
Wrong.
Yeah.
The Two-Wheeler Defense Show proves that wrong. They've had people do this for many, many times.
I just want to clarify for Ali. When I'm saying like play with a gun, I'm saying not being reckless with it. I agree. You should not be reckless. I'm saying like taking it apart, putting it back together again, knowing what every single part does.
I don't think that's playing.
Okay, sure. Maybe that's what I think of. Like when I'm like thinking about like interacting, I like taking it apart. I like looking at every single piece.
Like, this is
checking
like
the consistency,
Legos.
checking the. I played with Legos as a kid. It is exactly like Legos, and that's why I love it so much. If I owned any, but I don't. But go ahead. Scott.
It's fun to disassemble and like reassemble and all that, and make sure to take care of. Like I understand all that. It's just like I think for more people than not, they have the reaction that I'm having, which is like one, they'd probably escalate like a violent situation rather than calm it down, and not because they're gonna see red or like they're like so like strong. It's just because I think for a lot of people they're in that like fight or flight, and they're just gonna use the defense tool that they have for like minuscule situations, which I think is like the greater problem of like everyone owning a gun, because I think the majority of people aren't going to be trained. Because even people who own their guns right now, I feel like I've seen more people be kind of like careless or reckless.
That's one more reason a knife is better within 21 feet. Knives take very minimal training to be effective. Guns, you need line of sight. You need like cover. You need like 21 feet that you can get to you faster than you can pull a gun out most of the time. Knife's more versatile. I can skin animals. I could cut like things with it other than stabbing people. These are regular things. I mean, I hit a javelina the other night. Guess what? Now we got javelina sausage coming up in a couple of months. So I'm just saying, like, there's all sorts of things you could use a knife for versus a gun. I can't skin no animal with a gun. If they're within 21 feet, and I'm like, oh, bumbling, I'm getting
Carry
stabbed.
both.
You have a
Carry
bayonet,
both.
you have a bayonet on your gun.
So I was trying to let me give the devil his due here, Admiral Gibbs. Right, there is research that suggests that in stopping criminal activity as a victim, right? Like when you look at like victim surveys and self defense, I forget the exact term, the National Victimization Report or something like that, right?
Yeah.
When you look at the raw data, what you will find is that knives are more effective than guns. And that is what the research suggests. The problem is there are statistics, there are lies, there are damn lies, and then there are statistics, right? So one of the issues is that firearms as a deterrent often stop the crime before the crime is committed, right? So someone comes up to mug you, and then you pull out a firearm, and then they run away. Well, that doesn't get categorized as stopping the mugging from occurring because the mugging didn't actually occur. What occurred was like a threat. It gets classified in the data differently, and you have, let's be honest, disingenuous people. There are a lot of NGOs and a lot of people with political views about guns that are willing to, not actually do an accurate accounting of the data in that regard. And it's the same thing when they talk about mass shootings, where they'll say, "Oh, well, guns don't stop mass shootings." It's like, well, that's because when there's someone there that pulls out a firearm after someone shoots someone and then shoots them, guess what? A mass shooting was never recorded because you can't record a crime that didn't occur because it was stopped, right? Like good guys with guns do stop mass shootings. It occurs
that's a
all
true
the
thing.
time.
Yeah,
but,
the
like, you
deterrent
can't
factor for
actually-
sure.
You can't actually
And
record
that.
a
So-
what if in the future.
Could I?
As
I'm
far
a.
as-
I have a
Go
question
ahead.
for Sociologic. Basically, my question, like in regards to this whole thing, is like, are you concerned about like responsibility when it comes to owning a gun, like at all, or just with the idea of concealed carrying?
Honestly, at all. Like, I think a lot of people I think people see guns as not like they buy them to have fun. Like they buy them to go to the range. It's like a traditional thing. Their parents had them guns. I don't think everyone sees a gun as this like self-defense tool. I think they see it as this like as just a fun thing. And so
I think that might be.
It is
your
a fun
friends
thing.
and your
Well, then
friends.
that's fun.
potentially.
Most people
potentially,
probably don't need a
potentially.
gun then.
Yeah,
I have
'cause
Well,
I was
I,
gonna
I, I'd
say-
argue that most people don't need a gun, but like you
Well, I
never know
argue
when
most
someone's
people
gonna pull a
don't.
gun on you, so you gotta have one just in case. But like I don't know. That's kind of like the.
That's because you're
If you're a law-abiding
not a
citizen,
left-
if you're a law-abiding
I'm
citizen,
not
I
a
think you should have a gun.
lefty, so just
lefty
sir.
Yankee.
Grid,
That's what
you
it
gotta
is.
Be more aggressive in panels like
I
this.
know, man. I'm trying not to be a complete.
Just be a
Ass
dick.
like I
It'll be
normally
okay.
No,
No,
just be an
just
asshole.
just
It's
take
so
it
much
to
better.
It's
Scott's
fun.
example. Just be an asshole all the time. Yeah, don't worry
Yeah.
about
All
it.
right, yeah, good.
Yeah, just be a
So
dick.
I'm a competitive shooter. I don't know if you guys know that, but I compete in 3-gun. I compete in USPSA. Occasionally, I'll slum it down in IDPA. I have 3 within reach. That's just because this is America and I can. I just bought some.
What about
gun
the bathroom?
tonight.
In the
Maybe
shower?
brother.
So base.
In the
So,
shower?
Do you have
Just
one under
I
the tank? Under
really
Yeah, I
the
can
tank?
put a
enjoy
shower.
Under the toilet?
I'm sorry.
Under the toilet tank? Do you have one? Right where you can.
I
No,
actually
no,
meant
no,
in the
that
toilet. I meant
that is
in the
where we
toilet
deal
tank
with,
with like
you know,
a plastic bag.
Ew.
around it.
Actually, where a knife is probably better.
the
It's
top,
just
not the
nighttime
bottom.
fine. I keep those handy too. There's one here and one there. Knives, so that's fine.
Just trips
that's just
over
because-
weapons.
I'm sorry.
You just trip over weapons accidentally in your house.
No, well, when my son's around, that's true because he leaves them everywhere. However, he is being way more responsible these days, and so that's
Good.
fine.
How old
But
is your son?
14.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is a real American
I
right here.
started teaching my kid
He's
about
like-
guns at 4 years old. At
Okay.
4 years old, my kid started
Hell
learning
yeah.
about firearms. My son has been shooting on the school clay target team since he was 10, and he started with a
Fun.
12 gauge, not a girl gun.
At 10?
Started with
That's
Not a
Right,
girl
man.
gun, yes. What's
That's
a-
right.
I
at
don't
12.
know
At
guns.
12 is
Girl
big
gun?
for a 10-year-old. That's
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah, Katja, you didn't get any of your estrogen all over your
Lacto
guns.
still
Okay,
struggles
right,
with the
stay
12
away.
gauge right now.
Okay, I don't struggle, but it does
It's
give me a
not that-
bruise. Come on, it's kind of, it's a lot of
Well,
kick.
It's hold on.
We gotta talk about that after this
If
panel.
you're taught how to hold it properly, right? It's
Right.
not that bad.
I have always gotten a bruise,
Really?
even when I've held it properly. Come on.
You just
my
got a
son-
little
I actually-
dainty
You're
weak
just, you're just a
skin.
girl,
You can't
Lacroix.
have
What
it.
can I
It's
say?
little
Yeah, I was about to say, you
dainty
just got
skin.
girl skin, brother.
It's because
It's
he
not-
didn't eat the heart of the deer last time he killed it.
It's
Well,
not an
you get one thing
estrogen
here,
squirt
guys,
gun,
you know,
right?
they
It's a
make
real
sissy
gun.
pads,
It's
right?
a real man's
Kid.
gun.
You know they make sissy
I actually used to
pads,
teach
right?
kids how to
Lacroix?
shoot. I ran a 22 caliber introduction program to competitive shooting at a local range. One of the kids I shot is nationally ranked now. He's very. I mean, one of the kids I taught.
Yeah, you taught.
You might want to rephrase that.
Yeah, whatever.
Joe, fucking
Yeah,
Tim
I got
Walls
it.
moment.
Yeah, that's all right.
No, like Dick Cheney
so-
moment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dick Cheney.
Oh, BRB.
but one of the kids that I taught, he He's nationally ranked now. He does very well. He's actually won a couple of $1,000 this year in prizes. So for shooting
yeah.
3-gun, which is not particularly impressive. But the so I shoot competitively. I shoot pistol, rifle, and shotgun all at the same time while moving. We run with guns. We're not standing there shooting at paper target. We shoot at steel and paper. So it's a really interesting dynamic when I hear people talk about guns that have never even been to the range or have been to the range. They've shot a 22 and thought that was awesome. I mean, that's great. That's cool. But come out with me and I will change your entire worldview on guns. That is what I do, and I love doing it. So you guys you have an open invitation. Come to Tennessee, the shooting state, the patron state of shooting
There you
stuff.
go.
And
That is
and
the
I
thing,
will
David
teach
like,
you how to shoot.
David Crockett, he
Grid,
died
Grid, that
in
is
the
thing
Alamo,
where, like, so many
wiping people out.
so many lefties or like journalists have like gone out to like learn about firearms to like talk about how bad they are, and then like they're just like, this was so cool.
It's so much
Yeah.
fun.
Of
It's so
course.
much fun.
It's like
Yeah.
they end up just
But
becoming
what I
gun owners
really
because they realize it's
you know
just
what I
silly.
really and I don't mean to necessarily pick on any specific group, but what always amazes me is the movement against the AR-15 because it is the one weapon that a woman can use most effectively in any
The girl gun.
situation. It is literally a girl gun. And
See, that's why I got the AK. Okay, I don't want to be
Hey,
mistaken.
Katya, it was made for your delicate female hands. Okay.
AK, you know what? You know what? AK is for
For when
men's
you
guns
get the
Well, it's
revolution
because-
going.
it's because it
because
doesn't
you
have a lot
don't
of
know
kick.
if you're going to die or not, and that's
bruise
the
will destroy
excitement
you.
of it.
Well, no,
I didn't get a Century Arms one. Okay, it's not going to blow up in my face. I'm good.
well, I mean, like the AR-15, similar to the M4, right? Like the collapsible buttstock, and that is effective for room clearing in indoor situations is also very effective, like Grid said, towards individuals with smaller frames and not having like the longer barrel that's traditional of a lot of 5.56.
Yeah.
Really does give it, gives it a little bit less kick. Now, granted, it doesn't give it as much distance, right? Like, an M16 is going to be a better shot at is going to be better at a longer shot. But of course, it's going to be more difficult to utilize and lug around in, indoor situations or in places like that. But I mean, yeah, for the same reason that it's good for that is the same reason that it is great. For
So-
females that
so,
Listen, I can appreciate the girl gun, but just for the record, me personally, the gun that I've shot the most is probably a 1940s Mosin Nagant that with the bayonet on, it's taller than me, so I don't
And she's
necessarily
6
need
foot.
it, but I
And
do
she's 6
have
foot.
one.
But
But
you're probably shooting it prone, right? Like you're not running around with it.
No, standing.
Not
which
running
is
around,
really-
but I'm standing.
She's
yeah,
charging
standing
at the
is really
Germans
the
with it.
worst way to
Yeah.
shoot that specific gun.
um,
That's terrible.
so Grid, right? You're new here, and your audience is new here. Well, actually, I don't know, you've been watching Grid at least, but I'm not going to hide my power level here. I'm absolutely like anti-gun.
Sure,
Not
that's
a fan.
great.
Boo.
fine.
But so
Because it's America,
America.
you have that right.
per this,
There's exceptions,
per
Grid.
this-
Okay, come on. We
per-
can't
per-
we
per-
can't
per-
allow
Yes,
hate
yes,
speech.
that's right.
but per this conversation, right? Like the at least the previous parts of the conversation, I've had like similar thoughts in that, like simply put, because I live in this country flooded with guns, that like as a form of self-protection from Lactoid and Scott, that I would need a weapon as well,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
But not because I in any way approve of the status quo of guns, but only just like the reality of the situation. Well, I don't have one. I've shot guns in the past, but I mean, yeah, I hear what Scott was saying, that it's
think the
a
statistics
fun
are
activity,
interesting, right?
sure, but like
We can give you some
whatever.
recommendations, Prime.
I'm not concerned about my own enjoyment. I'm more concerned about like the thousands of gun deaths that we have per year. That's my issue.
Okay, so hold
but
on.
I will,
hold on.
and I'll say one last. I'll say one last.
Yeah,
thing.
go ahead. Go ahead. Then
one-
I've got. This is a fun.
Sure.
This is a fun subject. This is great.
Great.
I liked it.
And I'll go to you right next. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Yes. I was gonna say that, like, why I think that we can't advance some sort of consensus a gun regulation regime is that we also don't recognize that in different areas of the country we're dealing with different situations on the ground, and where sure, maybe rural areas aren't dealing with like the incredible gun violence we see in cities, right? Certain parts of certain cities. So, but maybe they can't understand the hesitance that you see from urban areas, and then on the other side, in rural areas, they are far away from like any particular help, right? And so it's on their own to defend themselves in case something does happen. You can't call the cops or anyone else, right? And so, like, I recognize that that if we were to maybe find something, some sort of common ground, we'd have to understand that these different areas like have different situations, and we need to take that into account, and maybe try to be charitable with one another when we're talking about these things. But go ahead.
I really, this is an argument that I actually really like to have, because it's entered into because there's a perception and then there's reality. So, like, the perception is that all these people die of gun deaths. Would you know how many children were killed in school shootings last year?
Like,
I'm not just talking about school
40?
shootings, though.
Yeah, no, I just want to use this. This is just one
Okay,
fun
sure.
fact. So
I don't know.
6.
Oh, no, fun
Six.
fact, but
6. Do you know how many were killed in crosswalks at schools?
Way more than that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
92. 92.
Want to
So
ban
by-
crosswalks, Prime?
If we want, no, we have to ban SUVs.
Never heard this
for the
argument
women
before.
that drive
Never.
them. Right?
Wait, you got
Yeah,
to
yeah.
be careful. They actually do want to ban SUVs, so don't give them
ban
that.
women. They also want to ban women.
I mean, no,
California's
I wouldn't
right on
know.
that.
I wouldn't ban SUVs. I would just have like sensible regulations around cars, right?
Maybe
Cars
like a
that says,
driver's
because there's a
license?
loophole.
It was the
in
light
those
truck
cars.
loophole.
Yeah, the light truck loophole, right? I would actually get rid of that, and so we could have like cars of sensible size, like not like increasingly larger tanks on the streets, right? That are a danger to all civilians.
Tanks actually have better ground visibility than modern Ford F-150s.
True.
True.
Hold on.
pretty hilarious.
One of the major reasons that we have increasingly larger trucks and SUVs is because of the exact left that keeps pushing environmental regulations, right? The reason that they make the cars larger is that they have to have a certain gas mileage based off of per square inch of the vehicle, and it is often cheaper and easier for them to just make the vehicle bigger than it is for them to make the engine and the propulsion system more efficient.
God bless America. I love it so much here.
That's not correct.
And this is a roundabout.
Fuck it, make it smaller, make it bigger, baby. Let's go.
When
This is
when you're
just a
talking about the
roundabout way of
cafe
making the
standards,
point.
they're not even regulated in that manner when they're considered to be light trucks, though.
She's
Okay,
somewhat
but-
right on this.
but-
Light trucks
God,
are
I love
exempt.
this. I love this
People
country
rolling
so
Yeah,
around
much.
there's a light
in-
truck
the
exemption.
people rolling
Go ahead,
around in
Grid.
Lexus whatever little SUVs, those are not classified as light trucks. They're SUVs, and that's what I'm talking about. We all know that. But I like this because what I'm trying to illustrate, and I think that we all, whether you want to be intellectually honest enough to admit it, we all know that more laws aren't the answer, right? So at the end of the
I think
day,
Prime's truly convinced now. You
Yeah,
got
I
it.
don't think we agree, friend.
okay,
Um,
well,
All right,
Some
so
of us
let's
agree.
talk about
we
this. What
already
is the
have
answer?
laws. Do you understand?
Laws are never the
problem
answer
is
'cause
that we
people
have
break
so
them.
many laws that most people don't even understand the law. Like, I literally have to tell people all the time about the actual gun laws.
People pay me
And
to
a
tell
lot
them
of
about
them-
laws. It's crazy.
That's
And
crazy,
so-
yeah. Yeah,
so
so
if
You're a lawyer or something.
like
We've
so
already
what
got
difference
so
does it
many
make there's so
laws
many
on the
laws that people
books
don't know?
about
We don't
this.
have to know all the laws,
And
right? Like
If
that's
we're
like not a
talking
thing.
about this one
not a
specific
standard.
thing,
Right? Like I don't expect Lactoid to know all the laws. When I ask Lactoid about like the law, right? If he doesn't have an answer to me that moment, I don't think he's a failure of a lawyer, right?
You're a
No,
lawyer.
like-
Name every single law. Oh, fuck.
yeah, exactly, right? That's silly. Like of course,
So
not.
you
Like,
admit
but
that we have
again-
so many laws that even a lawyer can't be expected to
Yes,
know.
yes.
Too many
that-
laws.
and
No,
if-
that is a good point. Like
What
the
you're-
the
if you
bureaucracy
suggest
is
that there's
Byzantine.
gotta be
It's
something
awful.
that
It's
we
way
can
too
do-
much.
Yeah, hold on. in a country of 300 plus million individuals, yes, we have a lot of laws and regulations. And with a country that's been around for 3 centuries or however long the US has been around, right?
and a half.
That yes,
Elon's going to change it.
Yeah.
We already have
we-
the 10 Commandments, Prime. We don't need any more.
Maybe
Sorry.
we can do without as
And-
well.
and-
I mean,
Or
So,
more,
yeah,
but
ha-
I don't know how we feel about
accumulated a lot
those.
of laws, but we're dealing with many complex situations, right? Like property rights alone. There's a huge body of law around property rights because it's
There
the thing
is.
that matters. So yeah, that's fine. It's
Thank you.
who cares?
Thank you for agreeing that property rights matter.
Hey, that was for you. No, that was for you. That's what reason I reached out for it. Like I knew I'd get a little consensus there. But yeah, so like
Appreciate it.
so we can understand that. So
There
like
should
I
be
don't
no
care about the
laws
number
around
of laws, the number of regulations. Now, what I care about is that they make sense, right? And so we can have perverse incentives that we create through the law. Absolutely, 100%, right? And when we do that, we should address those.
Do you want to? Here's
what
the
unintended consequences are. That's the problem. Is every time you make a law, you have to be prepared that you are almost invariably going to have unintended consequences of the law. And if the means by which you address that, right, is to add in more laws to try and fix the problem that was created by the law before it, well, then that new law has new unintended consequences.
Or just fix the
And what
first
ends up
law.
happening.
Just make an
but
amendment.
that's
Don't
not
make
how
a new
Can we
law.
have an
government
example?
works, right? Like
Well, I'm not for
I'll
that.
give you an
I'm not
example,
for
right?
I'm for
So,
good
like,
things,
the
not for
FDA
bad
so
things.
so before 2018, right? One of the ingredients that was not required. So sesame seeds, right? Sesame seeds are a thing that were in a bunch of products, but some group of people are allergic to sesame seeds. Okay, and what
Need to call
packaging
them.
used to do is say, the packaging used to say, "Hey, look,
Call.
may contain sesame seeds," and then that was not enough, and they amended the laws that said that that if your product, like they amended the laws on the packaging and labeling requirements for sesame seeds. Well, the problem with sesame seeds is that they're really fucking small. And so what the companies started doing is, instead of having products that didn't have sesame seeds and then putting on their label may contain sesame seeds or made in the same factory where sesame seeds are processed, because they're so small and they just kind of slip into products every now and then, they just started adding a really small amount of sesame seeds to all their fucking products. Because now they don't have to worry about it because it's an ingredient and they can't get sued or get fined because a product that's not supposed to have sesame seeds in it doesn't have sesame seeds in it. So now people that are allergic to sesame seeds, mildly allergic, right? Not people that are going to go into anaphylactic shock, but people that get like stomach aches and like have like issues, they had a whole range of products that they used to be able to purchase that were very unlikely to have sesame seeds in them, that they now no longer can purchase and eat because the government was going to solve this fucking non-existent problem. And then they exacerbated it. So the individuals that have mild allergic, this very small group of people that have allergic reactions to sesame seeds specifically, now can't eat as much food and they have to be even more careful.
Sure.
And so the government didn't fix the problem.
I
they just
want to.
created it.
Sorry, I don't want to focus on this. We've talked about that enough. This is like a side conversation to the thing we were talking about before, right?
Which is we need
You
shower
just asked
guns.
a question, so I answered
About
it.
the
I
car
understand.
stuff,
I
or-
understand that, and I let you answer that. And you,
well,
you
I
did.
can give you a very quick
Okay.
example. This is a pointless law. The assault
don't
weapons
care.
ban of 1996, absolutely pointless.
True.
We should have no weapons ban.
I-
That should be able to get any weapon. That's the
not
real
sure
fuck
about
there.
that.
Well,
whatever.
and I can tell you why. Well, hold on.
Gives
There was
recreational
no.
news.
Is the bazooka
Wait,
ban?
wait, wait,
Is
let me explain.
Is the bazooka ban also like, you know?
Wait, we
irrational?
can have a
That is
conversation.
ridiculous.
We can have a
That is
It is
ridiculous.
ridiculous,
no.
Gibbs. I agree.
Okay. But
Yeah, I
like
should have my bazooka. I'm 100% serious.
the 1996 assault weapons ban, which banned AR-15s, AK, stuff like that, the things that you can buy today, had no significant impact on crime and murder in the United States. There's been multiple analyses of this. Consistently, it has not had any significant impact on total
What if they just
violent
banned
crime.
all guns?
Yeah, but
then
I
And
mean,
the
hold
reason,
on.
and
That
the
would
reason,
impact
and
crime.
really quick, and the reason for
And
this
people wouldn't
is
follow
because
the law.
all rifles and shotguns combined only make up 6% of gun homicides. They're
Yeah, I mean,
relatively
maybe we should
negligible.
expand
Oh,
the
here's
number
what's
of guns that are
hilarious. Is
banned.
no, hold on.
Um,
Let's just take his bazooka ban for a second. How ridiculous is it, right? He got like pistols, handguns. They're the ones that commit most of the crimes, right? Like the idea. Oh, that with bad bazookas, we're going to save people from having all these bazooka incidents. Like, what are people going to be doing with a bazooka? You're not going to be walking into 7-Eleven
I'll
going,
tell you right
give me
now,
your fucking all the money in the cash
so
register with
I
a
grew
fucking
up around a
rocket
bunch of
launcher. Like, give
Arabs.
me a break.
I grew
Well,
up around a bunch
okay,
of
fair
Arab
enough.
Americans.
You
I
convinced me.
promise you, if you allow Arab Americans to buy bazookas,
Good,
that
right
someone
on.
will accidentally shoot down a building. I'm telling you right now.
Well,
I would rather, hold on, I would rather have.
Well, I
the
was
opposite.
against it, but now that you brought up the Arabs, I'm kind of yeah, it makes sense.
Now I'm back on
Yeah.
board. Now you convinced me again.
So anyway, all right. Yeah. I guess the point. I was just trying to engage a good one here. Because I appreciate you have a different perspective on this. In fact, I think half this panel. Half this panel has a. Well, actually, maybe even more than half of this panel has a different perspective. Ali, I'll go to you, Ali, afterwards. I guess. Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
cool. Question.
I was
Sure.
just
Yeah.
enjoying Scott just rambling on. I like it. I enjoy it.
Oh, well, you'll get plenty of that. Well, this will be your paradise. Yeah. So I appreciate that you have a different perspective.
Obviously, I aim to please.
On this. And so I guess I just want to hear like your thoughts and like do you not think that there could be some sort of like consensus package that people in different areas could like get behind in terms of gun regulations? You think gun regulation is like in itself just a foolish endeavor, period?
I think that all the current gun laws are not only ineffective, but they provide criminals with methods of obtaining guns that they shouldn't have, that law-abiding citizens won't. And therefore, we should strike down all of the gun laws. Matter of fact, I'm all for the Hearing Protection Act, which will deregulate suppressors. First of all, it would anger me normally because I paid a lot of money to have the suppressors that I have. However, I want to do it for the good of the children. And so we must have the Hearing Protection Act and deregulate all suppressors. As far as full automatic weapons, they're great until you have to pay the ammo bill. So I actually have a drop-in auto steer. If you want to come out, we can go shoot some full auto if you like. You're going to pay the bill, and when your wallet hurts that much, you're never going to do it again.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach out. I agree. All the gun laws, take them off. I only want one law, and still don't want to see if you like them, because it is fun shooting a gun. I've gone. There's a turret. You can rent a turret at the gun range that I go to. It's expensive, but you can do it. So the only law I actually think would help is kids being punished or parents being punished for their kids' crimes. So like you have a kid who's 14, right? And you know he has a gun, blah, blah, blah. So like now we're gonna move it away from you. Another parent has a kid 14. That kid's irresponsible with his gun that the parent gave him. I think the parent should suffer the crime of that the kid committed.
Yeah,
the whole crime, like as if the parent did it.
Yeah, 100%.
The Eagle. I believe that that firearms education starts not just at home but in our schools, and that every single child in America should be taught how to handle properly a firearm. We used to do that. We used to have
if you don't, I know, and if you don't, I think, and if your kid doesn't, I think you should suffer their crime.
So if my kid drives my car and runs over somebody, I should suffer that as well.
Well, if your kid we've had this panel before. If your kid has a history, a record of reckless driving, and you allow him to use your car and you don't remove him, then yes. An accident is an accident.
What if they steal your car?
An accident is
So all right. So what happens when my 14-year-old gets angry at the kid next door and steals my keys and goes and runs over him with a car? Am I responsible?
Yes,
yeah, you should be watching over your kids.
This is
a 14-year-old 24/7.
Yeah, it's
a 14-year-old getting
a
14-year-old getting access to your keys to run over someone.
What if they do it while I'm taking a shit, bro? Like if I'm taking a shit, what am I supposed to do?
You realize like
I gotta bring in a 14-year-old
to run over someone, right? Like this.
Hey, you want me to make my kid sit there in the corner while I'm taking a shit and watch him, or like what? Like what's your goal? What like you sit there and shit real quick.
Sociologic. So this is exactly.
Don't you fucking move!
So hold on,
the delusion.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. When when people use the term reasonable regulation.
You're
right?
gonna make parents
There's-
responsible for all of the
All right, hold
stupid
on.
things their kids do.
Hold on.
That's the
Hold
most
on,
insane
hold
thing I've ever heard.
Okay.
When your
Hold
kid
on, hold
steals
on.
from Kroger or Walmart,
Don't you wanna
or
hear
wherever,
Scott's
you're gonna go to
rambling?
jail.
Yeah,
Hold on,
Love it.
Let Scott
Mhm.
speak.
Let
for
Scott
a second.
ramble.
Repeating yourself.
Yeah, it's Scott's
You're
rambling
repeating
time.
yourself. You know what I mean? If he makes a new argument, yeah.
You want that
fuck,
sweet
I
Scott music?
just want to see him like
okay, so-
prosecute people for
so-
wiping their ass because they
Alright,
couldn't get finished
so
wiping their
this
ass
is-
in time before the
alright,
kid shot up a
alright,
building.
Mm.
So, again, this is what I'm talking about when I say unintended consequences. If you enact a law where parents are now legally responsible for anything their child may or may not do that utilizes property that you own, right? So the car that you own with the car keys, the gun, etc., right? In your mind, you're thinking, well, parents will be more careful and they'll be more involved in their children's life. And that is going to be true for a percentage of children, But what's also going to happen is
Not
you're
having
going to
kids.
have two different scenarios. You're going to have, well, some people aren't going to have kids because it now becomes a
Hooray.
financial and legal
Yeah.
problem, right? So you're going to have massively declining birth rates. From
Well, less
X
gun
position.
owners would have kids.
I was about
Everyone
to say,
else
like,
would be
so
fine.
be it.
That-
Hold
that's
on,
just all
hold on.
problem.
Yeah, and the non-gun owners aren't having kids
Yeah,
What are you
either.
gonna do with no
Unless-
car?
No, we
Oh my
are.
fucking God, let me get through this.
Oh Jesus!
The other thing that you're going to have is you're
Another
going to
20
have
minutes.
draconian. Oh my! Well, if you just shut the fuck up and let the smarter person talk, we'll have a better
Listen,
panel.
that's debatable. That's debatable, but
So go ahead and give me a goddamn second to get through this. The other
I
thing
think
you're
the
gonna have
smarter
is you're gonna have-
person's just listening.
You're
But go on.
going to have draconian parenting. You're going to have parents that are already parents that are now going to monitor every single solitary aspect of their children's life. They're going to be banned from using
I don't think so.
anything. Everything's going to be like.
hold on. There's a third.
I
scenario,
don't
too.
I don't think so.
The third thing, and the most
I knew it.
egregious and the most horrible
a
thing
fourth
that's
one.
going to happen is that there is going. Shut the fuck up, Admiral. The last thing, the third thing, not the fourth thing, is that
The
there are
fifth
going to
thing.
be a bunch of parents. There are going to be a bunch of parents. that
36
have
things later.
Shut the fuck up, you retard, dude! Stop. Let me get
Let's
through
Scott.
this.
Let's Scott finish.
Jesus
please.
Christ, man. All right. What's going to happen is you're going to have parents that have problem teenagers, and they're going to get rid of them. They're going to put them in social services. And if you look at the stats, you're going to see horrendous things. When you look at children that go through CPS or that are given up, you will notice that half of the homeless population are people that have spent time in this. You're going to see the drug usage is insane from those people. The child abuse and sexual abuse of them is through the roof of any other demographic. This is the most abused demographic with the worst outcomes.
Let people
of
have their
anyone else
abortions.
in America.
Let people
No,
have their
hold on,
abortions.
hold on,
Then it's
hold
gonna
on.
be
They're not going to have the
everybody.
kids to give it up.
Hold on, Smarty
And then-
Pants
and
missed
then, and
the
then
most
problem
obvious-
and then problem
You have
teenagers.
children. You have children that become.
I have a
problem children for
sollution.
one reason
Hold
or
on,
another,
hold
on,
and they're
Ollie,
going to
Ollie, hold on.
abandon
Problem
them.
kids should go to a boarding school. There should be a
Hold on,
boarding
Ollie,
school.
hold on. Smarty Pants missed the
problem
most
children.
obvious thing. The most obvious thing Smarty Pants here missed, which is crazy because apparently he wasn't a little
I
big
couldn't
enough
have a
asshole.
fourth one.
Well, I know, thank God. But I'll give you the fourth one you missed.
Yeah.
It's that you're going to have a group of asshole kids who go, oh, I know my parents are going to be charged with this problem if I do something. And then they're going to shoot
Yeah.
somebody. 'cause
Yeah,
mom
and then they
doesn't-
go to boarding
because
school.
Clearly you want
the
a
kid,
problem child.
the kid doesn't
Well,
not suffer.
I have
No,
a
like,
fifth. I have a
they
number
get
don't
shit
care.
five.
to a
They don't
boarding
care.
school.
Mama's
I have a
going
number
down because she
five.
didn't buy me a new iPhone. So, like, she's going to
Oh, that's brilliant.
I have
That's
a
exactly
number
something I would
five.
do.
So,
Yeah.
so obviously, I'm gonna reel the
Number
memes. I'm gonna reel
five.
the meme back. I'm gonna reel
Yeah,
the
here you
meme
go.
back.
Number 5, leftist
Mhm.
arguments. This is going to disproportionately affect the parents who are in a lower socioeconomic status
Black people.
because they're going
Just
to
say
be.
black people.
Okay,
no,
I'm on board with it
I'm
again.
not going to say that.
Just say
I'm
black
not going. No, thank you. Sorry, Scott. I'm making my point. We let you make yours. Anyways, I'm going to make my non-racial
Your point.
point right now. It's going to disproportionately affect people in low socioeconomic statuses because a lot of these parents are going to be working and not watching their parents or watching their kids while they're taking a shit to make sure that they don't drive the car without permission and get into an accident. So a lot of those people are going to end up getting charged or getting, put in jail. They can't afford bail, the usual criminal justice issues. And it's going to disproportionately affect them. So that's number 5.
But Ali, so you said you're going to reel
It back.
memes.
Okay, so like
so-
obviously accidents, things happen. These are not like I don't want your kid gets into like a fight, pushes someone. These aren't. But like if your kid has a history of shit that they've been committing, and you're a negligent parent, yeah, to my point, then the gun laws don't need to exist because like Grid 1 is clearly like, you know, he's responsible. He's teaching his kid responsibility. Now he said his kid was leaving his gun around like
Yeah, he
all
was
the time, but like
tripping
he's
over his-
shaping
What if you just have
up.
an
And then he
asshole
told us
kid,
he was
though, Ollie?
14.
What if you just have an
put it in
asshole kid?
context,
Some
That's
people are just
normal.
assholes. Like, no, come on.
Some
man.
kids
mean-
are just
to put this
assholes.
in
Yes, everybody.
context,
So just some people are just
to put
bad
this in
people. Like
context.
I
Yeah,
hate to
so
break it to you.
Yeah, I left knives all around the house.
So
no, sometimes you just forget them.
People are just bad. I'm sorry.
My statement for at-risk youth or whatever,
I'm
honestly,
sorry.
military school for me was honestly
I
a real
went to military
answer.
school.
If you have an at-risk youth, I don't think juvie works. I don't think
No.
No, but listen,
Yeah, I
Ollie,
think
I'm
you
just
should go
making
to some
people
type of military
who's like
school.
are
I do
raised.
think so.
Hold on.
Boarding school is
Like,
expensive.
people
bro.
who
That's
have
a
like
military
the best
school.
kids
That's
in the
like
world,
grade
right?
school, I think it should be.
So
rather
hold on. I
than
want to give you
juvie.
some
Early-
context. I'm one of those people, and you know, and look, I have no problem admitting this, right? And I've told people this over and over again. Look, I have quite a collection. As a matter of fact, I opened my desk drawer the other day, and there was I'm not kidding. There were 4 Glocks in the bottom drawer of my desk, and I forgot that I owned them. I literally did not
like
realize
Kamala.
that I owned them.
I like this guy a lot.
I'm one of those people. Okay, I was like, oh look, I only here these are. Or I go look for something and I'm like, where did I put that? And it's it's in my well, I have a space button next to the bed that I keep firearms in and things like that. When I was a single person, I was a little bit more cavalier. Now not so much because I'm married, I have kids, I've been married 20 years, so it's one of those things. You get a little more careful.
Humble
But
brag.
my kids have been around guns for so long that they know not to touch them. They know not to do anything with them. They understand it. The first thing my kid does when he picks up a gun is check to see if it's clear or not. He's better than most law enforcement officers, to be honest with you. And he's competed. He's shot competitively. He shoots for his school team. He helps with
Yeah, a lot
other
of
kids
people don't-
understand it.
A lot of
But
people.
this is
A lot of people are bad
because-
parents, brother.
Hold on, but
This is
I really want to
because-
engage with this.
You have
Go
to understand
Kids
that
are
there's
also going
context
to grow
involved.
up
I'm
to
not
be.
somebody that owns 2 guns that keeps them locked in a cabinet somewhere where I never even see them, and then pull them out once a year. And my kid now has this there's a sense of mystery about it. There's this what do they call it? I can't think of it what it's called, but this air of I want to know what that is. I want to go play with that, and my kids don't have that. Because they're just tools. It's no different than the hammer in the toolbox. No
Yeah,
different
hold
than
on.
the
I mean, but there's
Right.
some just
We're
I
talking
wanna-
about
hold on, I wanna-
unintended
But hold on,
consequences.
I
I
wanna
want to say
engage-
with
I want to engage with this. Like, this is so I'm gonna pull back from Ali's point, which I think was to Mimi, right? In terms of like holding parents responsible, yeah, sure. If your gun, right, which should be locked up the way Scott's locking up his guns for his children, right? If your guns aren't locked up, if you are being irresponsible with your weapon and your child commits a crime with them, yeah, actually, you should be held responsible. If you
Depends on the
if
kid.
you're giving your child, like if you as a parent are giving the child a weapon, right? Well, then you're going to take responsibility for that child's action. If we say that children can't understand their own, can't make decisions on their own, can't
Who
be
says
held
that?
responsible
I don't
for their own actions completely, right? Then that means that the parents are responsible. And you're saying that I'm going to put the ultimate responsibility in this kid's hands, and I'm going to give him a deadly weapon, right? Now, if you're, I'm not.
Yeah.
This is, of course, not a sort of judgment on your child in particular, of course, right?
That's fine.
And I think most children can actually handle this, right? I actually have a lot of faith in kids, and I, to be clear, I like your idea when you're like training your child from such a young age, right? Like, so I'm for all of that. That sounds like a good idea, especially from your perspective. But right, if you are going to do that, right, and then your child commits a crime, yeah, absolutely. We don't have to extend this to cars, right? Guns are a special category of weapon or a special category of item, and that they are a weapon. And if you're providing your child with weapons, or and especially if you have any reason to believe that they might, right? Like the one kid who was like drawing pictures of him murdering his class.
Well,
right?
that's why it
Like,
matters on the kid, is what I said.
The red
right?
rum, like going
not
through his
really.
I
head.
agree.
And
I agree
and
that
then
they
beyond
have
that, hold on,
some
and then beyond that,
consequence.
there was,
Hold on, I
there was,
really want to hear
and
this so I can respond,
sure,
guys.
sure.
I can only hear one
I'll let
person.
you respond. I'm almost done. There was one of our last major school shootings, right? Or mass shootings. I'm not sure if it's school shooting, but when a young kid had that issue, I think it was in Florida, maybe. But
Well, no.
maybe. But the father, like from all reports, was like you, and that he was teaching his kid how to handle guns from a very young age, doing it for many, many years, right? He would have said all the same things about his child. He didn't think his child was going to do what the kid ended up doing, right? He would have said all the same things, right? But it
There's
was
some
his
other facts there.
responsibility. He dropped the ball, and yes, so he should be prosecuted. So go ahead.
So
So-
that guy actually is being prosecuted.
Yeah.
Your point, actually. And I think the reason that they're doing that is because that kid had actually been on Discord in a Discord chat making threats. The sheriff's deputies had interviewed the father. The father had supported his son and basically forgot about it afterwards. And then there's some other things there. There was some weirdness with the parents and the household and being evicted
they were
and
split
kicked out of
up
homes
and
things like that. That I'm not really. I honestly I don't know the facts. I'm just saying there were external factors. That's a really good. That's a good example of where I don't agree with the father being held responsible in that case, but I can understand it. Do you understand what I mean? Like the kid is old enough to know what he's doing is wrong, but he can't. But you shouldn't also have more. You also should be interacting more with your child. I don't know what just happened there.
No, we
was
can still
weird.
see you. We still see you. We
We're
can
on.
still hear and see you. Let's go
Yeah.
to Gibbs, Katja, and Lactoid.
Yeah, I want to jump in here on like one thing. I think there's even cases where you could take somebody that was showing, and I'm not like an expert, like maybe like they had this like fantasy about guns and they had this fantasy about killing. I remember like not understanding death too much as a child, and then like I went hunting and I understood, oh, like these things have ramifications. You can't just like, oh, like, you know, I like when you see that meme about a 3-year-old maybe killing a toad or something, and you're like, oh, well, is it a one-off or is he? Oh, now he's crucifying toads regularly. That's a problem, right? Like, you know, that's totally different. So maybe you like show them the ramification, they hunt and they get out of it. The other thing I want to say is, all right, I'm at that age now where a lot of my friends have kids. Right. And like I have friends that are way older than me now, and I have friends that are way younger. And I see this a lot. I like some of these people would be what I'd call quote unquote like good parents, right? Some of these they have like 3 kids and they'll have like, oh, I don't know, like 2 of them will be like grade A students. One will be out of college, like getting out of college or something. They're like, you know, successful. They might have a middle one. Then they have like a third one in their family. And that third one, though, that kid is just the world's biggest shit eater. Like I went over to my friend's house the other day, and she's got 3 kids, and like one's a baby, so you know that doesn't really count. The second one, her first child, he's a saint, and then the second one, he's like 6. He's already acting like, you know, a serial killer. He's over here trying to give me orders, and like I know she's a good mom. Like she's got her kids at school. She's like teaching some shit. I've seen her. And it's like, this kid's just a bad kid. Like some people are just bad. And like, I think that kid's probably, you know, my guess is if I had to wager, hopefully he goes out of it. But, you know, he might end up being a like repeat offender of like murder or whatever. I don't know. But my point is like, you know, what are you going to do with that kid? Like, if they do everything, are we going to go, oh, how do we like start the line? Once you start the line on going after parents, it's a slippery slope. I hate to be that guy, but the governments never get less power. They always take more. And that's not something we want right there.
Let's go to Katja, Lactoid, Corey, Scott, and Holly, if he actually has a point.
Oh, everyone.
Yeah, so I hope the 6-year-old of your friends is not you know, gonna become a quote unquote repeat offender. I think that's a bit early.
He's going to turn the guy from Psycho for sure.
Right,
Like,
we're gonna have our fingers
Gates.
crossed that he won't turn out like Patrick Bateman, but you know, okay. My point was, here's basically when we were talking about this conversation, I don't feel like obviously parents should be charged with the actual crime or anywhere near the level of the actual crime that's committed. But my ideal legislation, if we're going to legislate this at all, would be something that has, let's say, like 2 prongs. like number one, the parent has to have evidence that the kid was an issue in this way, like something like the police going and being like, oh wow, they had this in their journal, or the parent, like proof that the parent found something like that where they were talking about murder people, this, that, and the other. And two, they had to have gotten the weapon via means of their parent being irresponsible. Like if they like broke into the gun safe, or they like remembered the passcode from when they were putting it in or something like that, and they were never given it, and that can't be proven, then I think that that wouldn't count. But if those two are met, where the parent was irresponsible with guns and the parent knew they were an issue, then yeah, there should be some sort of negligence situation there. Not to the point where it's to the level of the crime the kid committed, but obviously, like, you know, I'm okay with some penalty.
So two things. We're gonna go to our friend Lagtwood, but we thank you, Sean, for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Awfully kind of you guys. If you are on YouTube, consider a super chat, right? So if you agree or disagree with anything, I'd love to read it out. So we do take super chats. We'll read it out and we'll engage with the topic. But thank you for Sean for being a regular and very kind supporter of this community, and Gibbs for resubbing on the Twitch earlier. So shout out to you. All right, let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I agree with Katya's two-pronged test. I was going to say something similar, but I've got no reservation on that. I think it's smart. I think it makes sense. The one thing I guess wanted to say that I think adds on to a point that Grid Motorsports said earlier was teaching kids about guns early on, I think, can mitigate a lot of these issues. And I would like to see it part of the curriculum, right? It used to be part of the curriculum, right? Back in the 50s and 60s, you can look at photographs of, the kids bringing their rifles to the gymnasium and practice shooting. I think that, guns are a foundational right. They make up the basis of our republic. And I think it makes sense to include it within the public school curriculum, that every child has a understanding of gun safety when they leave school, because you live in America. That's going to be an important thing for you. And I think it can go to mitigate a lot of the harms, to get people to see it more like tools as opposed to guns. Because, right now, a lot of the exposure that kids have with guns is, they don't know anything about the safety. All they know is, either, hey, my favorite rapper flashes it
at a buddy.
Yeah, or like, they see like a rapper flashing it, or a video game or something along those lines, where it's more like a toy or some kind of status. Yeah, it's like a toy or some kind of status symbol or something along those lines. I'd like it for kids to have a better appreciation for what they are, because they're not going away, and they shouldn't go away.
I don't know. I think maybe we could do something with that, but I don't know. We'll see.
Just stop living in fear, Prime. Embrace the guns.
Let's go to our friend Corey, then Scott, and Ollie. Excuse me.
A couple of questions. First to Grid One Motorsports, and I guess to Gibbs. Although I'm pretty sure I know your answer, but I'll pose it to anyways.
More guns is the answer.
Yeah. So, but based off of
the right people.
Based off what I've heard, okay. So then I assume you're also against, from what I understand, like the law of like if you're a bartender and you could just serve alcohol, like should we hold them responsible if the person goes out and drives under the influence and kills someone? Are you for or against that?
This is one of those.
Oh no, we can hear you.
It was just paused.
Yeah, sometimes no, we can hear. Go on.
I just paused for a minute because this
You're
is one of those things where I'm actually on the fence on this. I don't actually believe that a bartender that overserves is necessarily responsible for the actions of the person who keeps buying a drink. I believe in personal responsibility. You're an idiot if you drink too much. If the guy continues to serve you, he's also an idiot. But that's literally
two idiots make a right.
In that case, and if I support the bartender being responsible for it, then I have to support the bartender calling the cops on that person and putting him in jail if they try and drive.
Based off what I'm hearing, like as right now, like you lean towards like it's a bad law. Like that law shouldn't exist. We should.
If they fight against the bartender and try
stupid law, and we have enough of those already.
I think.
Wait,
can I tack on something to that specific conversation?
No, if the drunk driver's fighting with the bartender to drive his car, I think the bartender should call the cops.
Yeah,
and
like so. I didn't say fighting. I didn't say fighting.
Well, so
But
there
yeah,
was.
it's
I say you
obviously
can't drive, and then the guy
fighting me.
walks away to drive, and I go to grab his keys, and he still walks away. I mean,
There
resisting.
was a case.
If you go to grab his keys, you commit assault, sir.
Yeah, that's
Or
what I'm
if, you,
saying.
if,
So,
you're,
like,
if you're a
yeah,
bartender
yeah,
and you
should
see
call the
somebody
cops then.
being really drunk and you see them going to drive, yeah, you should probably, call somebody if you see that, if you
Would
witness
you like
it.
physically restrain them?
what were you
Like,
gonna
Yeah,
disact them?
well, I want to say, I think that
No, call the cops.
I think I agree
they're
with
running out the
Grid.
door.
I agree with Grid on the idea that just because somebody's being overserved, you can't assume necessarily that they're going to drive, especially if it appears like they're not going to drive. And in that case, I don't think that the bartender should get in any kind of trouble if they're over-serving, whatever that means. But if they're going to if they know this person is like drinking a lot and they know they're going to drive, like
And
for
they're walking out
example,
the bar like waving their car keys.
well,
off, like,
no. I can give you an example, right? Because I actually briefly helped in a case where it was a dram shop litigation, and it was somebody a bar was getting sued for this because they first of all overserved this 17-year-old kid way too much, and then gave him a to-go cup for his liquor. And they knew he was driving. So in a situation like that, yeah, I'm okay with like some level of liability at that point. All right, I'm sorry. You knew he was driving, he was underage, and you gave him a to-go cup for like his car. Like,
but they're both idiots, so it's okay, right?
well, no. In that situation, like obviously, like yes, you can go after the bar, but if you're a bartender and you don't know if this guy's going to go driving, just like you don't know if this drunk guy is going to like pull a gun or like get in a fight or
Your assumption
whatever.
should be that
I don't
these
think
people
that.
are driving.
No,
Why?
wait. If you live
Depends on where you
if you live in a
live.
city, that is not a valid assumption.
Right.
But just to follow up, and well, also to that. So Gibbs, I assume you're on the same page of like you.
Yeah, I'm pretty against this. Like in general, I think it's awful that we're doing that like right now as it is. Like, I mean, just the idea. Like, first of all, how do you know if they're overserved? Like everybody's tolerance is different. Like I saw that thing with the judges that one time where the one guy was like, "Oh, you have a 0.08," and the judge is like, "I drink 10 of these and go do push-ups." Like, it's like so everybody's different. I don't like that. And then secondly, like, personal accountability. Do we not have that anymore? Like, it was just like, oh, now we got to watch it. Like, if honestly, and even if we did all these things, where it's like, oh, you got to call the cops or whatever. You know what I would do? I would overserve the shit out of that guy, and then as soon as he's like, all right, close my tab, I'd already had the cops on speed dial, and then you're just like, oh,
That's
you know
ridiculous.
what? Can I get a crime stoppers reward too? Like, that's what people should be doing.
But-
like, it's so stupid that we're going to go
Gibbs, hold
charge
on,
people
hold on.
for their other actions. Like,
The
it's
Be good Samaritan.
Gibbs,
good
that's not the
Samaritan.
problem.
Fuck all that.
Guys, we're the let's
Not like you
understand
have
what the
to.
real problem is, okay? Right?
Yeah,
it
you have
isn't
to,
like
so
this
you get sued.
idea of personal
Right, I don't think it should be
responsibility,
like-
right? We're not talking about like, oh, it's just these individuals' fault. They should be better regulating. It's the consequences of when people, being human, right, and being making their mistakes, right, kill other people. That like
No.
a third
It's
party-
hold on, wait.
it's-
It's the
it's-
consequence of
it's all
aiding and
those-
abetting somebody else doing something wrong, right?
But they're
Gibbs,
not aiding and abetting.
you wouldn't sell a gun to Al Qaeda, right? Just like why would you sell like a
Well,
liquor to
that's
somebody
because
who's going to
Gibbs is
drive?
America.
Gibbs.
Oh, hold on,
would.
this is totally
you don't
hold on,
know
this is-
they're
this
gonna
is
drive.
Brazil
I mean,
decade,
drinking
first of
is
all.
not
But saying, but
illegal.
that's what's at stake, though, right?
No.
What's at stake is that there are other
They're
people
totally different
who
scenarios.
they weren't the seller, they weren't the buyer, they were just existing out in the world, and now they're dead, they're gone.
I have to break it to you. The
because
world's not
of
safe.
this
Like, no matter how hard y'all
irresponsible-
try to make it
Because
safe.
we had an
it's
irresponsible like commercial interaction. Like that's
No,
like we
that's
we,
ridiculous.
We
That's
regulate
ridiculous.
commercial interactions all the time. Not everyone here agrees that we should be able to do that.
You're not
right?
going to affect us with
Understood.
empathy. You got to affect us with logic only.
No,
Okay.
no, like, hold on.
I'm about to say, this isn't their crew to hit with, oh, someone died. They
I
don't
No,
don't care
but, like,
at all.
here's my thing. You're
yeah.
it's so ridiculous that you're going to sit here trying to make that argument. The world's not a safe place. Like, there's always going to be shit happening, and you're going to sit here and go, "We
So
got
no
to
laws
bubble
whatsoever.
everybody."
I agree.
I mean,
Yeah.
That
I would
makes
be more
sense.
happy with that than the
laws
alternative.
whatsoever.
Wait,
Yeah,
Gibbs,
but
Gibbs.
I'm like-
going to happen.
Gibbs,
Why even
Gibbs,
bother?
we can agree with personal
Nonsense.
responsibility, but we also agree that you can't aid and abet a crime that you believe
Yeah, but I don't
might
think
very
that
soon happen.
there's different-
So wait, let me give you like, for
different levels of
example,
aid and abetting.
Sure, I agree with you. There is 100% agree with you. This is why I think that over-serving somebody shouldn't be a crime. But if you know for a fact that they're going to drive, and you know like how much you're giving them, and you
How
kind of
about we
have
go
an
back
idea of their
to-
tolerance level, and a lot of
you give them a
bartenders.
to-go cup and
And you give them a to-go cup, right, et cetera. Like, there's all sorts of circumstances. Just like if you sell a gun to somebody, like, for example, somebody walks into a gun store. They seem normal. Hey, can I buy this gun? Sure, no problem. Do I think there should be any liability on the gun shop owner? Of course not.
Yeah,
Let's
the-
second scenario.
I-
Second scenario.
gun.
Second scenario. Somebody comes in. They're shaking and twitching. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. I want to buy that gun. Are you selling them the gun?
I would absolutely, yeah. And let me
Oh
tell you,
my God.
Here's why. Because check this out. This is something that y'all in this day and age need to learn.
What if it's
This
just
is
a murderous
private business
personality
owner,
trying to
you
have
have
it,
to
and
be
the other
honest
personality
with
comes
you
in
guys.
later?
This is the same reason black people make fun of white people in horror movies. Because, oh, y'all hear strange sounds, you go out there. Look, it's called none of my business. It's really that simple. The only business I should care about is the green they're handing me. After that,
The Mexican is coming.
To be quite fair, a lot of people would survive in horror movies if they said none of my business. It's because
listen,
they're too far
more
into
will
shit.
survive.
I mean,
More will survive because they'll go
this
be like, you know what? I don't
Gibbs
So to
argument-
give
Are you a
laws
demon?
shouldn't
I'm walking
exist
off.
because it's none of my
Look,
business.
Is there would you sell guns to anybody?
Hold on.
Yes.
Guys.
Well-
just to bolster Gibbs' argument for a minute. Obviously, I used to spend more time in gun shops than I do now, but I used to spend a lot of time in gun shops. I've actually been the guy that saw somebody out in their car crying and kind of, you could see that they were battling with themselves, whether they were even going to come in.
Maybe give that guy a discount.
And they actually literally, we literally did not sell that person a gun because of that, right?
Good man.
We
That's
ended up we called an officer to do a welfare check because this lady was so distraught. Now we did not call the cop to arrest her. We literally called for a welfare check. We thought that she was like going to drive out into traffic or something, right? Like this was how upset she looked. I can understand that. But I've also been in there when somebody's been really nervous about buying a gun. It was totally, it was their first time buying a gun. They were really nervous about the process. The entire way that when you go in and fill out a 4473, when you go do that, it's meant to be adversarial to the point that it makes you nervous that you're filling out this form. And in my state, if you fill out the form and you've just forgotten to pay a traffic ticket and you have a warrant, the police are going to come arrest you while you're trying to buy that gun.
But that's
So
not the
people
scenario
are
that
naturally
actually-
I've watched people freaked out about buying a like perfectly normal, they had no problems in life. People
Actually, without
freaked
words,
out about
I'm going to
buying
kill
a
that
firearm.
person.
Yeah, but you would agree if somebody comes in a little bit nervous. I understand. Everyone's nervous buying their first gun, for sure. I understand. But somebody walks in and they look like disheveled, right?
Why is it
And
any of your business?
and they're like
They look
muttering and they're
normal
muttering
kids. I'm
threats
still
to
gonna sell
themselves.
them a gun.
Yeah, I'm saying, why is that? Who are you to judge why they're sweating? You're saying these
They're
things?
muttering to themselves that they're going to kill people.
Oh, well.
Wait. I'm going to address you, Gibbs. Give me a second. Okay, so Gibbs, you're going to bite this bullet. It's Loctoid scenario. Change the words. I'm going to kill that kid. You're going to bite that bullet.
Listen, none of my business.
Okay.
It's
go
not
ahead.
my business.
I gotta go.
This is-
I would at least do a
this isn't a
welfare check.
serious
I'm not.
position.
I'm not.
It is a
and we
serious
probably
position,
wouldn't
goddammit.
sell the
I-
gun
I-
today.
It's not. You're
I
fucking-
100%
Just don't
no,
sell them the
fucking
gun.
way. Hold on. Why is this any of my fucking business?
Yeah,
if
private
they're sitting talking about
businesses.
anything, it's none of my goddamn business. Y'all are so goddamn. Why don't you just sign up and say I'm a fan of the NSA? Like that's ridiculous. Like
You're going
True.
to mandatory.
No, it's not.
It's the
You're-
dumbest
Well,
Well,
bullshit.
yes,
You're
it is what
making
you're
it
saying.
badly,
Listen, if
actually.
you want to suck the NSA's
No, it's
cock
not.
more, go ahead. I'm not trying to sit here and suck the NSA's cock. It's none of my business why anybody
six.
does anything they do. If
six.
someone, yeah, that is what you're doing. If you're going, no, if some guy's insane and the voices are telling something, well, I don't give a shit. I'm not being a patsy. It's
The voices are telling him shit, and you're just going to sell them a
I don't
gun?
give a shit. I'm not a grifter nor a patsy. I'm sorry that I'm 100% serious and I don't give a shit. No, I just don't give a. I don't. It's not
You're
look
not
bad. It's a
honest.
fact. I am honest. I'm the most honest one here.
Well, it's
You're
not
the one who's got
intellectually
something.
honest.
Deal is. No, I'm not lying to anybody. Hold on. Why is it in my
Gibbs.
business? You tell me why it's my business, baby.
Gibbs.
The only way.
I don't give a shit. It's not my problem.
The question. Yeah, I'll answer your question. Why is it your business when you are selling someone? Because you're a fucking human, and if you
No,
don't have
wrong.
reason
Sorry.
to
That's
believe
pussy
that
bullshit.
someone is going to murder
Not my problem.
a child. Right,
Not my problem. Not my kid.
There's only.
I don't have any,
two
so I'm
parties.
not gonna worry about that.
You have a genuine ASPD diagnosis, and you need
Yeah,
to seek
that's what it
mental
is.
help
Sure,
because
you're
you're
right.
a
That's what it is.
sociopath that can't have empathy.
I have
in
empathy.
life.
Yeah, but I
You
just
have
don't
to
give a
be
shit about other
sociopath
people.
and stupid.
You're
I
have empathy, but I just don't give a shit about other people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I don't
sure.
have empathy, but I give a shit about other people because I'm
my social
afraid.
group, sure.
He cares
I'd be
more
selling
about
Sally's
money
kid.
than people.
No, so
If
Gibbs,
it was
Gibbs,
Sally's
Gibbs,
kid,
still
sure, but if
selling
it's Bob's kid,
He
yeah, I don't know
walks in-
Bob, so
He
fuck
walks
that
in
kid.
the store, right? And it's a shape like this, right? On his shirt, right? But it's Trump's face with a bullseye on it, right? Trump's
about the
in
judge?
town, right? The business, and he's like, oh, he's going. This is his time, right? He dodged this twice before, but this is his time. And you're
You know.
gonna say, right?
What?
None of my business as you hand him the rifle.
All
recommend this
Gibbs
scope.
is thinking about is the publicity coming
recommend
to his
this
shop.
scope.
He's like, yo, he bought the gun from my shop. My
That's
shop
what
name's gonna be
That's
everywhere.
actually, yeah, bro.
That's all
Like,
good.
listen,
Yeah,
we're
you
so
got
good.
bad
You
publicity,
guys
baby.
have to see. Hold on.
No such thing as bad publicity, baby. Woo.
I'd open up a range. Be like, look, our guns are so good they can even take down the leader of the free world. Like, I mean, y'all are
Take down the
looking at it,
untakedownable.
bro. It's crazy.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I just can't believe it. Like, y'all
Sure.
are
Anointed by
Okay.
God, these
I want
guns.
I want to try to. So we.
can I go?
I
ahead?
would not sell him
yes,
the
that's
gun
right.
personally.
So we'll
would
go to
recommend
you,
more
and I have
coverage.
something else to say after that. But go ahead, please.
Katya and Lactoid both agreed to a concept of criminal negligence that is prosecutable, or ought to be prosecutable, to parents in the event that their child commits a crime, given two factors, right? One is that they need a reason to believe that they are likely to commit some type of crime, and number two is that they need to have left out access to the means of committing the crime, right?
Been grossly negligent or something along those lines.
Right,
And both
like
should
the
be
kid
proven
knows
beyond a
that they
reasonable
have-
doubt.
Right, like they left the handgun on the counter, and the teacher came in and said, here's their journal where they're talking about shooting the specific person, and then like the kid is like, has rage problems and conduct disorder or something, right? Perfect scenario. I am perfectly fine with saying that there is a level of criminal negligence that needs to be prosecuted under those conditions, because a parent is a guardian. However, we need to fix a certain contradiction in the legal theory if we adopt this, which is that if that is true, you cannot charge that child as an adult. Because if you are charging them as an adult, you are recognizing that they have the wherewithal and the
Yup.
ability to be able to act as an adult. So you can't simultaneously say that a 16-year-old is an adult that knew better and chose to commit a crime, and then at the same time say, well, the guardian, the parent of this person's will is responsible for their actions due to their negligence. You have to pick one or the other, right? If you truly genuinely believe that this 16-year-old is capable of standing trial as an adult, then you have to wash your hands of criminal negligence from the parents, unless the parents actively aided and abetted, like intentionally. Like, you can't just say, oh, they were negligent and they left a gun out and they shouldn't have. It has to be like, oh, you're gonna go shoot up the school, well, I got some guns for you. Like, they have to actually aid and abet in this crime. You can't just say leaving guns around someone that is a known criminal is a criminal act. The similar situation with this over-serving problem, right? If someone says, I'm gonna drive, and then you go, oh, well, fuck yeah, have some more alcohol for your drive.
Yeah, don't be a
Here's a
pussy, man.
cigar
Like,
cup for your drive.
How about a roadie?
But you can't have someone where you're just quote unquote over serving them and you don't know that they're actually going to go out and drive or anything. You might know that they had a DUI in the past because they're drunk in your bar, but you can't be criminally negligible just because of past behavior or likelihood of behavior when you gave them alcohol, because the moment that you start doing that is the moment that we have all of these other problems. So we have to resolve a contradiction. If you're going to stand trial as an adult, then we recognize that you had the wherewithal to act as an adult. And if you have the wherewithal to act as an adult, then the parents can't be criminally negligible.
Hold on.
I'm a
On that
juvenile
one point-
justice
But on
advocate.
that
I
one
can
point, do
absolutely
you
agree
think
with
that, like, you said, like, not on past behavior, right? But we do that for past behavior all the time, right? Like, if we know, you just happen to know that this person, like, has, like, killed, like, has just gotten out of jail for, like, killing people in, like a vehicular manslaughter or whatever, right? Vehicular homicide type case for DUI, right? And you're like, oh, well, I'm going to like overserve this person alcohol, again, whenever that means for this individual, right? But like overserve them, like that means nothing, right? Like or when
let's
That might be
say, for example,
negligence,
right?
but also
Let's say-
I don't know
let's
how
say
much.
Let's say my roommate has been convicted, and I'm in a lease with them, right? So like I can't get out, and they've been convicted like once or twice for domestic violence, right? Now they are an adult. If I have a bat in my house, right? I'm not aiding and abetting him beating his girlfriend with a bat because I have a bat in the house. It's not my legal responsibility
I
to
understand.
try and hide everything.
No,
from a
no, 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 no.
potentially
But that's not.
dangerous
But that's not the
person.
same thing, right? As serving, like actively serving an individual, right?
Well,
Like,
well, I mean, yeah. There's a positive action occurring, right? Which is that you're giving them a drink, right?
yeah.
You're not giving them car keys to go out and drive. You're just giving them drink.
Yeah, they
They're
should call
responsible for their
Uber.
own behavior, right? Like it's now if they tell you, like I said, if they tell you over and over again, I plan on driving tonight, and like you know that they had a DUI, and now you get into this position where you're aiding and abetting because you know that the goal of their behavior is to engage in criminal behavior, and you are doing what you can to increase that criminal behavior.
All I'm saying is that, like, it seems like at some point, if there is something that happened within the past, right, that past knowledge would be helpful, right? Like, or
Well, yeah,
would
I mean,
be
we can talk about that
substantive.
from a moral perspective,
Substantive.
right? Like,
No, not moral,
like
but no, legally.
morally, I shouldn't leave a bat in my fucking living room if my,
No, no,
if my
no, no.
roommate
No,
fucking
no,
did
like
that.
Right.
legally, like I think it'd be substantive, right? Like if you know that in the like this person has had like you said previously, like you know a person has had rage issues, and like they acted out in those rage issues in the past, and then you like give them a access to a weapon, right? Like you that's past knowledge, right? They haven't said they're going to do anything in the future right now in the
Right, that's the
present,
problem.
right?
That's the
Yeah.
problem is that it'd be similar if like let's say maybe it's not a bat now, maybe it's leaving the kitchen knives that were already there in the kitchen, right? Am I responsible if he stabs his girlfriend?
No, I'm talking. No.
No.
I'm talking about giving it. So I said specifically give access to. Or sorry, maybe I shouldn't use the word
Well,
access,
he
but
would be
like
given
hand
access
over weapon.
by virtue.
If you say
yeah,
like,
so
"Oh, you're gonna
I'll-
go beat your girlfriend,"
Yeah.
cool. Here's my baseball
here's a-
bat.
yeah,
like-
here's a weapon.
Exactly. Then
Like,
we're
let's-
aiding and abetting, right? Like we're aiding and abetting if
But
I know that he's going to commit a crime, and then I give him the.
But
Yeah,
I'm
but hold
just
on. There's a
saying-
difference
No,
between
but
what
so
y'all like.
my only thing, but pushback here is that, like you said, like we shouldn't take into like past actions, take into account past actions.
That's a moral
like
thing. That's not a legal.
I have a
thing.
better
You-
example.
okay, you
How
might
do you
okay.
can't legislate that, right? Like I agree
Wait,
with you that it would
what
be
if-
wrong for a bartender to keep feeding drinks to someone that they know had a DUI in the past. I think that's wrong, right? But it is an adult; they have their responsibility. I'm not legally culpable, right? If you go and do something wrong, and I even though I'm a part of it because I don't know that that's your plan or your goal. If you tell me your plan and your goal, and then after you tell me, I engage in giving you the means by which to engage in a crime, then I become a party to that crime. It's just like second degree murder when I drive the getaway car in a robbery. You know, like I'm involved in this crime.
Yeah, but these are
I-
different
I-
types
I
of
won't-
crime.
I
Don't
won't
tell
harp on
them
this,
that
but
they're
hold on,
getaway
y'all are-
drivers.
you're
You
skipping
just
over a
made
big
him
part of
a
this, though.
favor.
Y'all are both skipping over a big part of this, though, with the like what type of crime it is. Like one of them in the scenario you just described, the getaway driver, right? This guy's actively taking part in like an active crime. Right. Okay. All right. Say like you go. Oh, this guy's doing the whatever, the gun thing, whatever. Like if you're a shop owner and you're like own the shop, it's a lot different if like, hey, somebody comes in, they do something like I don't know, DWI, where they might accidentally cause a crime. Or you're saying, oh, it's a criminal behavior because they're driving drunk or whatever. Like you don't know for sure. Either they tell you to do something. Like how many guys do you know that think that they could beat Conor McGregor in a fight, right? And like, oh, I'm gonna go outside, I'm gonna fight someone. You know, like they're not actually gonna go fight someone. They're gonna get like somebody in their face. They're like, okay, I'm gonna leave. You know, like this is none of your business. It's none of your business. And like y'all are acting like I'm sitting here. Well, like he favors system grifting when he just has a worse, more lying argument than what I have, which is the honesty. It's none of my business, and you can try to moralize this however you want, but you're the one who's actually grifting because I'm the one who actually gives a shit about it. And it's
Give me one
none of my
second.
business.
Because like I'm gonna
Go
engage.
Give me one
grift for
second.
grift. Let's go.
Give me one second here.
So I'm just
So-
gonna. So
Go ahead.
let me just because he addressed me specifically, right? Listen, there is a difference. There is a difference between aiding and abetting in a DUI, right? That is a limit case, right? I agree that is a limit case. And as an anarchist, I don't want any new fucking laws. I'm talking about the concept of a legal theory and whether or not you're legally culpable. It's very different than whether or not I would put this into law. There's a difference between that and what you were asked, which was a person is muttering that they're going to kill someone, and then you decide
Maybe
to
they get a
sell
group
them
discount
firearm, and
for
then
talking to the
you
voices.
talk about giving people discounts right, because you think that they're
Yeah, because it's your right to own a gun. It's your right to own a gun as a gun shop. You're actually being the most American thing.
Your right to own a gun.
Why should a crazy person not have a gun? Like, I don't understand the argument there.
I want to.
So let me ask-
Everybody.
It's also
before-
your right
before
as
we
a
move on-
private
We'll get-
business
we'll-
to
hold on,
deny
we'll do-
service to anyone.
We'll go
I'm
to
gonna
our
very
friend
briefly-
Lagtoid.
Totally
Lagtoid
different.
had his hand up, and then we'll go to Grid. Okay.
Yeah, I want to briefly, I guess,
It's not my argument. It's
somewhat
Norwegian
defend.
straw man.
I understand like the contradiction, Scott, that you're bringing up. I don't think it's necessarily a contradiction. And even if it is, like, you can accomplish the exact same like system by just calling it something else, right? So I'm gonna first kind of steelman why it's not actually a contradiction. When we talk about charging children as adults,
That's not steel manning.
maybe it's not steel manning.
That'd be your argument.
I will make my argument, which is sort of steel manning, because I do somewhat agree that we probably shouldn't be
You just got
charging children as adults, right? So it's sort of a steel man here. When you charge a child as an adult, you're not necessarily saying that they're an adult. You're saying that there are certain things that a child should know as well as an adult does. And so for a lot of crimes, it's not the case that we expect children to know these things as well as an adult. But for specific crimes, it is. So like homicide, for example, when you're 13, or I guess in my state, 12, as of a major high-profile case a few years ago, the idea is, like, at 12, you should know that murder is wrong just as well as an 18-year-old does, like, flat out. Now, I agree this is, like, problematic, but if you have somebody who believes this, they're not necessarily being contradictory by saying, we can charge this person as an adult because they're a child who is under the guardianship of an actual adult, and that person should also be charged for aiding and abetting or negligently facilitating this. But also the child should know as well as an adult that they shouldn't be doing this, so we can charge them as an adult as well.
But the contradiction is still there, right? So because we're individuating in this case around the action that the child took, right? So it's not like, I understand that you could say a child at 13 knows that they shouldn't murder, but that doesn't mean that they're ready to be a child bride, right? Like, that is logical and rational, and I get that argument completely. But we're not engaging in all of the things they should or should not know. What we're engaging in is, let's say, a school shooting, right? If someone is 14 or 13 and they engage in a school shooting, and we charge them as an adult because they ought to be able to know, or not just ought, but the court determines that they have the mental faculty to know that it is wrong to do that, then I would say that this standard of criminal negligence cannot be simply leaving things around, because the act that we are now, you may be able to make some other argument about criminal negligence in general, right? But you can't make an argument about criminal negligence based off of the consequences of the school shooting, right? You could maybe charge them with some misdemeanor of criminal negligence because an adult shouldn't do these things with a child, like leave guns around, and, you know, like, especially if they had like some knowledge of like their issues, et cetera. But you can't charge them with, let's say, some form of like second-degree murder level of criminal negligence based off of an action that you're also charging the other person as an adult. You see what I'm saying? That's where the contradiction comes in. Because
I think you could, but here's the problem. It doesn't even necessarily matter, because if we simply
do a lot of things, I'm talking
because we could simply we could have the current scheme if we just remove the wording of charge a child as an adult and just simply replace that with the phrase charge a child for a crime that they should have known.
It wouldn't resolve the contradiction. It would just be legalese getting around actual natural law. The contradiction is that you are charging them as an adult.
Well,
you could rename it. You could rename it, right, and say that, like, but if you are acting as if they have the capacity to act as a moral actor or as a moral agent in this domain, then you are saying that they have the faculty to do
so. Not necessarily.
Question for you, Lactoid, in relation.
Well, let me just quickly. So, like, I guess that the part maybe that we disagree with is, like, I think that if you have an adult child that you know is like experiencing like psychosis or like some kind of aggressive tendencies, and you leave a gun for them, like, I also think that you should be charged in the similar way to if it's a child. And so for me, it's not necessarily about whether or not the child has the wherewithal. that's the argument they're making when they charge children with adults. But I think you could charge them both, right? I think that's reasonable. I think you can even do it when they're a child. But again, the idea of charging a child as an adult, the idea is, well,
Why
we're
is a gun special? Because
Well, it'd be
would you say that
anything.
about
It'd be-
kitchen
it-
knives. Would you? Would you say that about kitchen? Like if your son, if let's you have a 19-year-old son or daughter that is like crazy, would you say that if they decide to go grab a kitchen knife and stab someone, that you should be criminally negligent?
I wouldn't say that about, but I wouldn't say that about a 14-year-old either, which you would agree with. So yeah, I think kitchen knives are like.
Repeat.
So you're saying, well, would you say that about a kitchen knife? And I would say no, because a kitchen knife is just like so much less capable than a gun. In the same way, but I would apply that to both minors and adults. So like if I had a 14-year-old who was expressing like homicidal ideation at school, I think I should be held responsible if I leave my gun out, but I don't think I should be held responsible if I forget a kitchen knife in the dishwasher, right? Like
Okay,
even if they're a homicidal
because the logic, the difference between they're both
I think
force
there's
multiplier weapons that you can use to murder people.
Yeah, I think
But
I think
well,
I think that I'm going to bring up something that you said to Ollie. I think it's very important. There is like a reasonable understanding here. Like there needs to be like a reasonable standard when it comes to evaluating these rules, and the level of burden placed upon me having to lock up my kitchen knives is so much higher for something that is such a smaller force magnifier compared to a gun, which is a very large force magnifier, that locking it up is not nearly as much of like an impediment on my rights and as on my like everyday function as requiring me to lock up.
According to who, Laxoid? According to who?
You can't.
Wait, hold on. Don't let it go. Wait, hold on.
Wait. Nobody's letting this go. We can resolve this.
I can explain Fabian's argument in a way that you might understand.
Okay, whoa.
The contradiction.
Hey, we gotta. Okay, so we're gonna let Scott finish his point, right? We're gonna go to Grid. We're gonna go to Katya. We're gonna go to Gibbs. Okay.
Yeah, you haven't differentiated from a position of rights. You've only differentiated from a position of what you believe the risk reward is, right? The risk and the reward in terms of like the infringement on someone. So what you're saying is it is reasonable to violate human rights. It's only reasonable to violate human rights in situations with a gun because the gun is more powerful and a bigger force multiplier, but it's unreasonable to do so with a knife because it's a more strenuous and more difficult infringement upon that person's liberty.
Yeah, potentially.
Contradiction. You've only just said that it's easier to do it with
Well, let me address that specifically. No, but I think it is a strong. I think it is a strong argument though, because again, I think there's a gradient here, right? There could be a situation in which you know somebody who has like such a high level of threat that you perhaps have an obligation to lock up your kitchen knives, but you can turn anything into a weapon. And so let me ask you this. Let's say you have a 14-year-old who's expressing homicidal ideation, right? You've already agreed. I think you agreed with Katya's two-pronged test, which is they know this person might be a threat, might be more likely, right? We're talking about a likelihood scenario, might be more likely to kill somebody, and that they left this weapon out. Okay, what if I leave out a pencil? You can kill somebody with a pencil. Mm-hmm. So I leave out a pencil. I know that they're dangerous. I know that I was negligent when I left my pencil out. Should I be held responsible if they take that pencil and stab somebody? What about an eraser? They use the eraser to plug someone's nostrils and then they, or throw it down their throat, choke them, something crazy. Like they use something that you wouldn't think could be a weapon because people do this shit. And like all of a sudden they were able to use it as a weapon. I think that the force magnifier matters when we're evaluating the reasonableness of somebody's actions. If you have a firearm at home, it's more reasonable for me to expect you to lock that up if you have like a mentally unwell teenager than it is the pencil. And it's very, I think, reasonable that you shouldn't let like a mentally ill like teenager have access to like nuclear codes or whatever, because that would be incredibly irresponsible. In fact, it's so irresponsible that maybe even a normal person shouldn't have access to nuclear codes.
Oh God!
You left out the mechanism, right? So what you didn't steal my position, right? Because my position in agreeing with the criminal negligence, right, is that this person is saying they're going to shoot up the school. They have reason to believe they're going to shoot up the school. Then you give them the means to do that. If this person said they were going to stab someone, it would also be reasonable to lock up the knives that they want to use to stab someone, right? It's the mechanism by which that they are aware of.
What if it's a non-mechanistic threat? What if they just say, I'm going to kill kids at school? At that point, what obligation do you have to lock up what in your house?
Make sure you don't have the spoons
That's a
out.
good question.
I would say guns for sure.
Right, hold on. Right, yeah. I would say
Hide the
that's
Clorox
fair,
is gonna
and
make
I would have to
anthrax or
think about
something.
that.
Well, that's what I'm
I would have
saying.
to think about where that line is.
There is a line. Hold on. Exactly. But this is what I'm talking about. When we're talking about where we're putting the line, now we've established it's not like a like hard line, black and white thing. We actually have to like think about like, well, what is the force magnifier of all the particular objects within my house that could be used as a weapon, and how reasonable is it to expect me to lock those up?
If you have to draw that line, if I cannot find a logical reason to draw that line that isn't based off of consequences, then it has to be a voluntary situation that is agreed upon via contract beforehand, as far as legal systems are concerned. Because if the only reason that you're going to do something is based off of the potential outcomes in that regard, then you can't violate someone's rights based off of those metrics.
So a
I would
law.
have to see. I would have to
Okay.
investigate to see if there is
We're
a
like
logical
traveling
difference
here,
and
in
I'd
terms
like
of
So a
violation
law.
rates.
So you'd pass regulation then,
Yeah.
right? That's what you
Oh
meant.
Well, no, all laws passed by the state are unjustified.
Within your NCAP community, you would have a.
It would be like a common law voluntary system that you would
Okay.
engage with it within your community.
Okay.
And then-
Okay,
But
fair enough.
in terms of
Let's go to
I've
Grid.
enjoyed
what
this.
the state is justified in doing in that regard, if I can't come up with where that line is logically drawn and is only drawn based off of presumed consequences, right, then it is a right that can't be violated by the state.
So I think the difference here is like when we're talking about like restrictions on anything, we are presuming consequences, right? The whole idea of restricting any kind of weapon is the idea of what's going to happen if this person gets a hold of the gun. In fact, this is the whole purpose of the crazy person entering the gun store example. If somebody's walking into a gun store shaking, saying, I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him, like it's possible.
That's intent of
It's
behavior.
well, hold on. You're saying it's intended
It's intent-
behavior.
that's what changes it.
It could be. Hold on. It could be
No, that's not
hold
true.
on. It could be a nervous tick, and he actually couldn't mean it. Perhaps it could be the case.
He has
that
Tourette's.
he could have Tourette's. It's possible, but I'm predicting that it's not the case.
None of my
I'm-
business. None of my business.
Okay, Gibbs, I understand. Gibbs,
From a
you're
legal perspective. It's not from a legal perspective. It's not consequential outcomes. It's understanding the mechanism and intent, right? So, like Grid Motorsports said, there are plenty of reasonable times
We gotta
where
move
someone
on.
is nervous.
no.
We got it. We got guys.
Wait,
we
Prime.
have to move on. We have-
Can I just because it's not.
we gotta move on.
Whenever we're making
Last thing.
yes. Whenever we're making any kind of observations of somebody's behavior, you never know if their behavior is matching what their actual internal mechanisms are. You're simply making a predictive guess, and so I am predicting that this person is actually intending to kill somebody, which is why I'm measuring the consequences, selling them the gun, and not doing it.
But aggression isn't based
Yeah,
off of
so,
predictions. It's based off
you-
of an understanding of intent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, if you're stating you're going to do something, and then you're like actively obtaining the means to do it, right? And then you're the person who
Well,
will
that's-
hand them
no,
over
I
the
agree.
means. It
You
seems.
said
Okay.
that you were going to
Hold
do
on.
something, right?
Hold
That's
on.
the
So,
key.
so let's
Okay, go ahead, Grid.
because we traveled far and wide here, so I'm going to try and rein it in a little bit. So 1st of all, kind of to Gibbs's point, if someone like him, dressed like him, and the shirt and the hair and the beard and everything, he came in and he wants to buy a baseball bat in my sporting goods store, and he says, and I say, hey man, that's a sweet bat you picked out, and he says, yeah, I'm going to beat my wife to death with it, and I'm going to still sell him the ball bat, right? Or am I not?
I wouldn't.
Am
know.
I not going to sell him the baseball bat?
I hope
Right?
not.
Probably
And
wouldn't.
if I do, if he goes up to the counter, he checks out, he goes home, he beats his wife to death with a ball bat, am I then responsible because I didn't tell my manager that, hey, this weirdo in a beard and a flowered shirt came in and said he was going to beat his wife to death with a baseball bat?
What? Grid. What
You
about?
probably shouldn't sell him a
Anybody
baseball
that-
bat.
Yeah.
What if we change it
I think
slightly,
you-
right?
I think you might actually should be charged in that regard.
Oh
because
my
you
God.
specifically laid it out.
Yeah. Grid. What if he?
He
came
said,
in
"I'm going
there-
to commit a crime."
Yeah. What if?
Well, we
what if
all
he
say
said-
that.
specifically-
Joking.
hold on.
I mean,
What if
You don't know. Like, what if
Hold
it's
on,
like a
Grid,
joke?
Grid,
Like,
hold on. Let's change it slightly, right? What if he
You
says?
can't control yourself for 10 minutes?
What if he? Oh my God, people! Yeah. So what if he said, "Hey, I'm in the market for a baseball bat. Right? What will be good for beating my wife?" What if he said that? Right?
that's
Would
a
you
joke.
sell him the
That's
gun?
clearly a
And would
joke
you
to
be
us.
responsible?
I would clearly take that as a joke.
Oh no! He's like very serious. Like here's
I
a
said a
picture of her,
deadpan.
right? Here's a picture of my bitch wife who I can't stand for these reasons, right? I got a whole list of them, right?
Especially if you
And
said
he's
my
like
bitch wife.
clearly
That's
filled
okay.
with rage.
I would think it was more of a joke, and especially if they were straight deadpan, like my bitch wife.
No. He's clearly filled with rage, right? You're saying that like you hold like
Hold on.
literally no
Now,
culpability.
change the dynamic. If he's clearly filled with rage, and he's not just saying it deadpan, where it could conceivably be a joke, then now you've changed the dynamic. You said filled with rage. I don't interact with people that are filled with rage anyway.
Oh, okay. So then we have a line, right? So then we can say
obviously there's always a line. That's why that's my point here is that you can't tell that just because somebody comes in muttering that that they're an issue. Now maybe you might have some inkling, you might look and you may notice other signs. People are perceptive, right? Sure. Especially people who work in gun stores and sporting goods stores and places like that. Even people that work in car rental agencies often spot drug mules because they know what to look for in the way they act. Right?
Well, yeah, sure, exactly. So I'm saying that like there are reasonable lines, and you're agreeing there are reasonable lines. So I'm just like moving the line, right? So like,
I understand.
It's true that you may not know it's a joke, and I think that's fair, right? And you're like, well, I don't know, maybe this guy was just like playing around with me, but like, why wouldn't? Okay, now I'm getting into morals rather than the legal system, because I would say like
it's very simple. It's very simple. The subjective assessment, right, is not something that we ought or can engage in law, right? But when someone objectively says, I'm going to commit said crime with this, and then you sell them, right?
That's still moral. That's moralistic.
No, but your subjective assessment of whether or not they are serious is not what's at play here. Right? What's at play here is that they told you explicitly what it is that they were planning to do.
And why does that matter other than morally?
You should not be able to sell someone a weapon when they say, I am going to use said weapon to commit said crime. It's very different when someone's muttering or nervous. That's the domain of morality.
All right.
I got to respond to this.
I want to engage with you on this.
We're going to go to Greg, Katya, Gibbs, and then Corey.
I think language is subjective exercise.
I hate to continue to address just Scott here, but so I was when I went to a military school, and I was actually walking one night with one of the staff there, Colonel Spain, and we're walking down this footpath or sidewalk, whatever the fuck it was, and it's a moonlit night, and we were talking about something that the teams needed to do the following day, and he looks up and he says, "It's a good night for killing." And I mean straight deadpan. And this is a guy that stacked a lot of bodies. Should I have been afraid for my life?
That's subjective.
I mean, that's again, the subjective.
Again, straight deadpan, and this is the guy that kills people.
Right, but hold on. But no, the subjective, your subjective assessment about whether or not you think someone is joking is not what's at play. Because what I'm saying is when you are in charge of the sale or distribution of an item, and then someone says, I'm going to use said item to commit a crime, and then you give them said item, that is where the situation changes.
Like we're putting a lot of responsibility on minimum wage employees.
I don't think it's a big responsibility to say that if someone says, I'm going to commit a crime with this thing, and then you give them the thing.
I'm not going to dance.
This is a moralist argument. It doesn't matter.
Let's go to Katya. Hold on. Let's go to Katya, then we'll go to Gibbs. Don't worry, Gibbs. And then
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it depends, obviously. Like, a lot of these things are down to how obvious it is that somebody's joking or not, which that's why it's a difficult area if you wanted to legislate anything. I mean,
yeah, of course.
Like, it's just a really tough issue. Obviously, if you hear this and you give somebody or sell somebody the means to commit a crime that they say, I'm going to go do it. Yeah, that's a difficult thing to legislate. In a lot of circumstances, I think that it shouldn't be legislated. But I do think that there is a line in which these like businesses that do so might be open to like, let's say like civil litigation over this. Like somebody who's a victim might be able to sue over it.
Let me be clear. I'm not advocating that this law be put in place. I'm describing theoretically. in terms of natural law perspective about whether, like, I'm purely speaking on is distinction.
It's a great
Don't worry,
law.
he's an
The
ANCAP,
United States
everyone. We
government
understand.
ought to be able to legislate and
You
prosecute.
don't think the United States government should do
people based off of
anything, or should
statements
do
and
anything at
stories.
all?
No, it's a great law, and it wouldn't be that hard to enforce. You would simply enforce it the way you enforce every other law, right? You have a jury, they have a reasonable person standard, which is they look at this person. If the jury decides, like, if a reasonable person were in the position of this, like, gun store salesperson, and they sold this person a gun, was it reasonable to believe that they were selling a gun to somebody they should have known was about to go use it to commit a violent felony? And if they were, probably, there should be some responsibility there. Just like this is the case when it comes to any kind of negligence or any kind of recklessness. Or
Hey, well, let me ask you something really quick, Electric. Then we're going to go to Gibbs, and I know his answer to this question already, so I don't have to ask him. But if it was a gun company, right, a gun maker, manufacturer, right, and they provided weapons to a drug cartel, right? They knew it was a drug cartel for however way. They knew it was a drug cartel.
Gun running.
Fast and Furious.
Yeah. Like, would you
Gun
say
running for the
that
cartel.
they are
You mean like the government
they're
did in Fast
responsible
and Furious?
and there should be legal consequences?
Yeah.
Yes.
yes,
Okay,
Same-
fair
yeah.
Agreed.
Same thing
Obama
with
should be in prison.
same thing with the drug cartel. If it's Al
Great.
Qaeda, if it's
Sure.
any person or organization that a reasonable person would expect, hey, these guns are going to go be used for criminal purposes. But because the vast majority of gun owners are law-abiding citizens, I don't think that's just like a reasonable belief right off the bat. It has to be a case-by-case basis.
Fair enough. Gibbs, please. You've been waiting.
Oh, yeah.
And then we'll go
Yeah,
Corey.
sure. I mean, I'm not going to bother with that answer. I mean, there is an exception for this in my book, and it's foreign entities that are like against America. There's the exception there. Like, but otherwise, I don't have a problem with that, and like morally. But we'll engage in this like thought exercise y'all want to. All right, a gun's the same as any knife. Guns are tools first. People have used for thousands of years. People have used farm equipment as weapons: spears, scythes, knives. All of this is if I took a combine and covered it in concrete, that we turn it into a Killdozer 2, that's a way larger force multiplier than like a handgun, right? Sorry, whatever. What if some dude, for example, comes into my store, and I own Walmart. I don't even sell guns, right? Like, well, Walmart does, but say I own like a mom and pop grocery. I don't sell guns. And he's like, looks dirty. He's muttering crazy shit. And he decides, I'm going to go buy some bleach and ammonia. Should I like not let this guy buy bleach and ammonia? Maybe he's going to clean his dirty ass house. He's clearly dirty. Or maybe he's going to make chlorine gas. Now that's going to kill a lot more people than, I don't know, your regular pistol or something going around. I don't know. Well, in fact, on that same note, when I was working at the water plant in my hometown, right, there was valves that I could have turned, with like maybe just the most basic background check. I was like some 18-year-old kid. I could have turned a valve and released thousands of tons of fucking chemicals into the water and just like kill people before they could have stopped. Like, don't even know what happened. There were other valves I could have hit that would have released gases that they would have probably been able to stop, but people in the immediate vicinity would have died. Now that's a way larger force multiplier. That would have just required a wrench. So this all argument really is a sliding scale thing. Y'all just don't particularly like guns because there's other things that are bigger force mind.
You probably shouldn't have been. You shouldn't have been able to be in that position.
Oh, well, so
Yeah,
you're an 18-year-old kid.
clearly,
You're working as an
from this
internship there.
conversation.
Like, you don't know. Like, I mean, I just thought about these things. Like, these people working in the electrical department. Are you going to stop people from apprenticing as electricians?
Wait. You
Because
had
they're-
unsupervised access to large amounts of deadly chemical gases.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that perhaps that should not be the case.
I mean, why? I've never had done anything before. I was like, 18
Oh,
kid.
no,
It was
you're
like,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, you haven't.
You know what? Sure. Okay, going on. This whole argument about like, hey, what we should do about it, honestly is moralistic. And I'm going to take issue. And I take issue when people say natural law. I get that it's a philosophy concept and like we can argue about that. But I really hate it because really the only true natural law is like survival of the fittest. Animals eat neither. And I'm not preaching for social Darwinism. That's really true natural law. So when we talk about natural law, I'm going to prefer to think because natural law is a concept. It's philosophical. And all these other ideas that y'all are talking about, like the greater good, is also all stem from religious origin. Morals, in fact, stem from religion origin. If I were to take cannibalistic tribes, they're going to say their ideas of why cannibalism is justified is going to be their moral system. So guess what? Are you saying that their moral system is any less than your Western idea of morality and the greater good, or all these Eastern ideas of the greater? Like, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to argue no, they're not better than theirs. And there's this idea that I should give a shit about what happens after they buy the bat, after he says he's going to beat his wife, or buy if he's going to make gas with bleach and ammonia is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And if we actually believe in separation of church and state, then we shouldn't have laws based on morality, because guess what? Now you fucking got fucking church and state combined. You're welcome. Thank you.
Look at Corey's face.
That's
Just
awesome.
for-
That was awesome.
You didn't know that Corey was
He said,
actually a
like-
religious
he just
doctor
said,
here.
like 20 verifiably false things.
They're all true.
It's okay. It's okay. But,
I mean,
um,
but you didn't consider the cannibals,
Prime-
Scott, right? Like check
Prime,
and mate, all right? You didn't consider the
Yeah,
cannibals. in
I mean,
your
the
argument.
cannibals they follow their
Prime-
moral system, correct or no? Do they cannibals have a moral system? In Papua
Prime-
New Guinea, are you strong?
They probably do.
Though.
Yeah,
Like,
they have some
I'm
moral
saying,
system.
Do you actually? I'm just curious. Do you actually believe that's an argument?
yeah,
I'm just
absolutely, 100.
curious if
percent
You're that retarded.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm
Maybe a
retarded. I'm
little.
sorry that I'm a little more accepting of other cultures than you are.
Okay, so just
I'm
as
not
a
relativist. Some
Yeah, I mean,
Just-
I'm not a relativist at all. I'm just saying all of them are equally fucking stupid. There's no morals. And animals just do whatever the fuck they want anytime they want to. We're all
while I
animals. We're
really
just higher
enjoyed
animals.
engaging in this, all of this.
Law of the
The
jungle.
fact is
Oh.
that to be an FFL and to work at an FFL selling guns, you do actually have to be observant of who you're selling to, look for straw purchases and all of that sort of thing. That's a law that, or it's not specific. You know, obviously civilians don't have to worry about it. But if you're in the industry, that is part of your agreement to be able to sell guns commercially. So while I've enjoyed engaging in all of this, it's all a moot point because you couldn't buy a gun anyway if they don't want to sell it to you, if they have any reason to believe that you're committing a straw purchase, if you intend to harm yourself or others, or there's any amount of distress involved, such as you're buying it to commit a crime.
Let's go.
So just to put that out there,
It's not a moot point.
Yeah.
They're testing the philosophy.
I understand the
whether or not
philosophy,
s-
but
criminal negligence
when you
regards
say there
in
should
the
be a
scenario.
law, it already exists. The law already exists.
Yeah.
A law can exist, and you can say there should be a law, right?
There should be a better law.
An ought claim, an
Depends
ought
on the
claim
merits of
isn't
the law.
isn't necessarily dependent upon what
Better
already
law?
is, right? If I say there ought be this law and the law exists, that doesn't mean that I'm false for saying
That's
that there
true.
ought be said law.
I didn't
just
say
means
what you
that
said
the
was
law
false.
does exist.
Yeah.
Right, but when we say it's a moot point, it's not a moot point because the entire reason to go into that purview was the comparison of parents and civilians.
Let's go to Corey, and then we'll move on to the topic.
Oh, what a great debate. So, give
I
us
can hear you.
Okay, so you know, as usual, you seem to like operate in like whatever platitudes or just like catchphrases. Okay, so like there's nothing. Okay, there's nothing in the sale of a gun there's nothing that the prospective buyer can say that will stop you from selling the gun.
Well, there is one scenario.
Okay,
And that's
what?
if they were like, I'm going to take this gun immediately and shoot you. I would probably not sell them the bullets.
Okay,
And then
but-
I would shoot. Then I would shoot them first.
It's selling the gun,
Yeah.
but not the bullets.
Yeah.
It's the smoke,
But-
man.
Okay,
And
so
maybe take the spring out of there. You know, like
yeah, I got it. So, but aside from that, okay, like it's pretty much like anything goes speech-wise
Meaning,
during the sale of a gun. Like that's your operating principle.
it's
Uh,
none
so-
of my business.
Okay, yeah, oh yeah, and the platitude and the catch. So you want to backtrack on your mandatory reporting position, as in if they say I'm going to go molest a child, you're not going to report that, right? None
No.
of my business.
I mean, you know, that's a little different. But once again,
Oh,
mean, why?
And I'll tell you why. Because you used the word kid earlier, and kid's a type of goat. So I mean, like, I'm just saying. They could have been talking about killing goats. That's a regular thing on the
You
farm. I'm just
weasel.
saying, like,
You
Okay,
weasel.
human child. They specify human child.
Well, you know-
here's a picture of the child.
you know,
Little
like,
Susie.
None of your business. Law of the
once
jungle.
again, you know, who am I to know? Like, maybe that's their tick. Who knows? Yeah, I
You're
mean,
It's a tick.
Are we
It's a
sure
tick
Gibbs
to say,
doesn't
I'm
have
going
his
to
law
kill
degree?
a child. Hold up.
Prime, they got one of those T-shirts that you see in the hood that's like a person's face and RIP, and you're like, oh my god, I
yeah,
didn't
they
know
died.
Susie
Maybe
and you're like, she will after I get.
She
this gun."
will.
I'm gonna be like, damn.
I'm gonna
like,
make
does
a
she have
market
ca-
for this.
I'm gonna be like,
right?
damn, does she have cancer or what? Like, you know, maybe like, how do you know that's the reason they're gonna die is the gun? You know,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
We didn't even get into mercy killings.
maybe she's got like a brain-eating amoeba. You know,
Hold
who
on, hold on.
knows?
So, but seriously, like, hold on. Like,
He's just trying to shoot the
I know- I know I
brain-eating
shouldn't do
amoeba.
this. I know I
Listen,
shouldn't do this.
and he's
But,
trying
like-
to kill the brain-eating amoeba with the bullets. That's all he's
But,
trying to
yeah,
do.
It's not even that. It's maybe it's the
Hold
mercy.
on.
You don't know what
but
situation
molest,
is.
hold on, none. If you're serious about you know, we should report a person threatening to molest a child, right? Or you should have designated reporters, right? then I don't know why you feel a gun would be any different, right? Like,
there's a big difference between a person who's like, listen, it's one person, right? He's the seller, he owns a store. I own the store, right? Beep beep, I own a store. Some guy comes in and says, "Hey, I'm gonna bless the kid." Okay, cool. I'm gonna fucking call this, CPS up or somebody up, right? Whatever.
That's none
Same
of your
thing.
business,
Well,
Gibbs.
hold on. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's none of my business. And I'm just like, I don't want.
And
no
they're
kid
not
getting in the
designated
middle.
reporters.
But
Like,
here's
gun
what
sales
here's
not
what
too
I'm gonna
bad.
do in the solution with the gun. I'm still a business owner. Beep beep. Guy comes in, goes, "I'm gonna shoot that kid." I'm gonna go, "Okay. Here's your gun. Here's your ammo. Here's the thing." And then as soon as he leaves, all right, this guy right here just said he's gonna go shoot a kid. Maybe investigate that. Why is it any of my business? For sure what happens after that. It's not.
Catchphrases.
Okay,
It's
It's
not.
fine.
It's not any of my business.
it's fine. Okay, all right. Thank
No,
you
it's
for
not even
that.
serious, but like y'all are giving
right.
me these moralistic arguments.
It's
Like,
10
what is
Yeah.
what is the point though? Like,
That's there is no point. Yeah, that's right. Nothing matters. Okay, we can move on with our lives.
This has been fun.
This
It's a good time.
has been fun. Like, welcome to our free topics. Like, this is not planned. I didn't expect us to go in this direction.
All
Well, here
according to
we
the
are.
script, the Gibbs script.
Yeah, but we had a good. I actually, had a good time.
Was it me?
And it's great that we actually came to some consensus here. Well, everyone except for Gibbs, but Gibbs, you're a special snowflake here, so don't worry. But yeah,
You're a
it's like
special
come
guy.
to some agreement on this. I don't think we would at all. Like, we very rarely come to any sort of agreement on guns. So it was a surprise, but okay. Let's get into it. First of all, if you are out there, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. It was a brand new month, so our leaderboards are completely clear. Consider helping out the channel so that we can continue providing you with this content. So subs to the channel, give bits or give subs, or you have an Amazon Prime Gaming, use their one free sub here. Free for you, but does a lot for us. You get ad-free viewing, and you get our emotes. So we'd really appreciate it if you could do that for the channel. What else? Also subscribe or follow the channel. Sorry. Follow the channel on Twitch. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, we will respond to your super chat. So you have like a super chat. I want to get an answer from us on anything. We will be doing those responses, so we're looking out for your super chats. All right, let's go to let's do the thing. We can introduce people. We'll just do it quickly, right? It's like because we didn't do that before. This is every roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a friend Lactoid. Say hi, Lactoid.
Hi, Lactoid.
Our friend Scott. Thank you, Scott. Corey.
Baby and Liberty everywhere. There you go.
Baby Liberty everywhere. Corey Campbell. Thank you so much. Gibbs, right? Who could forget? Katja. Thank you, Katja. We have our friend Ali here. And Grid, who's been a great addition so far. So thanks all. So let's jump into the main topic for tonight. Hunter Biden, who was convicted on federal charges, has now been pardoned by his father, President Joe Biden. This is after months of Joe Biden, promising not to do so. Shock and outrage is being expressed across the political spectrum as this move is seen as an act of nepotism. But should that matter? Ivanka Trump was accused of using her White House position to get her personal business trademarks approved in China during the first Trump presidency. Should that be of a concern to the public? For his second term, Trump has nominated one of his donors who has no military experience to be the Secretary of the Navy. Is that a problem? Is it at all an issue when politicians are doing favors for friends and family? If you think it is, would you make nepotism and favoritism illegal? And would you vigorously apply that standard to the president, whoever that president might be? Yeah, like big news. I was searching around for a topic. It's like a pain. It's gonna be difficult to come up with a topic for this channel sometime. But like I just popped up a news site, right? And then it was right there, headline. Yeah, we're talking about that. Biden has made a pretty big deal about how he was not going to interfere with the DOJ, right? He's going to respect those norms. Not like those silly Republicans. Of course not. We respect law. And he had his foolish White House press secretary go out and the supercuts of her like talking about how absolutely not would Biden pardon his son. Right, we're going to respect the justice system, the process, and then I guess not. Mind changed, but we see these types of things happen all the time. There's another example, a more direct example on Trump's end, which would be his son-in-law's father, right? Kushner, I forget his first name. There's Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, but like his father's something Kushner. He was convicted of some weird shit. Oh boy, weird shit, right? Like federal crimes. And this guy deserved it, absolutely, right? He had him dead to rights, and it was even before the Trump administration. And he was already in prison for his federal crimes. Trump pardoned his son-in-law's father, and now has appointed him ambassador to France. That same person, previously convicted of federal charges. So this happens on both sides, but like I don't know, it's a big deal. Doesn't matter. We'll find out. So let's start with friend Lacto to work our way around.
Got a lot of thoughts on this. I'll try to condense it pretty quickly. First of all, yeah, Biden lied. Surprise. You got lying there. Absolutely. He said he wouldn't do it. Then he did. Is it nepotism? Sure, for sure. Do I think nepotism is bad? Yes. Do I think it's unavoidable in certain circumstances? I do. I think the president has the right, the constitutional right to pardon. The president also has the constitutional right to appoint different people to different cabinet positions. So, no, I don't think that we have a way of stopping that. And I think that the unintended consequences of preventing that could be relatively extreme, especially because the president is set up as a branch of government, and preventing that branch of government from being able to operate as the people elected that branch of government to do runs into constitutional concerns and concerns for democracy and the republic. Now, the other thing I've noticed is the whataboutism, machine is in full drive. That's like the only response to this, which is like, yeah, he lied, but hey, the Republicans lie all the time, so I mean, we're not that bad. I don't know. I think it's it's hilarious that the whataboutism machine it's constant. I think it's hilarious when people say, well, Hunter Biden was just selectively prosecuted, when the same people telling me this can't tell me why Trump was charged with those felonies in the New York case. They can't explain to me the mechanism of what Trump did or what he should have done differently. And then they try and they get it wrong because that had never been applied to anybody other than Trump, right? Because there was an absolute special, particular prosecution against Donald Trump on a number of things. But again, right, well, when it comes to Hunter Biden after the fact, well, that's just, that it's just, he wouldn't have even been charged if it wasn't for Hunter Biden's, or if he wasn't Joe Biden's son. So it's just, again, either whataboutism, or they're using the exact same defenses that the Republicans were using about Trump when it comes to Hunter Biden. So it's like a weird mix of whataboutism / copying the defenses that they were attacking Trump about earlier. All that being said, I support the pardon. I think the pardon is good. It's a win for our Second Amendment rights. The Second Amendment does not, in my opinion, constitutionally restrict somebody who happened to have done drugs in the past from owning or buying a firearm. As the founders intended, a bunch of hemp-growing, drinking founders of a country obviously did not intend for the Second Amendment to become nullified if you happen to do a few drugs. So overall, good thing with the pardon. I just think it's hilarious how hypocritical Democrats are, just generally.
Thanks so much, Scott.
Yeah, so I don't deny that Trump is engaged in nepotism and corruption. I think that is a silly thing to deny. He's a politician, and like all politicians, they're liars, as Biden proved by stating over and over again that he wouldn't pardon his son. Obviously, I think this is a very, very bad pardon. It would be different if he had pardoned him specifically for the gun violation, where he lied on a federal form about whether or not he uses or plans to use firearms. obviously the case is a little bit different because 1 week after purchasing the firearm, he left it in the floorboard of a car that his husband's. Sorry. Hold on, pause. Sometimes when you have so much incest and pedophilia from a guy, you have to engage carefully with the language because it gets confusing, right? So his dead brother's wife, who he was fucking, and the same car with the 14-year-old niece who he was fucking. He left a car with he left the firearm a week after purchasing it in the vehicle along with drug paraphernalia, and according to testimony from I guess the widow of his brother whom he was fucking and got onto crack cocaine and drugs and stuff, that there was also drug residue on the firearm, so she had to get rid of it by throwing it away in a trash can in a grocery store parking lot that was across the street from a school. Right. So, I mean, it's not quite as like just he lied on a form, but that is what they charged him with. And I do think Biden should have pardoned him for that crime. But that's not what he did. Right. He didn't pardon him for the gun crime. He gave him a blanket pardon for all crimes that he would have done or
In
did
10
do
years.
from 2014 up until now. Well, it's like, well, why did he pick the year 2014? Well, maybe he picked the year 2014 because that's when the Burisma scandal was a thing. Maybe that's because he founded RSP along with John Kerry's stepson, and then they put an individual from the board of RSP on MetaBio. And maybe it's because the CIA directly funded MetaBio, and they funded them and the DOD funded via Hunter Biden and the connections that he had, $18.4 million to build bio labs on the border of Russia in Ukraine. Maybe it's because in 2017 they used the reinsurer with that same with those same companies involved, and the CIA was a portion. Well, actually, it's IQ InTech or. Sorry, In-Q-Tel, right? In-Q-Tel, which is the CIA's funding arm, was a part of that. Maybe it's because the same guy that's the founder of that company that is connected with Hunter Bio is also World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, has gotten money for these same things in a different project that he worked with Ghislaine Maxwell. So maybe it's because, being connected to the Clintons and Kerry and to a massive amount of corruption and DOD money, and Google paid $1 million when they were at the same exact time that they were in secret meetings about the biolabs. Maybe it's because he's not pardoning his son a 10-year blanket pardon. He's pardoning himself and the Biden crime family and the people that have been engaged in millions of dollars of corruption, working with the CCP and working with illegitimate organizations that were designed to inform the CIA in 2017 of pandemic responses, and the same people that worked and funded the Wuhan Institute of Virology are also involved in these individuals. Maybe that's why it was a 10-year blanket pardon instead of pardoning him for that gun crime. So, yeah, I think the gun crime's a little ridiculous. It's a little bit more complicated than people like to make it. But let's be honest. Biden is a corrupt family that has done horrible things, treasonous things, and, all of them belong under a prison.
Not in the prison, under it, though.
Yeah. Well, if they're in the prison, you know what most prisoners do to pedophiles. So, I mean, like, maybe we can put him in the prison. He'll be dead within a week.
I haven't heard about this 14-year-old, but
yeah, I didn't either.
His niece.
Can we just name more conspiracies? It's pretty fun. Let's talk about flat Earth next.
Everything I said is fact.
Well, we can discuss it in the conversation.
You said
All right.
Ukraine funding Ukraine biolabs in Wuhan, so I don't know about that one, but we'll
well,
talk.
we can discuss
we
it later
can get
on.
into it. I can back up everything I said.
Our friend Corey, thank you.
I'll try to keep it brief. I mean, I do agree with Scott that, from my assessment, Trump is engaged in, no surprise, corruption, nepotism. I'm not the hugest fan of Biden. I do find it interesting. In terms, and I agree with the assessment. He seems to have lied, and he's no surprise, hypocritical, as Scott said, most politicians are. But what I'll say, I do find it funny that he seems multiple times. He explicitly said, I'm not going to pardon Hunter. I think it's pretty much on record that he wasn't going to do it. And then, yeah, turns out he did. And then, yet, strangely, or somewhat strangely to me, leading up to his 2020 election, he wouldn't commit to being a one term. When he was asked, are you committed to serving one term? He was always wishy-washy about that. He never wanted to leave the door open. when it's much easier, I think, to make that commitment as opposed to like making the false commitment that you're going to pardon your son. To me, that's a little bit bizarre, but that's sort of an aside. But yes, I don't really have much to add other than Biden has, let's say, some issues. I think a little bit less corruption than Trump, but I don't know what else to say other than that. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Next, our friend Gibbs.
I'm of two positions here on this, and they are somewhat opposed. I've had a hard time which position I was going to open with, but I think we're going to do the one that y'all expect me to take, and then I'll go on for my second one here. I actually understand Biden using his pardon power here and him pardoning his son. What father wouldn't want to save their son, especially someone whose family has actively been committing treason? As a father who has the power to save his child from potentially world-ending prosecution, I totally understand why he did it. On some level, I would be okay with that. Two things I find key to governments in day-to-day life is in the real world is one of those is contracts, right? When the Texans joined the Union, it was ensured that the Rio Grande would be our border. That's by breaking this contract with us. They've committed treason. That's something against him being allowed to do this. It's especially since there's evidence of Hunter Biden committing treasonous things in Ukraine, as Fabian went into detail on. I won't recover this. The whole Biden crime family should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law for their treasonous behavior to the fullest extent, and I mean that because they are absolutely committing treason. Now on to over the nepotism thing. Nepotism is fucking based. There's absolutely nothing more profoundly American than nepotism. What's the point of the American dream? It's to come here, build a life, build a future, and for many people that means legacy. Thus, ensuring your family is part of that future is something that should be encouraged. Why shouldn't people be allowed to promote their own people into things? Loyalty should be rewarded. If you don't encourage loyalty, you end up getting the evil parallel Earth from Star Trek, where everyone just stabs each other in the back all the way to the top. Success should also be rewarded. If I'm successful enough in my field, I should be allowed to promote people to whatever position I can. The crux of this topic is they're mad because Biden has exposed that their hypocrisy, right? Because the only reason they're really mad is that Trump is rewarding political outsiders. He thinks they'll be good for the job. And so now they can't sit here and, take their moral high ground because Biden showed how corrupt all the Dems really are, which is anybody on the left, because they actually are all just hypocrites. And they just wanted to use this nepotism thing as an attack on Trump, and now they can't. And that's the real reason that the left is crying boo-hoo about this.
I just want to say thank you so much for the Star Trek reference. I love the Mirror Universe. Some of the best episodes, especially the DS9 Mirror Universe. You remember those ones? Those were really, really good. Yeah. But anyway, to our friend Katya.
Anyways, yeah, I can agree with that as somebody who is also partial with the Star Trek Mirror Universe, especially the parts of the DS9 ones where, Worf has Garak on a leash. That was pretty hot. No, haha. But what I am gonna say about that is pretty funny how we're saying the good guys in Trek are more comparable to a Trump cabinet. That's very funny to me. Other than that, basically the way I feel about it is I understand why he said he wasn't going to do it before, which I do believe that he was probably, I don't think he was going to lie all along. I think by the end of it, he went back on his promise 100%, but I think that had more to do with the Trump putting Kash Patel as the nominee for FBI director, as well as just that in combination with him thinking about probably the tragedy that's happened in his family throughout the years and the other kids that he's lost, and then how many years does he really have left to live? So I feel like in the 11th hour, he's like, no, I'm going to pardon my only child who's still with me. So, which I feel like was an emotional decision of his, and it was him going back on a previous promise, but I think that had a lot to do kind of with it, especially given those two results, Trump winning and then the Kash Patel thing. Either way, I don't really have too much of a problem with it. I do kind of on principle, but will I have a problem with it in, outside of a vacuum? No, because we have to have standards, and all the pardons that happened, I know we're going to do whataboutism, I don't even care, because all the pardons that happened in the past administration did, with Trump going on with specifically, people like Manafort, Roger Stone, people who were, involved in corrupt stuff in the entire, later involved in the January 6th stuff. Those people were pardoned. I mean, if we're gonna do that, if that's what's, considered to be fine, then, why should Biden cuck himself? He should get a chance to do the same thing if that's the standards that we're living under. Because clearly when, they go low, we go high has not been working. So,
Thanks so
yeah.
much, Katja. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Biden and Kamala have done so much to destroy the Democratic Party. Like, there are so many people who are like center left, who are Democrats, who are now just like left without a party, right? Like, it's so many non-voters. I don't think Democrats are going to win an election for a very long time. No shit, he pardoned his son. Like, but you can't go ahead and destroy like any like form of hope or trust that you had in people by lying to them and saying, I'm not going to pardon him. I'm not going to pardon him. I'm not going to pardon him. And then pardon him for 10 years worth of crimes it's insane. So yeah, fuck whataboutisms. I don't really care. I'm not pro either side in this. Obviously he pardoned him. I'm not surprised. Should he have pardoned him as a president? Nah. As a dad, obviously, like I'm not surprised that he did. But yeah, I mean, I think the real loss here is anyone who's supporting like the Democratic Party at this point looks insane and just looks it looks unprincipled at this point, unfortunately. And you guys gave the Republicans every argument they had, like they need. So
later on, we're going to talk about Whoopi Goldberg. We're going to talk about insane. We're going to talk about Whoopi Goldberg and what she said today. But anyway, good one, please.
All right, great. Hey, man, I really appreciate being here again, by the way. I thought I went maybe a little too hard last time, and you weren't going to have me back, so I'm glad that you had me back.
You didn't go hard enough.
Yeah, you didn't go hard enough. All right, we're going to go harder. So I gotta say that Scott hit a lot of the very salient points. Number one, first of all, I don't think the diaper wearing delusional wreck of a president that we have in the White House right now has any idea that he pardoned his son. I think that the people behind the president pardoned his son, and I think they did it for a very specific reason. The date of 2014, as Scott said, is absolutely critical because, and look, Hunter Biden was not in any danger. He didn't need the pardon. He wasn't going to be prosecuted for anything else. He wasn't going to jail. He was just going to live out his life. But what could happen is that with Kash Patel being appointed to the FBI and Trump's systematic destruction of the Democrat mechanisms in our national security and investigation services has absolutely scared the Democrats to death. They're running and they're going to keep running. They have to. And so now Hunter Biden cannot be pressured to testify against anyone. He's pardoned for all of his sins from 2014 forward. There's no reason that there's nothing that the feds, that any prosecutor, that any judge, any jury can hold over him to testify against anybody. And that's the whole reason this pardon happened. If you can't see that, you're absolutely blind and insane, actually. And as far as Trump's choices, to pardon or not pardon. Well, first of all, look, Charles Kushner, I think his name's Charles. He was out of jail when he was pardoned. He'd served his time, which was only 2 years, I think. By the way, and it was he got put in jail for tax evasion. Like seriously, like the whitest of white crimes. Now there was a little bit of a modifier on that because he did hire a hooker to seduce his brother-in-law to show his sister the video so that she wouldn't testify against him
a little bit more than that.
In the tax evasion case. However,
witness tampering.
I mean, hey, I'm not Italian. I'm not Italian, but I'm not Italian, but I have seen The Godfather many times, and I'm going to respect a good con, right? I got to respect it, and I'm okay with it.
You have to be Italian to con people.
I'm not Italian, but I understand blackmail, okay? I don't agree with it. I'm not saying that it's a thing you need to do. It's not going to get you ahead in life, obviously. But you got to respect the guy's moxie for trying, right? You got to do that. Now, and it's and nepotism. The entire political industry runs on nepotism and favoritism. Why do you think there are $10,000 a plate dinners for city councilmen and $100,000 to go sit with the president? Do you think Hillary Clinton does those speeches in universities for fucking free? Come on, man. Come on. It's, hey, you pay me and I will vote your way, you sons of bitches. I don't agree with you, but I'm going to vote your way because why? Because you paid me. Because you're my brother-in-law. Because you sucked my brother-in-law's dick. I don't care. Whatever it is, that's why I'm voting your way, right? This is politics. Nepotism, favoritism, that's what politics are. And to deny that is even more insane than denying that the machine, Democratic machine, pardoned Hunter Biden, and Biden has no idea. He probably still doesn't know that he pardoned Hunter Biden. And if he did, it's because they wrote it on a cue card and put it up on the teleprompter for him to read it. And and I really do appreciate you guys allowing me to be here and say all these really cool things because let's go. Let's get into this. This is gonna be great. By the way, Fabian Liberty is absolutely correct. Don't forget that Trump, the first time he was, let's remember that the reason why Trump's first impeachment happened because he had a phone call with the Zelensky, who, by the way, is a dictator installed in a military coup orchestrated by our government, Obama and Biden, who Biden was over there. His son was doing all the Burisma stuff. When the prosecutor got too close and Biden leaned on him, remember what happened about the phone call. One phone call started an impeachment with Trump. You guys can't even make this shit up. Honestly, Hollywood hasn't made anything this good in 20 years. And I'm going to see.
Oh, thank you so much. So two things. One, Trump is probably also wearing a diaper, let's be honest.
Yeah,
and that's
like-
okay. No, because he's
okay.
old.
He's
Yeah.
no
80
person.
old.
That's
I'm
okay.
good with
That's
that.
fine. I'm just saying, this all,
it's
all
okay
of our old.
then.
We have a bunch of geriatric
anything
individuals, and they're
wrong with
probably
it.
all wearing diapers. And two, we love this energy grid, right? Yeah, come out more of that. We love it. Come out swinging.
sir.
But yeah, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, there's just a couple of things that so the powers that be have potentially made a mistake, and it depends upon whether or not Kash Patel and Trump actually want to go hard in these investigations, whether or not they just want to move on and fix like economic issues. Because if they actually want to dig into this hard, one of the problems with pardoning someone is that they lose their Fifth Amendment. Rights. So if he is pardoned for everything that he has done, well, then anything that he says is no longer self-incriminating because he's already gotten a blanket pardon.
Yeah.
So actually what they can do is they can bring him before Congress and they can charge him both with perjury if he lies or contempt of court if he refuses to say it.
They can subpoena him too in criminal investigations.
Yeah, they can subpoena him. So it really all does depend on whether or not Kash Patel and Trump, because I mean Trump was already considering a pardon of Biden, of Hunter Biden, for this very reason, maybe for the same reason that he never went after Hillary Clinton, is because he said he wanted the country to heal and he just didn't feel like it was actually going to fix that many problems to go after, because he was more worried about the economy and regular Americans' prosperity. Unlike the Biden administration that utilizes the DOJ as an arm of their ability to attack their political enemies, just like Obama did with the IRS, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I just wanted to correct that portion. But so that we kind of have to just try a wait and see approach. But obviously Hunter Biden has done horrible things for his father, for his brother Jim, right? Like Katya, no offense, but calling me a conspiracy theorist and you don't even know that there's another son of Biden that's alive that's involved in all this kind of shows that you just have no idea what the fuck you're talking about in this domain. So like you should just sit out and learn from the people that have done the research on this, because this shit is as corrupt and as dirty as politicians get.
Oh God.
Biden has.
I'll admit that I misspoke on his number of children. Okay, like all right.
Can I want to ask a couple. So as a supporter of the pardon, just to be clear, the Fifth Amendment point you brought up is I think a good one. I think that's an important one. He can be now compelled to testify. He can be thoroughly investigated, and he can't claim because he's no longer, he can't be charged. He doesn't have to worry, or we don't have to worry about giving him any kind of protections under the Fifth Amendment. So I think there's an advantage there. The other thing is, look, part of me also.
How can he still be tried? I'm confused. I have no idea.
So in the United States, if let's say you're subpoenaed or you're up on trial or whatever, you can plead the Fifth. You can say, I am not going to testify because you have a right to not testify against yourself. You have a right against self-incrimination. But if you can't be incriminated because you've been pardoned, then you lose that right against self-incrimination. So because you can't be incriminated against because you're immune now.
You've already been pardoned.
Okay. You've already been pardoned, right? So
unless it's over a new thing.
You're not immune to contempt of court.
Right, but this is a blanket, right? But
new crimes.
Exactly, right. But
Yeah,
this
but
is
what would they bring you on trial for?
It's
if
a
you've been
blanket
pardoned-
one
if
that
you've been-
ended
wait,
yesterday.
you can
so
subpoena.
What
for
happens
something.
after that?
as a witness, you can subpoena people as witnesses. So, like for example, you bring on Hunter Biden to testify, bring him some kind of deposition to testify as to his knowledge of Burisma. Under normal circumstances, he could say, I plead the Fifth, I plead the Fifth, I plead the Fifth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to every question. But he can't do that anymore, right? Now he has to answer truthfully.
I don't seem to recall that.
That's the concern. He could lie. That's the concern.
I don't seem to. I was in a drug-induced haze.
Right.
I'm sorry, Senator. I don't remember anything that you're talking about. I apologize. I do not have any.
But here's the problem with that. You're right. But there's a problem with that.
Remember, this kid's already walked out of a congressional hearing.
So even if he admits to everything, he's already pardoned, though, right? So what difference does it make if he starts admitting things or whatever?
Because the reality, because
They're saying that it can be used to testify against other people.
Yes.
Yeah,
because that's what I think. At least I'm concerned. Frankly, I don't care if some horrible person, cokehead, which this guy was. Frankly. Yeah, he's one person. I'm more concerned about the country, right? I'm more concerned about corruption. I'm more concerned about things that I have much more interest in. And so if we can use Hunter Biden as a tool now to get at something, I think juicier parts of what we're concerned about, that's a good thing. The second thing is as to, why was the pardons, it wasn't just the gun thing. You're right. There was also tax evasion charges that were associated with that. But I mean, you know how I feel about taxes. Frankly, I'm not part of me wants to say a big part of me wants to say, tell the Republicans that this is just desserts, right? When you charge somebody with a unconstitutional crime, which is what this shit was, right? What the actual charges were for under the gun thing, something that I very strongly believe is against the Second Amendment and against the Constitution. And you're so fucking chomping at the bit to get him with something to use for the election. And now all of a sudden you gave Biden a very plausible and reasonable excuse for pardoning Hunter Biden. That's on you. This is your just desserts. It is more important. It is more important to signal to the country that this is unacceptable than it is almost anything else.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So the gun thing was just part of it. That was the easiest thing. Remember that we had the laptop with all of its contents, which is, if you've ever looked into it, is crazy, and horribly damaging, and literally would have put him away for a very long time. And when we had that, we didn't prosecute him for that. Why do you think that is? The gun crime was just the easiest thing that he could just make him go away. Just
yeah, but hold on. I'm actually
that shouldn't be the goal. That shouldn't be the goal. We shouldn't just be oh, there's these other things that we actually think are bad, but it's too hard to get him on that, so we're going to go after.
If you're pro 2A, this is actually a really bad case for 2A, right? The slippery slope with the legal thing for the 2A. Now they're gonna start charging me hypothetically. Say I bought a 6-pack and I own guns. Are they gonna be able to get me later because I was allegedly potentially drunk for a crime? Yeah, I hate to charge Hunter Biden. I agree with you. They tried to do it to get whatever, but I think the slippery slope thing for it is much more terrifying. However, hold on. Yeah, they're terrible laws.
Having drugs with a gun is. I agree with you that that's wrong, but they're already in most states.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
At the same time, but they got him because he had. Relying on the 2273 because he had put in a video.
Hold on. So, like, here's my point here. I'm making. I am against this case as like a staunch 2A guy. I didn't like the case. However, there's the exception is that y'all mentioned this with the date, and I didn't really go in it because I thought y'all. Didn't know he's going to go into it, but you did go in it. Is that it's treason? There's treasonous behavior, which the highest penalty for that is death. And I understand as a father why Biden would want to go do this, but we potentially have treasonous. I already think we have treasonous behavior for Biden enough on President Biden on the border. So I mean, I can only imagine what his corrupt ass sons are doing, and while they're sucking hookers' dicks and snorting lines, we're doing with the Ukrainian government. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know.
Here's a couple problems.
Made one more prediction that came true, and I made a prediction on this channel. I said that the left was getting in bed with Nazis. I didn't know it was going to come true in such a literal way with the Destiny blowing people that are literal Nazis.
Was he involved with Hunter Biden too? Did he get pardoned?
Unrelated, but I just want to point out another prediction of mine came true. The left getting in bed with Nazis, and it literally happened.
Okay, Gibbs. I want to. So I understand what people are saying about Burisma, and I think that's a reasonable concern. Here's the problem: like, there's evidence, and this is like easily accessible through his Wikipedia. There's evidence that around the same time is also when he started like getting in trouble for drugs, or like evidence of his drug use started really like becoming in play. So again, more plausible deniability or an actual reason why Biden chose that date. This is like the time, yes, Burisma, but also he's getting involved in the drugs and having all these drug charges. And that's what Joe Biden wants to pardon him for. And again, when it comes to like the gun thing, we have to recognize here how ridiculous the ATF's requirements are when it comes to purchasing a gun. It's not just if you have drugs on you. It's if you have used any drugs, including THC, within the past 12 months. I think this is horribly and disgustingly unconstitutional. And there is currently a legal fight about it. The Fifth Circuit, the best circuit.
Caffeine?
Well, no, it doesn't. The Fifth Circuit, which is the best circuit of the United States, has made a ruling that just because you have used drugs in the past does not preclude your rights under the Second Amendment to own guns. And so there is a circuit split right now in the United States, and it could go to the Supreme Court. And the fact that there is a circuit split on this, the fact that the law is so abhorrently unconstitutional, and now we have this political ammo of, hey, if you're going to let Hunter Biden off, you should let all Americans off with this. I think that is far more useful, and he no longer can protect himself with the Fifth Amendment, right? We can now interrogate him. Like, all of that is so much more valuable to me than like, oh, but Hunter Biden's going to get away with it. It's one person in a country of 320 million people. Yeah, he's an asshole, but those other concerns are so much more important.
I don't think anybody cares about his gun crime. I think that's totally irrelevant.
Yeah, but those were the charges.
People can use that like against us.
That's not what the pardon is, right? Like, again, you yourself admitted, right, that the pardon plausible deniability here starts in 2014 because that's when his drug problems start. Except the presidential pardon powers are largely, I guess you could say, unexplored, right, in terms of their ability to hold up in court and how they are conducted. So he just as easily could have done a pardon that described or detailed drug-related things. He talked about those situations.
I've looked into this. Instead, there's a reason he didn't do that.
Okay. But they probably wanted to avoid having to drag his ass in there over and over again, like Benghazi Part 2.
Because here's why they did. This is why they did a blanket. The reason why they did a blanket,
not over him, but the reason, obviously there's the Fifth Amendment situation.
Yeah, the reason why they did a blanket is because a very motivated prosecutor can worm their way around and find specific crimes where now there is a question about whether or not the pardon covers it. When you have a blanket pardon, you don't have to worry about that anymore, right? And I think that's the main concern here when it comes to pardoning Hunter Biden, because he's done so much shit, and God knows what else he's done.
A lot of it's documented on videotape.
It's possible. Here's the problem. It's possible. Here's the problem. First of all, if it was treason, if it was okay, hold on.
Then why couldn't they move forward? Why do they have enough?
Hey.
Well, I want to finish. Well, I think Kati's made somewhat of a good point here in that if it's treason, if you're saying, oh, it would have been too hard to prove it, that's on you. Don't try to go to something else. Don't try to come up with some unconstitutional contrived bullshit. Go for the actual thing that we're concerned about instead of setting the standard of when we can't find you on something that's actually bad, we're gonna
the
destroy you
swamp,
with something
need to go
unrelated.
after
Come
the
on,
fucking
that's being
Yeah,
disingenuous.
It's
No,
not. And by the way, do you have evidence that there was a
Was it
14-year-old?
Trump's
I looked it up.
DOJ?
I couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
His niece was 14. You go.
I don't know.
look at the
I don't know
fucking
about this. The
laptop.
trees is the
He's
one I
got
care about.
He's got hundreds of fucking photos of his niece in bikinis in different situations. Now, the actual sex act, whether or not we can prove that the individual that is presumably her, that looks like her, that's giving him a foot job, we don't know whether or not we can't prove that is there. What we can prove is from his iCloud storage of his text messages that Jill Biden and Natalie Biden both refused to have Haley Biden. Sorry, I got them switched. Sorry, no, that's right. Haley Biden and Jill Biden both texted in multiple different exchanges that he needed to be put away from the children because he was sexting with the cousin, right, with his cousin, or sorry, niece. So he was sexting with them. We have proof that they were talking about the sexting and why that needed to go away. Jill Biden was saying he needed to go get help, go get treatment for his drugs, and he wouldn't be allowed around Natalie again unless he was getting weekly drug tests to prove that he was sober, because that's what family
Why
does
wasn't he
sometimes, is
charged
they
with
can-
any of
they
this?
blame the drugs.
Can
Well,
you
who is in
do you
charge
have
of the
material
FBI
to
at that
prove?
point?
Fucking Trump. It's because
Right.
Cash Patel. It's a bunch of swamp
Great.
creatures
So
that know that these people are deeply in bed with each other. They're all fucking working together. Like
that's awesome.
Nathan
But
Wolf-
do
Nathan-
you have
Wasn't it
proof that it
Republicans
was
that led the
over
prosecution?
sexting and it wasn't just because he was
Well,
on
they
drugs? Do
literally
you
say
have this
sexting.
material
That's the
that they
claim
say
in
it?
the text
Well, then I'd like
messages.
to see the text messages. Do you have them? Can I please see them? I'd like to see.
Yeah, you go to hold on. Let me give you the.
If you have a link, I couldn't find it
I
either.
mean,
So
the scale of the treason is the problem. The scale, right?
So-
Like, if you sold us out to another country, that's why treason's a death. That's why.
BidenLaptopmedia.com, right?
That-
And
well,
they've
that-
gone through and made sure that there's no child pornography by making sure that the breasts and vaginas and penises are all blurred in.
Well,
Okay,
thankfully-
I'm not going to argue that the child stuff is bad. Like, there's not.
because there's a
like-
ton of stuff. But like that's.
I feel like
that
I'm gonna
isn't
get
the
a
most
friggin'
minor
Okay, but
of
hold-
virus.
crimes.
Okay, that's bad.
Sorry,
and I'm
this
not
is a
saying that's
map.
not
Where
bad.
is it?
Hold on, all right, y'all can look at that in a second, but hold on. This is bad. This is bad, right? And I'm not going to argue that child stuff isn't terrible, and maybe the worst thing in the world, really, at a personal level. The thing is the treason. You're not only selling out one child. You're not like you're literally fucking the entire country. Like, we're all getting screwed by the treason, and I object
One large
to.
orgy.
I object to the basically. I object to the gun crime thing because I think the implication is larger in that case, where I think it can be applied to all gun owners, and I'm more concerned about that than the treason.
And
But
it
when we
is.
come to- but yeah, it is, right? But then we
I
come
agree.
back to the
We
then
all
we come
agree on
back.
that.
Yeah, sure. And then we come back to the treason thing. Now I know y'all are talking about the child thing. Yes, and that's bad, but it's the scale, right? Like, this is what he's doing, and it's the reason why he picked the 2014, like y'all mentioned, is because now we have access. Maybe we don't have proof yet, but with Cash Patel coming in, they're going to shake up the FBI. I think they're definitely terrified. They go, hey, maybe there's some shit we're going to find, and he's preempting that. That's what this is bad, and that's what it looks like. It looks like preempting. Now I get it from a father's standpoint, but they're committing literal treason, and when it's the scale screwing the entire nation, I kind of like, okay, the nepotism thing died. Usually 99%, like 9% of profile for all time. There's my line: treason. I don't want to get fucked because hey, we sold out to the Ukrainians, or hey, we sold out to China or whatever.
Let's let
looking at the evidence,
Ali. So Ali wanted to jump in before, so let's give him space.
just
We'll go
want
to
to,
Grid one, and then after that, Aiko, if he's ready, he can jump in. But go ahead.
You mean Cracky
Ali.
Magoo?
I was about to say, I just
Okay.
want to say what up to Ical, compliment him on his haircut. So you can move forward.
Oh,
Move on.
was that okay? All right.
Yeah.
Good
It's
one.
turn. All right.
I really, while I enjoy the deep emotional commitment to the gun crime that exists on the books, whether you feel it's constitutional or not, currently is irrelevant, because that's just one thing that they could have charged him for. It's the one thing that stuck. They had so much more that they didn't. There's a reason for that. That's what Scott's saying is, look, this is the totality of the circumstances is that they had all of these things. They had the Burisma. They had the biolabs. They had all of the payoffs. They had the tapes talking about 10% to the big guy. They have all of this. And the one thing that they choose to go after him for is buying a gun as a felon. That's the one thing. Lying on a
Well,
4473.
lying about drug usage. Yeah.
Yeah, lying on a 4473. That's the one thing they choose to go after him for. So why? Well, Scott just said it. The swamp, they're many creatures, they're plentiful, and they protect each other. This is why it happened right now. Because when Trump announces Kash Patel is going to be head of the FBI, and he's shaking up every other security agency. As a matter of fact, one of the heads of I believe it was DOJ or CIA, I forget which it was. I'm sorry, they're a bunch of letters, number soup right now. But
Yeah.
when the guy was fired and asked Trump to reappoint him to let him have his job back, Trump said, "No, you're part of the swamp. You don't exist here anymore." And this is something that is going to happen more and more, and it's going to get far worse, my honest opinion. But Scott honestly is right. They had so much, but they only chose the smallest thing, the least important thing to go after Hunter Biden on. And you guys are like focused on that one thing and not seeing all of the rest, all of the reason why this pardon happened, why it had to happen.
It's
And I
important
do I do agree that he, he can go in and he can no longer take the fifth, but he can absolutely have selective memory, and there's really nothing they can do about it, right? So while
I
that's
just
a
wanna say,
great,
it's important to note that it can be difficult to prove the entire God damn it, I have to write all this shit.
Catalog.
Biota situation in Ukraine
Sure.
and Brisbane. That is going to be difficult to prove. What is not difficult to prove, that anyone can go look at the reports from Senator Grassley and Johnson on the Chinese situation, and can look at the fact that James Giller, along with Bob Alinsky, connected Hunter Biden and his connections with CEFC, and that the guy that was known as the CEO, the Belt and Road billionaire is what he's commonly called in China. He's someone that was he was on the chairman of the Deputy Secretary General of the China Association for International Friendly Contacts. Now, we have text messages that show that Bob Alinsky was told by Giller that these were Chinese intelligence and that they weren't concerned with Hunter Biden not being at a specific meeting because they knew that. We have bribes from him where he was given an $80,000 diamond. We have the transactions for the two separate $3 million wire transfers that were put through from these Chinese companies that were intelligence assets through a separate company and then given to Hunter Biden's PR firm. So that's $6 million. We know we have communications showing that they agreed to be paid $10 million per year. We have communications where they're concerned that Jim Biden was added in as part of the deal, but they recognize that Hunter Biden was potentially was a potential problem because of his drug usage and his affinity for escorts and things like that, and that this showed that it was more of a family company. And the big guy, 10% to the big guy, right? We have those communications. It doesn't name Joe Biden specifically, but it is Bob Alinsky who came forward with many of these things and corroborated before it was public knowledge many of the things that were in the laptop and that corroborate the story that the evidence shows with the text message exchanges. It is an open and shut case if you actually genuinely want to go after him on these things. Obviously not now that he's been pardoned, but they had every means to do so, but the fucking swamp didn't care. Under the fucking creatures of the state that they have had every available evidence that they need, from witness testimony, physical evidence that the FBI had already corroborated was his laptop and was his iCloud. They had multiple exchanges and emails, etc., that absolutely show that Chinese intelligence had given Hunter Biden $6 million to split between himself, Jim, and Joe Biden, and it's corroborated in multiple different ways. So this idea that they just actually went out, the gun crime thing is it is a distraction. It is a distraction to allow fucking pardon.
Right.
It's a distraction to feed to the media so the media can talk about how Republicans are whatever and whatever. And then these same fucking Democrats and Republicans can go sit together and get dinner together and laugh about how they're fucking you over every goddamn day.
Just to be clear, let me just ask. So is the allegation here that the Republican Trump-appointed special prosecutor that led the case, that part of the swamp?
Dude, near all of these fucking
I
politicians.
thought Trump drained the swamp. Didn't he run on that?
What about Trump?
No,
Is he
he
not
didn't
part of
fucking
it?
drain the swamp.
See, this is the here. This is the problem.
And corrupt.
Okay, this is the
Okay,
problem I'm
so
running
is there
into.
anyone
Excuse
good?
Hunter.
Well,
No, not
this
really.
is the
I know
problem.
It's hard to imagine, but some of us actually hate all the fucking.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sure. The problem I'm running into
spend
is
more
we
time
we
talking
have
about one.
we have a Republican special prosecutor, right, who led the prosecution of Hunter Biden. If there was sufficient evidence to bring these other things, they should have brought it. The fact that instead they focused on the thing that Hunter Biden was actually convicted of, which is the gun shit. It's not a distraction. It's the shit that he was actually convicted of. That's on them, right? That's on them. If it's a distraction, why prosecute it? A Republican Trump-appointed prosecutor did it. The reason why is they were looking for a win before the election and they got greedy. That's what it was.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree
Okay.
with all of that.
Okay. Then it
That
matters.
doesn't mean that the Biden family
Well,
isn't
also
corrupt
remember
as
at that
fuck.
point in
That doesn't
time-
mean that this fucking pardon isn't designed to protect all of these fucking swamp creatures.
Right,
Like
and
fucking-
and don't
like,
worry,
like,
and
like
for,
it's
don't
not
worry,
designed to protect people like fucking Andrew
hold on,
Zucker,
hold on.
you know,
Scott,
Assistant
Scott,
Secretary
calm
of
down,
Defense that went
Scott.
to go work for these people, or Nathan
So-
Wolf, or Ghislaine Maxwell,
Just
or the
one
Clintons,
second,
or
one
all
second.
of these other
So-
people involved.
All right.
You-
So
you-
okay.
you are
All right. So
forgiving-
we'll let Grid in, and then I want to get Aiko, get him to make a statement. Then we'll go to
Sure, yeah.
Gibbs. Yeah.
Blacktoid, what you're kind of forgetting there is every time that they tried to introduce the laptop and all of the information that Scott just gave you, it was labeled Russian disinformation.
For one day.
Even when they released a tape that said, "I'm standing
during
here
the
with my
trial.
father. I need an answer today." Even when they released that, it was still labeled as disinformation.
Not during the
Where?
trial.
By whom?
Wait, I agree with you. I agree with you that the
During
media.
the trial, they forgot the laptop existed. They never even entered it in as evidence in the trial.
The FBI had the laptop at the time of the
Of course
prosecution.
they had it.
So
But
why
the
didn't they bring that
prosecutor
in?
didn't- Because
they're
that
fucking swamp creatures protecting
The
each other.
Republican Trump appointed. Like you're not giving me a lot to work with here.
You have the depart- No,
if
I
the
am.
if
When
the
the
FBI is
Department
not
of
going to
Defense
say
is
that it's
fucking
good
paying
evidence,
Hunter
no
Biden,
come on,
and when the
come on,
CIA's
don't-
investment firm is fucking paying him, maybe the other intelligence agency we haven't mentioned isn't fucking keen to go after the people that are corrupt and involved in the other intelligence agencies. Is it that fucking difficult to realize
Listen.
that these people
Or it's
are
just,
corrupt?
or it's just different groups within the
Li-
same
li-
group.
listen.
Trump is
I'm
going to drain the swamp. He didn't last time. He will this time. I
I'm
swear.
serious, but if congressional Republicans push,
Completely irrelevant to my
if
argument.
congressional
Just bring up
Repub-
Trump, I'm not a fucking
I'm
Trump.
not bringing up Trump. I'm saying if congressional Republicans were the ones that were pushing this
Behind the
prosecution,
Katya.
if they were the ones pushing this prosecution, and they were the ones that were investigating this prosecution, and then you had a Trump-appointed Republican judge from Delaware, he was the one who was a special prosecutor and led the prosecution when they had all this evidence, and the only things they could bring were the gun crime and the tax shit. There's multiple possibilities, but none of them are good for I think the anti-pardon
because
position,
no
right?
one admitted
Because
the laptop was actual evidence until halfway through Biden's administration. Why is the timeline so messed up?
the
for you guys?
FBI, during the prosecution, the FBI had the laptop.
Yeah,
The
but-
special
but hold on.
prosecutor,
Yeah,
the special,
but they were saying it was
the special
fake.
prosecutor, listen. If you're saying, well, the Trump-appointed Republican prosecutor was part of the swamp, so that's why he didn't bring the actual charges, then I mean, I can't challenge
What
this. We're just
evidence-
fucked then
all
at that
right,
point.
Stop. This is you're just circling, and I'm tired of it. There's no prosecutor on the planet that's going to use evidence that's not corroborated and can be verified. Not period. End of list.
What do you mean by that? Corroborated, like a laptop?
If the FBI says this is not real, this is Russian disinformation, this is fake, this is not good evidence, no prosecutor is going to enter it into
They
evidence.
weren't saying that at the time of the actual
They
prosecution.
That was
absolutely
before
were.
that.
Give me
Absolutely
give
were.
hold on. This is an empirical disagreement we have. I understand that initially, when the laptop story first came out, there was a bunch of idiots calling it Russian disinformation, no doubt. The disagreement we have is
And then there
during the
would just work.
prosecution. During the prosecution, the laptop was verified. It was not considered, at least by the government, to be Russian disinformation, and especially not by the prosecutor who was leading the prosecution.
It wasn't until halfway through Biden's administration that the laptop was admitted to being real.
By who?
It was not during the Trump. It was not during the trial during the Trump administration.
By the prosecutor who's leading the case?
Yeah.
Or the everything that,
Look it up.
oh, okay. So the no, I disagree with this.
Got
The prosecutor
you
who
can
led the
disagree with me
I
because
do because the prosecutor who led the prosecution, you're telling me he was calling the laptop Russian misinformation.
right up until
Wasn't
about
interpreting the
halfway through
evidence.
the. I'm sorry.
Nothing.
That
Go
I
ahead,
couldn't
you're
hear you.
fine. You're good.
Right up until about halfway through Biden's administration, they absolutely denied. They denied that it was even Hunter's laptop for a long time. They couldn't verify it, and even after they verified it, they said, "Nah,
2022.
maybe it's not." I'm sorry.
2022. It was 2022 when they started admitting that it was real, despite the fact that they had already had it and
The
already knew that it
timeline is
was.
what's
They
your
were
problem
lying
is.
about it.
Just to be clear, what
The prosecution was in late
Lactoid
2022
is
and
saying is
2023.
that what Lactoid is asking is whether or not David Weiss denied that the laptop was
Yes, the
real. And the
Republican
answer
prosecutor.
that Grid is telling us has said immediately in response to that is yes, that prosecutor did that. So that should be now I don't know if he did or didn't, but that should be an
didn't use
easily
it.
findable thing.
He
right?
absolutely didn't use it because there's no prosecutor on the planet that's going to go into court with a piece of tainted evidence. Period. Not going to happen.
Really?
So what? Okay, hey, why don't we let our friend
Unknowingly, they
Aiko?
won't.
Let's let our friend Aiko get in, and then Gibbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something that was said about the Fifth Amendment a couple of times before I was able to get in. The Fifth Amendment, that actually matters a lot more than a lot of people seem to be assuming, because anything he does after the pardon is not pardoned, right? So if he lies and he doesn't have Fifth Amendment protection and he's trying to cover things up, he's right back in trouble again. Like we found this out with several of Trump's pardon appointees who wound up later on going into jail because they weren't cooperating with Congress, because these are things that happen after their pardons. And yeah, if he's called and he doesn't go, he can be held responsible for that, just like Steve Bannon was. So he's certainly this benefits him a lot because it gets him out of a lot of trouble that he might be in a lot of these other cases. But the idea that the Fifth Amendment thing can just be dismissed, no, like he's not out of the woods on that. That's all I want.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Gibbs. But FYI, I have been looking at that site that our friend Scott directed us at. And
It'll fuck up your stomach, won't it?
for the laptop, his niece seems to be like the most. There's 7,000 photos on the laptop. The niece comes up in like number one, right? If you would map that out, she'd be number one.
Yeah, and there's a lot of photos
lot.
of her with her friends and in bikinis and her selfies, and
Yeah,
he saved hundreds and hundreds of photos.
like a
of his
lot,
14-year-old niece.
a
Yeah,
lot,
and
a
then
lot,
there
a
are
lot.
text messages where she's having sleepovers with him, with like one of her friends or something. Of all of the things that I'm concerned about, the fact that he is a fucking pedophile that fucked his niece and fucked his brother's wife, and and went to China and got some underage escorts, is like so far down on the list of like things I'm concerned about, because that's just shit that
Tip of
he
the
did.
iceberg.
It disgusts me as a father, but that is just things that he did. I am worried
Yeah.
about his connection with funding and moving money around by, Belt and Road Initiative CCP agents so that they can have influence with the Biden family. I'm worried about biolabs that were built, under defense
Yeah.
contractor Black and Vetch, and that, they got DOD funding and Google funding, and and that Nathan Wolf was also involved with Wuhan Institute of Virology as a co-founder of EcoHealth, that he was involved with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, sure.
As a
That's
founder
great,
of China.
and
Like,
all the
that's
rest
shit
of them.
yeah.
But one
Okay,
thing
well,
that I
that-
think that's a perfect example, right, of the
Why?
problem that me and Lactoid were talking about when we were talking about a lack of evidence. Because the stuff you said about the 14-year-old, while gross, while it really points towards absolutely him being a creep, that's not really something that a lot of, especially in such a high profile situation, they would bring charges on because they might feel that there's insufficient evidence, which is literally what
Yeah.
Black Toy and I were saying.
Yeah. So and to be
I'm just
clear,
curious, I'm just curious, were you
and to
on
be clear,
Twitter-
hold
were you
on,
on
I do
Twitter
want
during the Me Too movement?
I do want to give. Hold on a second. Hold on. We can
Sorry,
wait on that. We can
I
wait
was
on that.
talking about court.
I have a timeline, so I got to respond at some point.
We can wait
Go ahead.
to wait on that, right? So we're going to Gibbs, but just to be clear, I'm not willing to call him a pedophile yet. It's odd. It's an oddity. But I haven't read the text messages yet either, right? So I'm just like looking at the
I
photos.
feel you.
So I'm gonna hold off, but like there's just a lot of photos. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's go to Gibbs.
Yeah, before I even go into what I want to say, I want to give y'all a breaking news update from Trump's meeting with Trudeau. I'm excited to tell y'all it's one of the most base things I've ever heard from a world leader in a long time. This happened about 30 minutes ago. All the major oars are reporting this, that allegedly Trump told Trudeau that if Canada doesn't like or can't handle the tariffs, then Canada should just become the 51st state. Get wrecked, you Canadian cucks. How you like the way that dick tastes? Like, so that's how I want to start before we go on.
USA.
USA. I gotta say,
Canadians would be voting in American
Anyways, I
elections.
recommend
say-
purchasing an electric car before he does
I gotta
this.
say that's fucking base.
Good
as
luck
fuck.
with your
Anyway,
gas prices.
yeah,
Lacto is going to be called back to
I'm gonna
his
be-
Toronto home base, right? Like
I'm
there's
just
an emergency on our
base.
hands.
Right, I thought I would share that with y'all, but that I thought I was a big fan of it. All right, so anyway, clean the swamp. Y'all
Boy
keep
gets
bringing this
vote
up.
now.
Yeah, it is a big thing, right? It's a major reason like MAGA conservatives and independents wanted Trump in. They want political outsiders or people that aren't loyal to what many people see as the status quo or the uniparty. People can argue that Trump, his first term didn't clean out the swamp in his first but I would argue he did, right? To some extent, right? He got people in power. He got judges pushed
John
through.
Bolton for almost 3
Yeah,
years.
well,
what I mean?
sure,
Like,
okay,
he
sure.
knew what he was doing.
Hold on. Well, I'm going to object to that. I think maybe he did know what he did. He knew that he had to use people within the system at first, right? And he didn't have the political power. He had to use levers. I think he's more intelligent than a lot of people want to give him credit for it. I think he knew how the system works. You got to play the game. So he started the process, right? Now he's built the movement. He's got more of the power within the coalition. He has people like in the political system. He's not as much of a quote unquote outsider. Now he has people like working within. He got rid of some of these power. People got rid of, lost their jobs. They lost power. And those groups haven't gained it back, right? So I think it takes time, and I think that, when the Dems have had the presidency and been the de facto leader of all these organizations for 16 of the last 20 years, yeah, I think there's some aspect to where y'all are right, where it's like, yeah, we did try to get him for the gun crime because that's maybe the only thing we could have got him for, due to like whether there's different departments, the FBI working against them, whether it's the prosecutor not having all that stuff, yeah, and I oppose the gun, like being the gun charge because I wish they would have found something else to go after him because there's so much. But because I think it's bad for 2A. However, I understand the logic. We got to get this guy as a treason son of a bitch. And I think there's a lot of evidence to support that. But I also want to say that, yeah, I'm okay with nepotism because in most cases, because this is like him literally doing what he promised his constituency. He's bringing in people that don't have the traditional experience from within the political system, but like people that are going to shake it up and he thinks will do a good job and we're going to get rid of this and maybe see what's really layers, this nasty little festering onion that has been built in there in the FBI and all these other little organizations. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's exciting.
Can I go quickly through just some of the timeline claims that were before?
Sure.
Okay, this is what's critically important. So the the actual laptop was acknowledged or was seized from by the FBI pretty early on. We're talking about I'm pretty sure 2020. And it was 2019, but it was acknowledged basically internally within the FBI as being real in 2020. There was some media hoopla about it. The official analysis was released in 2022 that verified that a lot of it was 100% accurate and not actually Russian misinformation. And so we're already in 2022. And then when did the trial of Hunter Biden happen? It happened in 2020. It happened this year. Mm-hmm. And in fact, David Weiss, I don't know how to pronounce his name, yeah. Weiss, on January 16th, prior to the trial, made filings in which he identified the laptop connected to Hunter Biden, stating the defendant's Apple MacBook Pro, which he had left at a computer store, meaning that the special prosecutor identified the laptop as Hunter Biden's laptop. There was plenty of evidence to link the laptop with Hunter Biden. And yet still, later that year, after the special prosecutor acknowledged it, they pursued gun charges that were, again, unrelated to all these terrible things that we're talking about again, like I said before, if they jump the gun, shame on them. But what probably was the case, frankly, and this is just like a hunch, my guess is they really only felt comfortable bringing the gun charges because that's probably where most of the evidence was. And I'm not comfortable with those charges being brought.
That's not true. No, that it wasn't that that there wasn't enough evidence on the laptop. It's that the defense, okay, was arguing based off of previous statements that even though the laptop is real, we don't know if the Russians affected this, and we don't know if some of the that all of the information is real. And so they put in that it had somehow been tampered with in different means, and that doesn't prove that it's that everything in there is real.
When the defense argue this?
So first of all, that was my exact timeline that I gave you, was middle 2022.
David
Yeah, but the
Weiss-
trial was in
Weiss said
2024.
Right, I understand
but
that.
David Weiss said, right, that what the only thing that they were going to use from the laptop were things that they could then corroborate with witnesses. That's how they got the laptop
Correct.
in. So
That was in
basically,
May
They
2024.
were only able to use the laptop to bolster what witnesses said.
Their existing
Anything
case.
that wasn't bolstered, that was in the laptop, that was real, could potentially be Russian disinformation. And so the only way that they were able to argue anything is not does the laptop, it wasn't just the laptop, it had to also be corroborated by Bobulinski or other witnesses that they brought in. So the mass amounts of data and things that are on the laptop that aren't specifically corroborated, well, those could just be Russian disinformation.
Yeah,
it has to be the things that are corroborated by witnesses.
The problem with this
until May 2024 that the prosecutor admitted on CNN or told CNN, yes, we believe everything's real. Again, they can't use it because they couldn't corroborate it because just because they believe it's real, the defense made a very good argument that it had been affected.
Wait, hold on. Stop. First of all, he had filings acknowledged it as being real in January, but you're saying May, or this is still before.
I had filings saying that he was going to use it because they believed it to be legitimate. And the defense argued that it was not, that it had been affected by the Russians, that there was possibly contaminated information, that none of it could be admitted. So then they went back and the judge said, okay, you can only use what you can corroborate with actual witness statements.
Well, I think, hold on, I don't
Wait,
that part's quite accurate.
what?
Maybe the judge could use it, but that the defense was arguing that if it wasn't backed up by evidence, by witness,
the defense and not the judge, but
that it could be just misinformation, right? And so just by putting out there, which is just not true. Right, but I mean that's what happens that happens
in court.
So hold on. So we have like a whole bunch of witnesses, and by the way, in 2022, I mean there's multiple organizations, media organizations, government organizations that have verified this information is real. You could bring all those in as expert witnesses to testify as to the veracity of the laptop. The laptop's getting in regardless. The special prosecutor is saying that laptop is real in January in filings, and then apparently publicly both before the prosecution. And the allegation, it was the prosecutor doesn't believe the laptop is real when it turns out he does. The FBI was saying this was fake when, at least in 2022. Sure, I don't have anything about the FBI saying that up until 2022. There were media agencies that were saying that up until 2022. But at 2022, 2 years before the prosecution, you had that entire narrative be obliterated by all these organizations coming out with verification of the laptop, which got into trial. Again, there is enough here. Okay, sure, okay. Yeah. So now we're here on this, which is that he is incompetent.
No, we're not. Now we're here. That has been my argument from the very beginning, right?
Yeah, he went with what he could win with.
Gun charge is bullshit, and that the swamp didn't fucking go after him like they should have, and that you have all of these spurious connections that weren't properly investigated in the Ukraine situation, but that were properly investigated in the China in terms of the CEFC, and that the evidence is there, and that anyone can look and see that the evidence is there, that he received bribes, that he received a deal for $10 million, that he lied to New Yorker, for example, saying that he was meeting with this Chairman Ye, or Chairman Yi, I don't know how to say his name properly, it's just Y-E, that he was meeting with him for like the charity organization that he's working with, right? So he's lying about that because he's actually doing business deals to funnel money to his family, and you have witness testimony of that as well. Like I'm not disagreeing with you that David Weiss did a bad job. What I'm saying is that the fucking that we don't have justice. That's what I'm saying. And now there is a blanket pardon on someone, and I believe that it is in part protection for all of this shit that we know is.
I understand the argument. I understand the argument that you're presenting is like it's not the gun charges. That's just a smokescreen. It's really all this other shit that you're concerned about. The concern that I have is, look, I have this concept of innocent until proven guilty. I have this concept of what you charge people with and what you convict people of matters.
So do I.
Especially if we're talking about such a large public. Yes, so I'm not saying you don't. But I'm saying for me, these values are very strong. And the idea of, well, look, here is somebody who, you guys couldn't, the Republicans couldn't get him on, the shit that you guys are saying is the actual problem. They could only get him on shit that I think, frankly, is unconstitutional to even charge him with. And then they convicted him of that. And then now we have this person here who the only solid finding of guilt. Right, but this is why the pardon is justified, right? Because what is the signaling to the American people from this? These charges were bullshit. These charges are bullshit. And if you had non-bullshit charges, you should have brought them, or you should have been better at bringing them.
You're assigning a motive.
Pause. We already talked about why that happened.
Pause. Thank you. Great. So, because we kind of got lost there. The lag trade started to bring us back a little bit, but there's a lot of time that the laptop, which everyone else can't really engage with. So just wanted to recenter all of this. All right. Why don't we start with this? What did I think about the pardon? I think that it shows deep Biden hypocrisy, just unbelievable Biden hypocrisy, and it shows liberal hypocrisy. Liberals who talked about the rule of law, who talked about how Republicans are so bad because of all the things they do to undermine that rule of law.
How dare you say the DOJ is corrupt, but all of a sudden the DOJ is corrupt?
Yeah, we just clipped
exactly. Yeah, it's disgusting. Yeah, I mean it's disgusting. I think that it's indicative of lots of things. Look, so I sent these guys on the screen here. I sent them an NBC News article, and the NBC News article said that from as per sources close to the White House, that they were talking about this pardon in June, right? In June, they were discussing this option, and allegedly from these sources, they said, "Well, we're going to keep this part in our back pocket, but we will then go on a campaign. We will lie to the American public and say, absolutely not. Of course, we wouldn't do that. No, of course not, right? Because at the time, he was still running. He was still running for president, right? To be the president, and he knew pardoning his son would be politically explosive. And then Harris was running, and he knew pardoning his son would be politically explosive, right? And then as soon as the election was done, it was like, well, whatever, fuck it, right? And so we did it. The same thing. This is indicative of lots of behavior. That's the same thing that happened with the Israel-Gaza situation, right? To see if the peace deal, some sort of peace deal would happen. So just before the end of the campaign, Blinken, our Secretary of State, and our Austin, our Secretary of Defense, sent a letter to Israel saying that, hey, you have not been fulfilling these certain level of humanitarian goals, right? Your obligations to this population that you're fucking bombing. And if you don't fulfill these obligations, we're going to cut off weapons, right? Now, idiot liberals, idiot liberals fell for this. Oh wow, look at the Biden actually taking this seriously, right? Biden, as we've said, our president, right? He's going to wrap this all up. Well, an intelligent person could have easily seen that was a fucking lie. That he was just stalling towards after the election. He was giving political cover to Harris until after the election. And as soon as it was done, and the Israelis made no changes, they said, yeah, whatever. Then we'll continue buying those weapons. It was a lie, right? This is the thing that we've seen again with the Biden White House. They lied about Biden's mental competency. All of these lies are going out to the American public, right? And they're laid bare. Whoopi Goldberg, I had mentioned her previously on The View, right?
Yeah, what about that?
They were discussing.
did
Yeah,
she
you saw
say?
that. Yeah, they were discussing this, and someone challenged Whoopi Goldberg about Biden's truthfulness, and she says, "Well, you can't call this a lie. You can't call the fact that he said for months and through directly and through his intermediaries that this there will be no pardon, and then he ended up pardoning them right that day. Well, you can call that a lie. Well, see, this is different. We've never seen anything like this before, right? The prosecution of the president's child. So could you really call that a lie? It's amazing. I nominate Whoopi Goldberg to the Democratic Department of Truth, right? Well, why would I?
Yeah,
like I said over and over again that I wasn't going to do it, but then I did it, right? And now you're telling me this is a lie? There's some sort of contradiction?
Real quick.
Of course not.
It's been
disgusting.
insane. It's been
I
insane.
can't be certain
Just
that
real quick,
it's
please,
a
please, I
lie
say
or
this.
changing people's minds.
It's a lie. He
just wanna
told
say
people
this
he
is a
wasn't
lie.
going to
I-
do
He said he
something
wasn't gonna do something, and then he
explicitly,
did it, like,
and then
it's
did that
explicit.
exact
Oh, it was, of
thing.
course,
Right.
a
If
lie.
you say you're
Yeah.
not
Real
going to
quick,
do
real
something,
quick.
well, yeah, by definition. But what I'm saying is there's a difference between okay, I'm sitting there at the beginning. Yeah, I'm going to say I'm not, but I know I will along the
No
line.
shit,
Fine.
he was
You
gonna
know,
pardon
there's
his son.
or
Like,
you
what are
are
you
going
I'm not.
to
I'm not
about?
intending to,
It's a
but
lie.
then
Literally,
conditions
the
change,
this
and I
is
go,
what I was
just
saying. This is
kidding,
what I
and
was
then
saying
I change my
earlier,
mind.
that Democrats
You
are just
can't
going to
say
run
it's a lie by definition, but it's not really a lie because maybe he changed his mind. But no, just
Wait.
very quickly.
Yeah.
I just want to say about them reporting that they had these internal conversations in June. Even though it doesn't help me in this instance, and I'd love for that to be true, I just want to say never, ever, ever, ever trust any of the major news media networks unless they're willing to give you either physical evidence or two unnamed sources and one source that's willing to go named. That used to be the journalistic standard, and that stopped. And I don't ever accept anything as a source familiar with the president's thinking. The media do nothing but lie. They'll lie about the Bidens. They'll lie about Trump. They'll lie. They do it constantly, and they're never held to account. So if you say that the media reports something and it's not two unnamed sources and a named source or physical evidence, then to me it's just a claim from someone who has literally no credibility.
Okay, I'm glad you interjected what you feel there. I'm glad you got that out. Any which way,
It's important that we all recognize that the media lies constantly, that they're not
sure.
a source of information.
Great.
Sure,
or truth.
great. Anyway, so and then furthermore, right? And we'll go to Katja afterwards. Anyone else have their hand up? Okay, so we'll go to Katja.
Ali has his hand up.
Ali.
And
Oh,
Ali,
I
and
didn't
Ali,
see.
and
I
Ali.
thought you were touching your head or something. I'm sorry. I
Got a
apologize.
big
So
head.
I apologize. Katja, then Ali. So another thing, right, which disgusted me was this fucking the letter, right? Explaining why he was doing this. He talks about in the letter how, his son's sobriety, right? Despite poor baby Hunter Biden being sober for 5 years, these charges came anywhere.
Yeah, right.
Remember, we're talking about Joe drug war Biden. Drug war Biden. Who pushed the drug war all through the 90s, right? Who, like, when he came into the White House, right? He said to his staff, the White House staff, that you got to fill out this questionnaire about like your past, right? Included was a question on like what drugs you've taken part in, right? If you've done marijuana,
Disqualify
and he
anyone that
said
drugs-
there'd be no consequences for that. And people revealed that, oh yeah, we smoked some pot, right? And then he fired them, right? He's had his entire time, he's been happy to throw other people to mete out consequences for other people who engage in drugs. But now he talks about his son, his poor baby son. Well, he's been sober for 5 years, and now consequences. Oh no! It would have been one thing, right? If Biden was pushing, and I believe this too. I didn't state this yet. That the gun charges were bullshit, right? That question shouldn't be on that form, right? You guys know how anti-gun I am, but still, that question is bullshit, right? It's a trap law. That should be eliminated. If he was going to eliminate that and say, well, yeah, this is clearly a miscarriage of justice. Maybe I can't do anything for my son, but I'm going to be working to fix this issue. Then I'd say, okay, well, then at least he's being consistent on this particular issue. But no, it's about his family avoiding consequences, right? Him using his power, but the entire time, the liberal preening about Donald Trump and how much of a danger he is to democracy, undermining our justice system. And he does the exact same thing. No, fuck Joe Biden, right? And to be clear, right, this whole incident with the pardon actually doesn't bother me on its own so much because I don't really care all that much, right? Because I know that all these politicians, right, Trump and Biden and Clinton, I don't know about Obama. I don't know who he pardoned on that one, right? Like Clinton pardoned his fucking brother, Roger Clinton or something. Like
the only other president to ever
Don't have
pardon
worse
family
pardons than that, for sure.
Yeah. So like this is like business as usual, right? No, but like what the only thing that the last thing that galls me, then I'll move on, is that this is the thing that upsets like a certain cohort of liberal, right? This is the thing that upsets you. He didn't keep his promise, really, right? While he's been prosecuting a genocide for a year, right? While he's been undermining, like you're talking about rule of law, international rule of law, international norms that he had been preening about the entire time, about how he's going to be the one to reset the international view of America, right? We're going to be the leader in following those international norms and the rule of law. But he violated all that, right? But this is the thing that liberals get upset about. Like, fuck you all. Fuck you all. Sorry. All right. I'm done. Let's go to
Ivan
Spot's
Jennifer.
open. I feel you, brother.
Thank you.
Anyways, so I mean, yep, I guess that is true as far as like that's what people have been upset about. But then you get to a point where it's like, okay, we're upset about it and you call out Trump for what 8 years, and jack shit happens. Everybody on their side pretty much accepts it and agrees that okay, this is stuff that we're willing to contend with and willing to be okay with. And then at that point, if you continue to hold your side to another fucking standard, then you're just screwing yourself. I mean, people like such as Gibbs in the past have said that Democrats need to play the game, specifically in relation to the situation with Mitch McConnell. And now he didn't allow, a Democrat to get appointed to, or a liberal to get appointed to the Supreme Court under Obama, and said that, oh, well, Republicans are good at playing the game. Democrats should play the game. He was absolutely right. Democrats should play the game. And you know what? If they decide to do stuff that previously they were like, oh no, Trump can't do this, because saying, oh no, Trump can't do this got nobody nowhere, then I mean, you know what? Go for it. What can I say at this point?
No, but,
So, I mean,
the point, the problem with
hold
this,
on, wait,
hold on.
Let Ali go ahead. And
So
then,
wait, but like Katya, like that's the failure of the Democratic Party as like once again for the left, because it's like you won't hold you should be holding Trump to the same standards that you want to hold Biden to. And if you're not holding your side to to any standards just because the other side doesn't seem to have standards, well then yeah, your party lost. And now all the people
They've
who
been
don't vote
trying
Democrat
that
now,
for the
it's on
past
your
8
hands.
years, and it got nobody
No.
nowhere.
You've been holding the other party accountable for 8 years. We have
Liberalism
not. We
isn't
have.
working.
We have
Let's
not been
try
holding
fascism.
our party. We have not been holding our side accountable for 8 years. All we've been doing is bitching about Trump for the past 8 years, which is the only reason we lost. We did not focus on any of the demands that we needed. We didn't focus on any of our constituents, and so now our fucking side.
Absolutely, yes. There
So
was a
we-
lot of focus on it. Absolutely.
there
I
wasn't.
don't know if y'all are
there
smoking more
wasn't.
crack than Hunter Biden, but you know what? Absolutely.
No,
But
We're the
tons of shit
constituents
has
telling you that
happened
we
under
weren't
this
reached. So
presidency.
like you can't tell me that we were reached just because you were reached.
Right, your constituency. Okay,
justified
that
it.
you're Sorry?
just justified the corrupt nature of
People didn't come
either
out and
party.
Nope,
vote.
I
It was
justified
obvious.
playing the game,
Appointees.
okay? I
But
didn't
you
justify it
lost.
on a
We're
moral
bad at-
basis.
but
And
our,
what
our
is
side
playing
can't
the
play the
game?
game because we're
The
bad at
game
playing the
is-
game. We lost.
Is
They played
lying
the game
apparently.
No, they weren't
better.
playing the game until now. I was saying they should have done this years ago.
Nah, this is where I disagree.
No.
Hold on, hold on.
Instead of,
hold on.
instead of
They-
focusing,
Thrown away
instead
any
of focusing on
principles
the
that
other
they claimed
side
to
and
believe
judging
100
the
years
other
ago?
side, you should have
Oh.
focused on strengthening the party within, actually forming forming bonds with your constituents and your people. But when none of the people that are voting for you feel like you reached out to them, like when none of the people went out and voted for you, when a lot of the Democrats are like just now
A lot
non-voters,
of it was over the situations with the economy that were completely
it
unavoidable.
was a lot. It was over everything. You guys keep like you can't pick one thing. It was over everything. Biden being
What did I say?
delusional.
A lot.
It was
Okay,
over
then
everything. It wasn't over one thing.
Okay,
We got to start.
I
We got to
said
start
a
holding our
lot
side.
of it was over
I
one
know, and
thing.
we
I
have to
didn't say
stop. I
everything.
know, and we have to
So-
stop this whataboutism for the other side. We have to focus on our side and the problems within us, and not focus on the other side. They have their own problems. Let them have
Right,
them.
but it seems like a lot of what people are
I
saying about the problems
love
within us are
opium.
we need to pander to people who literally, when they've been pandered to before, they don't vote either way. Like, what are you supposed to do? Pander to people
Don't
who
pander.
never.
Actually, do something. Come with better
Roll in the
policy.
coke.
Ali, so did you have another
Opium.
point?
I'm done. You can give
Okay,
the
so
Gibbs.
then we'll go
Pandering
to
for
our
democracy
friend
isn't
Gibbs
working,
and then
so we'll just
Lactoid.
violate
Yeah,
the law
so
again.
Of
so
course.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we'll do.
I have
No.
said to play the.
The right did it for however long. I mean,
What
hold on,
what
hold
difference
on,
does that
hold
make?
Hold on. I have said to play the game, right? And this is where I disagree with what you're saying, Katya, right? Like there's levels to the game. There are things you can like absolutely not do within the game. One of them is treason, right? And here's the issue I have. I've already think that the Bidens are committing treason. That's before I even found out anything about Hunter Biden's laptop and the Ukraine shit. But like, hey, now I definitely think they're committing treason all around. However, so when we talk about treason, we talk about playing the game. There's a difference between like outright like nepotism, like oh we're switching people out, and there's you've had control of the executive branch for 16 of the last 20 years. Like this is Trump shaking it up, right? Trump shaking it up. They're trying to put their people in there. That's playing the game. We're playing the game y'all have established. Y'all built an institution that we see as corrupt. Many of the independents see as corrupt. MAGA people see as corrupt. Conservatives. There's a coalition now. We're going. Y'all have had this institution for many, many years. And then we're going to put people in here. We're going to do this. And then y'all turn around and have the audacity, after y'all done that, to sit here and go, look, Trump is playing our game now, and this is terrible. He's appointing people, trying to get his people in there. Evil.
That's not what-
And we
that's
would,
not the
that is
problem
what
I
y'all
have
do.
with him,
That
though.
is what y'all do. And then you're going, oh, it's evil. Trump's doing this. And then y'all's leader, the leader of y'all's party, the president of the United States, goes and says, you know what I'm going to do? My son has committed treason.
not the
I
problem
know
I
it.
had,
And
that's-
I'm going to pre-pardon him so that he can't face firing squads. And I don't want my be able to
was
to
that
get
ever
firing
on the
squads.
table?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, because
Yeah.
we committed
That's
treason.
appropriate. That's actually
That's the
on
appropriate
table.
response for
Right,
treason.
I understand. Okay, fine. Well, I understand in y'all's heads that's what's appropriate. Was any prosecutor going to do this? Is anything
Yeah,
on the table?
I mean,
so he has
maybe
to,
if
right. So he has to
hold on,
pardon
hold on.
him to get
Never
ahead
know
of
now.
charges that are
Trump
never
puts
going to
in-
come.
If Kash Patel comes in and reshakes up the FBI, and suddenly we get an investigation, and like they did to Trump, and they find overwhelming evidence suddenly that says, "Hey, he committed treason," are you gonna bitch when they came out and say, "Hey, firing squad for this
hold
guy"?
on.
You're not. Are you, oh,
Right, if the-
because
if
right
the
now our
Democrats-
argument
wait a
is.
minute.
Hold on. Our argument's been for a while. These specific organizations, ATF, FBI, NSA, are corrupt as fuck. They're run
You're
by the
gish galloping.
Dems. And no, we're not. And we're going to sit here and we want to put new people in. And so why we're going to sit here and go, hey, you're going to just pardon this guy for committing treason? It's to prevent him from us finding these things once our people are in power. And y'all are just butthurt.
Okay, if the
that y'all lost
Democrats
power.
have been in control for 16 years, and I'd say more people believe Trump committed treason than believe Hunter Biden committed treason, then why should I be so worried that if Hunter Biden was held to 2
the
seconds of
majority's
Kash
not an
Patel, right, it was held to 2 seconds of Kash Patel, he was going to be in danger of getting charged with treason, yet they couldn't do it for Trump for all these years despite having control over everything and Republicans having control over nothing, and the corruption being on one side, like y'all say, that's ridiculous.
It is. It's mainly.
Let's
I
go
mean,
to
y'all-
Lactoid.
It's correct. They've had
What
the
did we actually
institutions.
do? As Lactoid opened up hours ago, he's
Right,
a
this is an
felon,
hours
right?
long panel.
Explain how he's a fucking felon. Explain the crime.
That's
he
not.
Oh,
did.
those
for
aren't
Trump?
the charges that I was talking about. I'm not saying that
Which
he
charges
like
are you talking
committed
about?
treason or anything
Name them.
against the United States because
did.
of
Name them.
before. Well,
You said he
excuse
committed
me.
treason. Name
I
them.
said that
He
more
says that
people
people
believe that
but
than they
I
believe
don't
that
think
about
that's
Hunter
true.
Biden.
I don't think that's true.
And
'Cause
if
what
I'm
would he
gonna
have done,
say,
Jerry?
if-
That's why I got elected. Makes sense.
If you're gonna say that Biden committed treason over the border, yet
He
you're not
definitely-
gonna say that Trump committed treason over, the entire stuff with like trying to do fake electors and trying to basically
Did he
steal the
commit treason or not?
election.
Not treason. That's not
Hold
treason.
Did
on.
he commit treason or not? Did he commit treason or not?
I mean, I'd say potentially committed
So no.
what seditious
Oh no.
like sedition, but I don't
So
I
not
don't know if I'd
treason.
go as far as treason.
I'm going as far
I
as
don't
to
know
say
about
treason
the
for Biden.
exact
The answer is no.
That's the issue.
The answer
with-
is a lot of
Wait.
copium,
Stop
and the answer
appealing
is
to the
no.
majority. Make an argument. If you believe that he is corrupt in some capacity, which I do, right? But I'm putting it on you, right?
You're
I
running
believe
away
he's
from my
corrupt.
original point.
No,
No,
he's
I'm
not.
You're
fucking
running
not.
away
I'm
from my
calling
original
out your
point.
bullshit
My
argument that is
original
an appeal to
point.
majority.
Stop. Well, yeah, because my original point was an appeal to majority. Because my original point was that more people believe, or
Okay.
it's more publicized, or more of the part of the government that's in control over everything, or whatever, thinks that he, is on the hook for these things. Then thinks Joe Biden's son is on hook for these things. Yet somehow you also believe that none of these charges would stick against Trump, but Hunter Biden's going to be like held feet to the fire within 1 second of Kash Patel being, in there because he's going to shake it up. Like, I'm confused as to what he's going to do. And then you change the subject to something else.
No. Well, you just admitted that your whole argument was an appeal to majority, which is a fallacious argument. So you just admitted that you have no argument. But to explain the questions, I am open.
I need to start writing down your fallacious
I-
arguments, bro.
Well, yeah, you should probably learn logical fallacies if you're going to be doing.
I
debates
know
on that.
quite
You
a
should
few of
probably
them. Thank you.
understand this. It's
I
it'd be very
absolutely
good
do.
for you to have some basic level of rhetoric. But again,
Well, good for you. Thank you.
I was the first person that spoke in the panel after we did our opening statements, and I said when I discussed the Fifth Amendment that was being taken away by pardoning, that it all depends on whether or not Kash Patel and Trump actually want to go after Hunter Biden. And I also referenced the fact that on multiple occasions, Donald Trump had said that he was considering but not sure whether or not he was going to pardon Hunter Biden. And I said part of that might be because of the same reason that he didn't go after Hillary Clinton, because he's more concerned about cleaning up our government and about our economic situation than necessarily going after our political enemies, which is very different from the left, who have been weaponizing the DOJ and weaponizing local courts all across, especially within New York, so that they can go after him for trumped up charges. Pardon the pun. So,
Love
and
it.
pardon the pun on pardon
Very
the pun.
cute.
So again, yes, I said that you were making a fallacious argument by saying that there is this appeal to the majority. The appeal to the majority, right? Saying more people believe A than
More
B
people in the
does not change-
DOJ.
doesn't okay, so now that's a completely different argument. That's a goalpost shift. That's another one you should write down as you learn the basics of
No,
rhetoric.
I originally said it the DOJ the first time, and then I just
No,
said more
you didn't.
people. And yes,
No,
I
you didn't.
did. If you weren't listening, that's not on me.
And again, we are talking about the president and why the president and his staff went with the pardon. Okay, it is not based upon the popularity of the decision. He's a lame duck president with a month
I didn't
left.
say the
It is
popularity
based upon
decision.
whether or not he is. All right, you know what? I'm done.
No, I
cooking you.
was talking
You're
about the
cooking yourself at this
likelihood of
point.
something
Let's-
happening.
Let's go to Lactoid.
That's an
Lactoid's
entirely different argument than people.
Well, let's
believe
let
A and people
Lactoid in.
believe B.
We've already we're like running out of time.
Unless
So-
those people are the ones in charge of charging
La-
people, yeah.
Joyd.
I think I've made my argument clear as to why I think the pardon is justified, right? I think Hunter Biden is a victim of having his constitutional rights trampled. But that being said, he obviously was a terrible person, and Joe Biden lied when it came to pardoning him. I want to talk a little bit about whataboutism, because, again, this is sort of at least on Twitter, a few times during this debate panel as well, but primarily on Twitter, this is like the primary response. And a Prime is obviously immune to this, which is, I think, a very endearing quality. So
Refreshing.
very refreshing. Ali is also really good, despite, again, being way more left-leaning than myself or Gibbs or Scott. I think, very much proven to be immune to this. But the reason I hate it so much is because it feels a little bit like the justification that gangs use for gang warfare, right? Sort of like, I'm going to pick off one of you, and then you're going to pick off one of me, and then before you know it, back, forth, and now you have a war, right? I mean, the logic, we're probably a week away from Destiny saying, well, the Saudis flew a plane into our building, so we should just be able to fly a plane into their building, right? Oh, they want to complain about that? They want to complain about their buildings coming down? They did it to us. Look at that. It's like motherfucker, like, you need to be able to criticize your own side.
Can we bomb the
Yeah.
South?
You need to be able to take a step back and say, like, I'm not going to justify this. And if the Republicans do something, I spent the whole panel arguing that the Republicans were unjustified, and I do think it was political that they went after Hunter Biden. I do think it was bullshit, and I've been clear about this from the moment that the trial began. I've been saying this, like, based on what I had known at the time. I thought it was ridiculous, and this is not me saying, well, like, the Republicans are beyond fault, because they're not. There's plenty that Trump, his credit card fucking interest cap is price controls. He spent the whole fucking time ranting about Kamala Harris's price controls, and now he's trying to put in price controls. Ridiculous. And it's something that I was, again, critical of immediately. But how ridiculous would it be for someone to very accurately point out, hey, Trump's proposing price controls? And then my response be, well, what about Kamala Harris's price controls? Great, we can talk about that in a second, but let's address Trump's price controls first. We can address all the shit that is wrong with Trump, which, I mean, we have, and the internet disproportionately has for years now. But I want to talk about Hunter Biden and like the actual qualities here, right, having to do with Hunter Biden's specific case. I don't think it's justified to say, well, Biden's just playing in the game that the Republicans set up. Joe Biden looked everybody in the eyes and lied. He directed his press secretary to lie. And Prime's right. I mean, this is the guy that there's videos of him pushing, like, you get caught with this amount of crack cocaine, 5 years minimum. We're gonna come after you, 5 years. There's nothing a judge can say about it. Almost like verbatim is what he said. And now, when his son gets in trouble, all of a sudden the rules are different.
He did love saying the N-word a lot during Thomas confirmation.
It feels to me like such. It's just so unprincipled, and it's just like Hunter or Joe Biden definitely, whether he did something right or wrong, like, the one wrong thing he did is he lied straight up, and it's fair to criticize him for that, and it's fair to criticize a level of hypocrisy with his own standards and his own statements prior. And I think the one thing that we should push Biden to do on this, I think this could go so far. We should say, Biden, let's make this not about you and your family. Let's twist this into a principled position. Pardon every single person in the United States charged with crimes similar to Hunter Biden. He will go down as a good president, all things considered, if he does that.
Except for genocide.
Well, we'll talk about that later. Sure. But when it comes to, I sincerely, I think it'd be a great thing for him to do. And I think now is the time to push him to do it. Now is the time to make him feel bad about the fact that he's holding other Americans to a different standard than his own son. And the solution to this is not to just crush Hunter Biden under unconstitutional charges. It's to liberate all Americans from this bullshit.
I agree.
Yeah, I can agree too.
Yeah. Okay. Then we've hit our time. Unfortunately, our friend Eichel didn't get to participate much.
Rocky Magoo.
He came in with a fancy new haircut, though. I didn't get to acknowledge that previously, but
several fancy hairs were cut.
Several fancy hairs, indeed. So we'll end it here. We're going to give an outro to all these individuals, guys. If you've liked this content, please consider helping out the channel. We do need your help. Majin BMAC gave the sub earlier, but I definitely could use more help. So consider subbing to the channel. I think that's getting subs using Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming here. That's how we keep this channel going. But we do need your help to make that happen. YouTube's super chats or memberships on YouTube are also helpful as well. So let's go to our friend Lactoid. Thank you for coming through. I think we had a fantastic conversation all around. Like consensus building happening here. We love to see it. This is fun.
Yeah, no, it was a great time. I think I basically got up my entire closing out in my earlier rant. So thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate all of you so much. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Absolutely. Next, our friend Scott. Scott, yeah, I love when we can build bridges. This was a lot of fun, friend.
Yeah, I am libertarian anarcho-capitalist. You can find me most times on YouTube or Twitter. Follow me, Fabian Liberty. It's pretty easy. And yeah, I don't really need a big closing statement or anything about this. I just, I agree with pretty much everything Lactoid said. And I did from the beginning on, the bullshit of it. I don't think it is interesting to find libertarians, in name, we'll say, that are so trusting of the DOJ and, the 3-letter agencies of government. And, obviously they did a good job because they have an R next to their name is a little silly to me. But, hopefully Cash and Trump, put their money where their mouth is, because there are a lot of criminals still out there. And, James Giller, criminal. Nathan Wolf, criminal. Neil Callahan, criminal. John Loesch, criminal. John Kerry's stepson, criminal. The real players involved are not even these names. The real players involved are the CIA and InQtel and DoD contractors such as Black and Vetch. And we need a full accounting of what occurred in the biolabs and in the way those things were built and the millions of dollars of taxpayer money that was funneled in those directions towards the Biden family. And I hope he doesn't pussyfoot out in the name of peace and restoring the economy. I hope he fucking, burns some people like they deserve.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, that was your not big closing statement, Scott. But I'm curious to know what the
Just
actual
naming names, you know what I mean? Like I could go through their connections if you want. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Like, I got-
Bobby, if you want the
I got
floor
6
again, I
pages
guess.
of notes here.
I believe you. But yeah, as always, this was great, entertaining, and informative, and bridge building, which is always lovely to see. And also, as a sort of an observation, I never thought I would be on a panel and the phrase like, did you hear what Whoopi said would be uttered. That would never have crossed my mind. But I was happy to see it. But you could find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell, Cracky Magoo, Grade 1 Motorsports, Ali, Katya, Gibbs, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love your prime.
Whoopi Goldberg is vile. Like, have you seen? Like, I don't think you guys have seen many clips of her on The View, right? But like, her entire time there, all she's been doing is protecting the powerful people, right? Especially her friends, right? Have you seen like this person, this liberal or whatever, right? This Hollywood star, that's her friend, and so now you're making accusations of them? Of course not. She did the same thing with what's this actor? I can always forget his name now. Passion of the Christ. And
Jim Caviezel or Mel Gibson or
Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson, right? When the charges came out, she's like, well, he's not anti-Semitic. He's like out there, saying that horrible things to that cop, right? And like literally have him on tape with the audio, right? And she said, well, of course he's not anti-Semitic. He's my friend. I know him. He's not racist. I know him. He also said some racist shit. But I know him. That was her argument. Go back later. She just keeps saying over, but I know him, right?
Don't forget, she introduced him right before he won the primary in 2015 as her
Joe Biden?
close friend on The View. No, Donald Trump.
Oh, Donald Trump,
close friend.
Oh yeah,
He started having his politics that didn't agree with.
She defends the powerful all the time. She likes being within the circle, right? The social circle, the dinner party circuit, right? Like she loves it, and anyone in there who's nice to her personally, right, and who's part of the powerful, who's maintaining the status quo. Well, of course they're good, they're kind, and anyone challenging them, well, then you're the powerful. Fuck her.
My brother, just listen, my brother. Just assume anytime a elite in Hollywood is speaking that they are probably a narcissist and potentially a pedophile. And it will make your life so much easier if you just work off of that assumption. That with that group of people, guilty until proven innocent. With everyone else, innocent until proven guilty. But if you're a Hollywood millionaire, I'm just going to assume until evidence suggests otherwise that you are a narcissistic pedophile. And your life will be so much better if you just assume it.
Fair enough.
Any party like a Diddy party, exactly.
The only thing I liked about Whoopi is because, and maybe Gibbs will feel the same way, she starred in the Next Generation, Star Trek Next Generation, and she had a good character there.
Guinan.
Everything
And
comes back to Star
Guinan
Trek.
was big.
everything comes back to Star Trek. It applies to like everything. Well, anyway, sorry. Let's go
True.
to Fred Gibbs.
Yeah, first in closing, I think we need to take a moment of silence for the current press secretary. If there's one job that I don't want right now, it's that of press secretary. That shit has got to be fucking terrible. Also, I want to say, after the panel, your modern day political prophet, Admiral Gibbs, that's me, I'm going to be giving lessons on logical fallacy and fallacious arguments and how they differ from fellatio and which is better for the United States. Speaking of fellatio, I'd like to reiterate that this week another prediction of mine was made correct in the most literal and technical sense, and that was people on the left are getting in bed with Nazis. I couldn't have called that shit better if I protected myself, which I did. So perfect. I knew it was coming. Y'all are literally physically in bed with them, as well as I don't know, taking up their policies and trying to implement fascism is terrible. Much like the Wolf of Wall Street, my predictions are so scary accurate that I'd rather you people remember my misses because they're so goddamn few. Another one final pearl of wisdom: we'd all be much better off if we just minded our own goddamn business. I've got a big fan of that. I'm sorry to all you nosy fuckers asking all these goddamn questions all the time. Y'all don't need to know the answers. And you can find me on all platforms as Admiral Gibbs.
Thank you so much, Gibbs. Kareem Jean-Pierre, KJP, the White House press secretary, she's Haitian. She is a disgusting human being, genocide apologist, right? Spokesperson for genocide here in America. Fuck her. She's a disgrace. I'm ashamed of her. She should be hounded, because after this, of course, that's what she's done. She's going to be doing the whole book tour circuit. She's going to do the
Universities.
No, not just universities. I'm thinking about cable TV.
Yes,
Maybe she'll get a job, right?
Would you
Doing
want to be
cable
her
TV.
right now, though? How awful would that be? That'd be
Yeah.
terrible. having a
Oh,
job,
no, bro. Fuck
She's
her.
gonna start a podcast
Fuck
and be the next
her.
Joe Rogan for the left. Come on.
She's vile, right? And
rather die.
and I
than
bet
one
you,
episode.
and I bet you, like, watch in the black community, people try to launder her reputation. Like, well, we should be proud of her. I mean, she was the first like black female secretary or press secretary that like looking at her identity, and then not the fact that she cheerleaded genocide. Watch that happen. Disgusting. I won't let it.
Awfully
happen.
close
Not
to a
here.
meritocracy. That's very. You're getting really close. You're leaning further and further.
Well,
Towards
hold
a-
on, 1 second. What would have been what meritocratic? Like what
That you
what
want her.
would have
That you
made
don't want to judge her
someone
for
else-
what she looks like, but on her actions. That's
Well, yeah.
that's strongly.
But
Close
that would have
to
happened to
proper
all the other press
meritocracy.
secretaries too, because for
Oh.
them and all of the other administrations, right? They do like the same thing.
Don't
Maybe not
Democrats
a genocide,
Burst
but
into
like
flames when they endorse meritocracy. I thought we were all DEI.
I mean, I don't think it matters. Well, I don't think that. Okay, so I'll leave that alone. We got to end the show. But anyway, fuck her. But that's
Okay.
I'm there.
It's okay. America's
Gotcha.
healing. Trump's coming in. He's going to put a blonde with big tits.
Eddie's home.
Amen.
You know.
I hope.
That's what-
If
that's what
Fox
America
News does
needs
that.
to heal.
Fox News
We all
does
like
that literally.
looking at people with big
Literally, Fox.
tits.
They know
Fox
their
News
audience.
literally just puts hot chicks on television. You know, it's a bunch of old men. Hey, why not put a bunch of hot chicks on there and have them talk about politics? I'd rather listen to that, even if they're wrong.
Gotcha.
I knew that about you. You didn't have to tell
Even
me.
if they're wrong.
Absolutely. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately, I dress too modestly to the point where, I have to actually like try to make arguments despite, most of y'all here thinking that I'm wrong, which I mean is fine. I'd rather it that way anyways. Anyways, thank you all. Thank you, Prime, for being a great host as always and, pointing out things about powerful people that we all knew. And then, thank you very much, Gibbs, for making it so I no longer have to fear that I'm in any danger of being the person on this panel that thinks about Destiny sucking dick the most, because he'll always have the #1 spot. And, thank you to everybody else on this panel for, being great debate opponents and,
You don't know what I'm
saying some
thinking about.
interesting things.
To be fair,
Yeah.
it was just convenient that it was Destiny. It could have been any lefty that was sucking Nick Fuentes' dick. It just
Well, I'm sure
happened
the
to be
list
Destiny.
is long.
Thank you so much
For legal for legal purposes,
Allegedly,
it is currently alleged that it's Nick
Alleged.
Fuentes.
Yeah,
Alleged.
allegedly.
You're right. Legal
Yeah.
purposes.
Also, One of the guys in my chat is simping hard for you, Kat. So, you know,
Okay.
you should come to my chat, I guess.
Experience
What are
that
you
magic,
saying?
Kat.
I'm scared now.
Yeah,
to
he's
the
from Alabama.
jungle.
How bad could he be?
Oh boy. Let's leave that alone. I don't want the state to get mad at me. Let's go to Ali. Thank you, Ali, for being your friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Prime. I'm Sociologic on all things on the internet, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. You can find me there. But yeah, once again, I think Democrats need to take the whole left needs to take a hard look at itself and honestly reevaluate what the fuck the plan is for the next like 8 years, because the next 4 years ain't looking great for us. So we need to get together and actually figure out what the fuck's going on, lest you want the other side to continue winning. But yeah, Prime, thanks for having me. Thanks for arguing with me, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Sociologic.
Yo,
Ali, real quick. When you tell people what your name is, let them know how many L's are in Sociologic.
2 L's.
Because a lot of people search for you, don't find you because they're missing an L. Just because it's on
Any
the screen.
underscores?
Oh, all right. Yeah, well,
Like,
Oh my
Any
god, I
underscore?
forgot
let them know it's like
to do
Sociologic with
self-plug.
2 L's. Let them know.
yeah, Sociological
completely
2 L's.
forgot.
Thank you, Sky. I appreciate it.
It's all right.
Oh, what did you forget?
I completely forgot to do self-plug, sorry. Yeah, I'm Premier Katya on both X and also Blue Sky. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Okay, our friend Grid One, you were great. I really loved it. Again, I love the aggressiveness, right? Like, stand 10 toes down, right, on your beliefs here. We love to see it. No apologies, right? Like Lactoid and Scott never apologized, and they really should. They believe some heinous shit, but like, you don't have to. So thank you, Grid One.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. I appreciate the the opportunity to be here and have these kind of discussions. I do all over the internet. I try and get on panels here and there, but I'm just an old retired guy and I'm opinionated. So that's where else can I go but the internet? I think the topic tonight was actually really good, and I'm actually really impressed that the leftist actually admitted that what Biden did was wrong, and the amount of copium tonight was at a minimum, but I did get my fair share of copium, where I love the copium when it flows, and was not disappointed tonight. So I will enjoy coming back anytime you'll have me. I can be found on the internet technically I'm on Twitter and X. I rarely ever actually stream there. Mostly you find me on YouTube at An Unreasonable Man. And that is the @ is at grid1-motorsports on YouTube. And you can find me there. And I do 4 or 5 shows a week. And, do cool stuff. Talk about cool things. That's about it.
All right, thank you so much. And no worries, whenever I get the mic, I'm going to remind people that Joe Biden sponsored a genocide. I won't let his reputation be laundered by history. Not on my watch.
Appreciate
that's
that.
good. Thank you. Our friend Aiko, I wish we got more from you today.
You just
but,
came to show the fresh cut. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
That was it.
styling.
Yeah. That was it.
Quick flex.
There were a lot of things I wanted to say, but they were more appropriate for an opening than for a closing. So I'll just say that I think I might have said it to you earlier, like before the panel too, that this was. I don't think it can be overstated how bad this is, because I think that even though Hunter is certainly guilty of some of the things that he's been accused of, and would rightly go to prison for some of the things that he's done. That's not the biggest problem with this. The biggest problem is the sheer what I expect to follow. Because if he's willing to do this, I imagine that Biden would also be willing to pardon a bunch of other people who shouldn't be pardoned. And my problem with it is that a lot of the people that he's pardoning might be less guilty than Hunter, which is to say he's going to be in the long run denying us the opportunity to find out whether or not these people are guilty or not. Because I welcome prosecutions against people, because I don't think the courts like are stacked. So if the DOJ goes after somebody and they don't have the goods on them, they're going to lose case after case. But if Biden like pardons all of these people, then we won't have an opportunity to see that stuff play out. And that I'd rather let the court system like grind its gears and like show us whatever the truth is in the end. That's what the courts have historically been used for. That's what they're supposed to do. And I think a pardon takes that opportunity away from all of the potentially innocent people that if you believe that they're being unjustly persecuted, then we should let the courts play it out. And pardons take that opportunity away from us. I don't think the pardon power should be in the presidency as it currently is anyway. I think it should be out of the Constitution.
We didn't get a chance to address that, but I actually did want to work with that idea. Maybe we can address it some other day. But whether president should have power at all. We understand it's in the Constitution, right? You don't need a president. Oh, it's in the Constitution. We got that, right? But should that be the case? I think that's something we should explore. All right, I'm going to send you guys off to this woman. Yeah, I'm going to send you off to this woman.
That's your username, this woman.
Yes, indeed.
Nope, she's just the one that we're being sent
Might as well be.
Yeah.
It's the new that girl.
This one or that one. Yup.
So come back in the future. Oh my god. So I sent them off. Thanks guys for this. Stick around and talk some more a bit, but we're out. Thanks so much.
I appreciate it. Aiko, real
I
quick.
really appreciate it. Give me 1 second. I'll be glad to chat. I just need to go see how bad the snow is outside.
Yeah, stick around, Electric.
I do have to bounce, but I just wanted to quickly ask you, what would your reaction be if Joe Biden pardons Trump? Blanket pardon, same terms for Hunter.
If anything, I think Trump would hate that.
I think so.
Right?
I agree.
Yeah,
but
he would despise. He would despise it. No, I mean it makes no sense from either direction, right? Like at this point, Trump doesn't need it. And it wouldn't do him any good. You wouldn't in the places where it needs to do good, right? Which would be in New York and Georgia. As it is, DOJ is just going to drop any charges. Well, they already have, right?
They already have.
What if
DOJ 's
the opposite happens? What if here hypothetically, I don't know what world this does happen, but Trump goes, you know what would be a good political move, and pardons Joe Biden. And it's like, I'm doing this to be magnanimous. What do you think that people would react? How would people react to that?
Again, I think it would
preemptive
annoy the
voters.
person being pardoned, right? Like,
You don't think you'd win points with lefties go? He's like, look, I'm trying to extend an olive branch. Look how magnanimous
no,
I am.
because lefties hate Biden.
Trying to make the country heal.
The lefties hate Biden. That would just increase the perception that Prime already talked about how the parties the duopoly is just seen as like two sides of the same coin, right? Like
the uniparty. I think some people would
yeah.
say that. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think everybody thinks that it's the uniparty. I think that if he went and did that, it could be a good political move.
No,
I think
but you
it would
said
build
lefties particularly.
Yeah,
Like,
lefties.
if
Yeah,
you're
I
talking
mean,
about liberals, it's a different story.
I mean, anybody center left is technically a lefty. You know.
Yeah, but the entire left is lefties to the.
No, hold on. Let's have this debate. Hold on. I've had
Can we
this
actually
debate.
clarify? Yeah, let's
No, hold on.
clarify
Let's clarify this. So here's my argument, right? So let's say a T-Rex and a Stegosaurus or a Triceratops. Are they all dinosaurs? Are they all
Oh
dinosaurs?
Lord, have
Yeah,
mercy.
right. Okay, so would you say a T-Rex and a Stegosaurus are different because one's a carnivore and one's what, like a herbivore, right?
Different type.
Yeah,
of
there's
dinosaurs.
different-
Oh, okay. So there can be a left, anybody left to center, that's a lefty, right? And then you're going to break it down. Oh, there's a liberals. There's your moderate leftists. There's your neo-libs. There's your whatever. So, yeah, when I say lefties, I mean everybody left to center. And then if y'all want to argue about, oh, I'm a rainbow-colored trout lefty, and I'm a, happy-go-lucky,
liberal
family
was
lefty,
the
then so
moderate
be it.
left.
But anybody that's left of me, y'all are lefty. Well, not left of me, but anybody left to center, y'all are lefties. And I'm sick of having this argument, like at the greatest sense. It's fucking stupid that y'all want to say, now y'all are like, oh, well, Gibbs, you're a righty. I'd be like, yeah, I'm a righty, but, my specific is where. It's like, goddamn, bro. Y'all are the ones who love pronouns for everything, except
no.
when we talk about if it's left and
Wait,
right.
You
Gibbs,
just,
Gibbs,
you
Gibbs,
just
does that
claim
mean-
to be. You just claim
Hold
to be
on,
a
Gibbs,
like a
does
far right
that mean
Republican.
if you go to Britain and somebody there calls you a Yankee, you're like, oh yeah, okay, I guess I'm a Yankee.
Sure. I mean, I would be like, I'm a Texan, but
Exactly.
because
Yeah,
because
okay,
we won our
all right,
independence,
there you go.
but still.
I'm a brand of Yankee.
You know,
it
but hold on.
matters.
The Texans are the ones that can do that. If you go overseas, if they say I'm South Dakotan, no one knows what that is. They're like, yeah, I'm a Yankee. But if they're like, oh, were you a Yankee? No, I'm a Texan. Oh, Texas, because we actually won our independence. Unlike the rest of these places.
Well,
It's also just a big
don't know.
state.
When I
I'm
say I'm
sure
from
they do
Detroit,
the
people
same.
the
know.
Alamo,
Florida,
there's
New
movies
York.
about it.
I
We
would-
got a
I-
Tennessee
Those
native here.
weren't
David
Texans,
Crockett
they
died
were
in Alamo. We're
Tennesseans.
famous, bro.
Gibbs, as much as I love trolling lefties, and I'm sure it hurts their feelings a lot when you say, "Oh yeah, even liberals are lefties," because they freak
We
out.
are.
What should we refer to them as if we're talking about specifically like
Right now,
the
losers,
kind
but
kind
otherwise-
of lefties that would be like fuck Joe Biden, as opposed to like the lefties that are like, yeah, Joe Biden, right? Because those are two
There's a
different kind of
difference
lefties.
between leftist and lefty.
Yeah,
I
is
think
it
lefty is just a general
leftists? Does that work for you,
category
Gibbs?
Yeah,
I mean,
I think a leftist.
No, I
Sure,
don't
I
think
mean,
so.
I don't know. I
snakes
don't know
on
if they're
right-wing
technically leftist.
philosophy,
That's not common.
right? But
Common
like a
usage
lefty
for
would just
lefty
be
is
a
someone
real
who's
left.
on further on the left. Like now,
That's-
you could
I
say
agree, yeah.
at least in terms of common usage, yeah, anyone who's left of center is going to be on the left. I think it's fair to say they're on the left.
Or
But the term
left-wing.
lefty tends to be, at least in my experience, used towards people who are further to the left than center left.
Yeah.
Like people who
I
describe
love getting-
themselves
I mean,
as lefties
I just
tend not to be centrist.
Colloquial internet slang from.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious that like that people do this. Like it's just so booty. Like he's a liberal. Or, I heard today. Literally heard today. Like it was yesterday. They were talking about like there were people ready to own Destiny on like the side over here. Whatever y'all want. They're like, because he's a liberal, and I'm like, so he's a leftist. He's lefty. They're like,
Well, he
he's
left
not.
the- no.
He's whatever. I'm
He
like,
left
bro,
the
he's
left.
Favorite
leftist center.
person today.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just coincidence. It's just a lot. I actually don't even watch.
I mean,
Destiny. I
Katya,
know y'all
are
love
we
them.
gonna act like
So-
like that wasn't a huge?
Yeah, it's a
like,
big news cycle story thing.
Yeah,
here.
big topic. I mean,
It wasn't huge.
Destiny fucking Lauren
even
Southern
watch
and
Destiny,
like the whole spiel, like him
This is
being
more
a
for
liberal
y'all
or a
because y'all
leftist,
enjoy him.
but
so much.
his sexcapades with everyone who basically wants his whole sexual proclivity like illegal or banned. Yeah, that's a pretty big talking point.
No, dog. I'm sorry. Like, just go and Chad fish on Twitter, or sorry, on Tinder, right? Chad fishing, right? Go get some photos of 10 out of 10, 6 foot tall, 6-pack dude, okay? And go find you every single left wing girl on Twitter, and then just tell her you're fucking Republican, and none of them will fucking care. Okay, not a single one of it is all fucking performative. The idea that Destiny is like somehow special by like hooking up with some righties at some point is like duh. Like he's not fucking special.
But also, he's never
Almost
claimed to be
everything
any
the left
different.
does is performative.
Like he's
I
always
feel like there's a
described himself
difference,
as that
though.
way,
I think
too.
that
Wow.
There's a
Ico.
difference
His romantic
between.
partners are he doesn't care about what they
There
think
were
politics
from
are.
I don't want to get too much into this, but there were some very specific claims that were made about one of the persons, and it kind of looks like that's not all true.
I
So-
feel like the
I
real
don't
issue with
know.
Lauren
I just
Southern is
fucking
she was
scrolled
married.
through
Lauren
it.
Southern.
I was like, "Ugh."
Yeah. Apparently, for a long time, it was specifically denied that anything happened with Lauren Southern, and now it's looking
Well,
like something did.
Destiny
happen with Lauren Southern.
blacklisted Andrew.
Yeah,
because
but
he
that's not
called
what I
him out
mean.
on it.
But that's not what I mean. Yeah,
That's
he
not
does.
the only reason why he blacklisted Andrew, though.
But I've also
I'm
heard
sorry?
him say that he
I don't
would
think that was the
lie
only
to
reason why he
protect
blacklisted
somebody
Andrew.
else
That was
that
part
he-
of it, sure, but I
Well,
think it was
literally
also
in the
because of that one
debate-
debate.
Literally at the end of the debate, Andrew basically called him out for banging Lauren Southern, and Destiny ended the debate and blacklisted Andrew. I would say that that's probably the reason
That
he
was a
got
straw.
blacklisted.
That was the straw, yeah.
I mean,
I love it.
it's okay if you want to try to
Wait,
ride
wait,
it.
wait, wait. Which
Blacklisted him. He
debate
had
was
him
this?
back
Was this the
on.
one with the? Was
probably
this
easier
the
just to
January
ride
6th one?
Destiny than
Hold
the
on.
rest
Am I?
of it.
Wait. Was it the January 6th one, or am I thinking about a different thing?
I think it was before the January 6th one, but
Way
it was like
before Jan 6.
yeah, it was.
Oh, then I'm
Like
thinking
a
about something
year
different
before.
because he re-blacklisted him after the January 6th debate, and I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute, that has nothing to do with him, but yeah, all right,
Well, Destiny's a cuck, so whatever.
base.
I don't. Oh
Yeah.
my god. The game.
Dude, why would that bother me?
Yeah, I mean,
guess
I don't. I like
that
that.
part-
This is what I was saying. This isn't for me. I think I didn't like. I don't really even know who the guy is that much. I've watched it like 4 times on Piers Morgan, and then I just know y'all are so obsessed with. I see his name brought up 50 times in every server that is like a left leading Twitch poll, and so clearly y'all got a hard on for him. And I guess so does Nick Fuentes. So I'm just saying,
allegedly. Gibbs,
Allegedly.
I want to point out though, when I'm a little bit.
Oh, we got timed out in Wix. I think
he doesn't market him. He doesn't
We'll say
market
this.
Yeah, like I know there was some contradictory statements made about Southern or whatever, but he doesn't obviously brand himself as like this Puritan. Lauren
No.
Southern kind of does appeal to
I
that
don't know
audience,
what
though.
was.
I think there's probably more grounds to criticize her from this whole ordeal,
Yeah.
actually.
Yep.
I legit I do not think she believes like half the shit she says. Come on.
That might be true.
I don't
after
think
after
Destiny
this,
believes half the things he says. I think that
hold on. I don't know why this. Hold on. I don't know why this would implicate her, like her general beliefs. Like
It wasn't
She-
it wasn't that she was having sex with Destiny, it was the other things she said in the messages and her behavior in the messages.
I
that
didn't
kind
see
of-
you.
I think.
Well,
I
no,
think they have
and
the- I think they have
that
the
she was
same core
fucking
beliefs.
around
married.
while being married, a little bit.
True that
Well,
too.
but hold on, but her marriage
separated
was to an
apparently.
extremely
Yeah.
abusive individual, right? Like, and so these things.
So
happen.
that's what you do. That's what you. Jesus
Well, actually,
Christ.
yeah, actually, that's what
In
happened.
alt-right
When
circles,
these
that is not what
extreme-
you do.
well, that's fair. That's fair.
Unfortunately,
But
that
like,
is what a lot of women do.
yeah, but it makes sense. I mean, like,
I'm
if
saying
her-
that's not what she says.
I never
publicly.
heard his side of the story. I never heard her husband's side of the story, right? So I'm just gonna go on what she said, right? To be clear.
No, to be
but
fair-
if she's saying her husband, like from her story, was got some very vile behavior, right? And yeah, when that happens, guess what? People don't like their marriage vow is already violated. If he did what she said he did, right? Then the marriage vow has already been violated. And at that point, I don't know. Yeah, sure, find comfort in someone else's arm.
Yeah, but
Whatever.
I guess,
Right,
but
this is
what I'm
herself,
saying about
yeah.
the beliefs is that she
what you do when
said
your
in the
marriage vows
past
value-
that other people like that shouldn't affect other people who are in similar situations, that marriage come
They should
first and the husband
endure.
come first in other situations. That's why I'm saying she don't believe what
Okay.
she said.
You know what? You know what it
She's
feels
also
like.
said it
Even if
first
she
about
didn't-
herself.
even if
Like
she
she
didn't
said it
believe
in
it,
her
and even
own
if she
messages to
wasn't-
Destiny.
oh, sorry.
She said, "I'm violating my own values by having this relationship with you."
No,
Like she's
fair enough.
so she's judging herself in the same way.
Right, and also
Right.
like even if she wasn't espousing, right? Having done the trad con thing and wasn't a conservative and didn't have that, just from like I think what everyone can agree, divorce is a thing. You're not supposed to be fucking around while you're not divorced. It doesn't matter that someone is, I understand that it is tragic that if someone's abusive, right? I understand that is the thing. What you don't do, if you have someone that is, and this is, I have a hard time believing it. I do understand that it is true. But if you have someone that is supposedly violent and has violent outbursts and you're afraid of, right? Maybe the dumbest thing you could possibly do is instead of leaving and getting a divorce and going with your support system is cheating on said person and then getting caught. Because if you genuinely believe that person is violent, well, what is going to happen when they find out that you're fucking around on them, right? The violence is going to get worse.
I agree
You
with
need
you,
to
Scott.
leave.
Hold on, but Scott,
Yeah,
I
unless
agree
you're
with
gonna
you
play
there, but, like,
7D chess
but
and
it
like
doesn't.
engage
Hold
in your
on.
Second Amendment
But
right.
It does. I agree with you, Scott. Right, but like people aren't rational
Fucking
within
Lifetime
these
movie over
situations in general, right? Like and there could be all kinds of reasons why a person might want to stay. One, just because they feel like in their heads they'll be weighing things and like, okay, well, me finding
Yeah.
it
My argument's
comfort-
that's wrong. I'm not saying that people.
But
are
also, who it is
stupid
changes
relations.
things, right? Doesn't it, Prime? Like, let's say it turns out after like Bill Clinton cheated on Hillary Clinton, it came out that Hillary Clinton went and fucked Putin. Like, that'd be a little bit odd, right?
I mean,
Wouldn't you be like,
Yeah.
I thought you hated each other? Like, that's like some kind of like political disagreement here. What's going on? a little bit odd.
That's like a direct one-to-one analogy. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
feel like
I don't
it could
think-
be
I don't
it feels like a
anything,
direct
though.
one-to-one
Kind of
analogy,
is.
honestly.
hold on,
Kind of
because I don't think Destiny like feels. I don't know. He doesn't he's not viscerally against these other
Didn't
people.
he
in the
accuse
same
her
way
of
that
sinking migrants?
But
like,
I don't know. I have no idea. But I don't know. I don't follow him the way you guys.
Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know if he
seeking
disagrees
migrants?
with her.
Apparently she
basically, she
Rambos.
went
The laugh.
over to Italy to like fuck around with Identity Europa bitches back in the day
Yeah.
when they were trying to intercept
fired a flare
migrant
gun.
boats and stupid crap.
Yeah,
She
so
fired a
yeah,
flare gun.
and so like he's attacked her relentlessly for her politics and her actions. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
again,
Look,
it feels
I
like
think
if Putin got with
flirting.
Hillary. It feels a little bit like that, assuming the allegations and
I don't know,
true.
but okay. So I saw a video of Destiny, right? Like talking about Nick Fuentes, right? Nick
Oh, good,
Fuentes like
talking.
was publicly dissing himself from Destiny in some way, and Destiny seemed hurt about it, right? This was before all this came out, right? Destiny like seemed like really hurt, like talking.
Like, why would he?
No,
He
he actually
like,
said
why
he
would
was
he
talking
do
about,
this?
like,
I mean, I'm
from
the
his-
only
his
person that's
actual
extended
words.
this. I mean, I've extended an olive leaf. I've put him in the mainstream. I've done all these things. So why would this guy go and attack me when I'm
Yes,
the only
that's what I'm
source
saying.
of like connection that he has to any mainstream like
I put him
relevance?
in front of 14,000 people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would he do that? Like, I've been like, he's like, he said about Nick that he likes him. He's the one person he can understand or something like that. He finds him extremely honest or some shit like that. He was saying some like really interesting, sincere things about Nick, and seemed hurt that he was being pushed away.
defended Nick from being a Nazi and like being an. He's like, no, Nick's not a Nazi. Nick doesn't believe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which he
it
was
the whole time.
retarded for.
Yeah, so I don't think that Destiny
I
actually
don't
hates
think-
these people in the
He's
way
a
that
little
I
bit.
just,
He's
like,
a
wanna
little
think
bit of a
he is.
Nazi. I mean, if we're being honest, like
Yeah.
I've seen
He's
some of the things that he says.
Yeah, Destiny
don't
is
think
like, I
Destiny
don't know
really
what he was smoking that
disagrees.
day.
Yeah.
I don't really think Destiny disagrees with a lot of these people. I don't think Destiny's on the
Because
left
they're
as
lefty-
much
lefty-
as much
lefty-
as he
hold on.
claims to
It's
be.
'cause lefties
Outside
are
of,
That's what I'm saying.
outside of the
He's
fact
got-
that
he's got
Destiny
riz.
These are
himself-
Nazis.
outside of his sexual
Yeah.
proclivities, I don't think Destiny's really all that
Well-
much on the left.
Sorry,
Actually, hold
what
on.
was the
I wanna
entire like
push back on
situation?
that.
He was opposing Republicans constantly. Like, how did he agree with
I
neo
think it's a
Nazis?
good grift. I think it's a nice grift.
I
think that's yeah.
You know
Yeah,
who he
I
is?
think
He is the Derek Jeter of streaming, kind of, right?
Maybe.
I think that's like a great comparison, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it could
I
be.
don't
I
know.
mean, up until what, like
I don't know
6 years ago, he was.
Oh, you don't know Derek
a
Jeter?
Republican.
Okay,
He
all right.
voted
I know he's
Republican.
a sports
I
person.
mean,
but
I
don't
don't-
know about
it's
that
not
great.
like
I think he was
I mean-
online. I think
Hold on,
he
it's
was
not a
online.
grift.
The whole thing on the right wasn't working. He was a gamer, so he appealed to the left. The left works.
Hold on,
He's already
hold
biased.
Yeah, but
on.
can
Yeah,
nobody
hold on,
like
hold on,
legitimately
Ollie.
change their
Hold
ideology? I used to be a right winger.
Hold on, Ollie. Hold on. He's definitely not a grifter. The guy is definitely like very much about his little things. And the reason why you're right, and he does share so many views with Nick Fuentes, is because many people on the left are actually Nazis in disguise. And I've been
yeah.
saying that shit for years. So it's no surprising that Nazis would have
Wait,
known
hold
about
on,
Nazis.
Gibbs. Haven't
Oh my
you
God.
said that you have no problem sleeping with women who are on the left?
I'm not judging for who he
Right.
sleeps with. I'm just
Yeah,
saying my
I'm
prediction
just
was
saying,
right.
But if,
I don't
if
give a shit if he
sleeping
sleeps with 50 Nazis.
But
I'm
I'm
just saying he
saying
was
if-
right. That's all I care about.
if you would sleep with a hot communist, does that make you a communist?
I feel like it's
I
different.
hope.
It
I,
helps.
I feel like there's.
I hope.
I don't.
You are.
I don't
Mommy,
know.
Gibbs,
Because I'm gonna take
First
a
day
shit.
attack,
It's
my
different.
wife is
Gibbs is a
Chinese.
man. It's different. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. If
It's-
you are who you
Well,
sleep
so's
with,
Nick
then,
Fuentes.
Well,
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
yeah,
I guess
but
all
like
sense is
apparently,
probably,
you know,
I don't know
arguably, yeah.
Is he
Um,
though?
See there.
But hold on, the
We
thing
don't, we
is
don't
though,
know
like,
yet.
I don't. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think that. Oh yeah. I think Destiny, like, he doesn't share. I don't think he shares the principles of the left. I think that he likes to argue, he likes to be right, likes to be correct, and that he believes that being on like a liberal allows him to be more correct more of the time. Like, right, he can win more arguments as a liberal than he can as a conservative or as a leftist or anything else. Right, so he's planted himself as liberal, but I don't think in terms of his principles
Values, yeah.
that he's like some sort of like that this is his flag and he won't budge from this. I'm like, absolutely not. Actually, I think that he's free to move it. He doesn't care about that. He just cares about winning the debate, right? And then so
He hasn't
afterwards,
moved
when
that
he's
much
not
since
debating,
2016.
he can do anything, right? And so,
Yeah,
like,
but that's 'cause
he
he's
can
on the
fuck-
winning
he can
side
fuck
of an
on somebody.
argument.
Prime,
He can
did you
allegedly fuck
disagree?
Nick Fuentes.
Did you disagree with me before though when I said he has Riz? Because I mean, when you look at the roster,
Yeah,
it definitely does seem to. The dude might have some Riz. I don't know what you're saying.
I hear you, and
God, I
that was
hate that
my
word.
first impression too.
It's
Like looking
cloud
back,
and
because
Yeah,
exactly.
It's
not-
famous.
Money or
Is,
fire.
is that why Southern allegedly did that? I don't think so.
Hold on. Well, but
It
he
gets
has
your foot
access,
in the
no,
door, though. It gets your foot in the door.
Let me
You know,
tell
once
you.
you're in
let
the
me-
door, you just sell yourself.
I'll tell you
He was
exactly
very
why. Right?
popular.
She was
I'll tell
already
you
famous.
exactly. Hold on. Okay, let me actually respond. Right. So I'll tell you exactly why I disagree. Yes, he gets like he puts his dick in hotties, right? Like a whole like list of absolute hotties. He does that. Sure, right? But he only seems to sleep with women who are in his like social orbit, right?
Social.
Like he uses his clout to access these women. Like he could have easily
No,
just
that's
like
just the ones we find out about.
Why should he
That's
be-
I'm
Wait, how do you
sure. I'm
just
sure
sleep with
there's
people outside
plenty.
your social
There's
I
orbit?
don't
probably
know
plenty of
that's-
No,
non-streamers.
I don't know if that's
he brings
true.
he brings girls to his network. They get to go on stream for a little bit. They get the whole like, oh, I'm like a pseudo celeb, and then like the whole glitz and glam. The guy's a celebrity
Orbiters?
online. Like
Yeah.
That's
The
all,
Destiny Orbiters?
he doesn't. I don't think you'll ever see him like just like go find a random woman, right? Like,
Do you
a
want a
hottie.
streaming
Go to the
career?
club,
Hey,
bring
you want
home
a
a hot
streaming
woman.
career?
Yeah, that'd be
Hey,
different.
ladies, do you want a streaming career? Go sleep with Destiny.
essentially.
That'd be exactly that.
Do you want to start your streaming career on Twitch with being able to get into the hundreds of views and then slowly go down to 40 to 50 viewers and then build your audience from there? Or do you want to fucking slug it out for a year building an audience and relevance with hard work and arguments over and over and over?
Who
again
wants to
until you
work
finally
hard?
figure it out?
Fuck that.
Yeah,
The whole Lav
he's a
Luna Eric
multi-
Weinstein
Taking notes
of, like,
right
internet.
now.
is a multi-millionaire, right? He has access to high quality women, right? High quality women want to sleep with my multi-millionaires. He could do that, and he could do that silently,
Quality
right?
is
But he
subjective.
doesn't. Oh, sorry. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I
Some
mean,
of them
hot.
are
I mean, hot,
attractive,
sorry.
yeah.
That's all I meant was hot. Right?
Wait a
But
minute,
like,
Prime,
yeah,
Prime.
he could sleep with these women, and he could do it quietly and like not make a social media thing about it. But like, he always finds these women. He brings them in, right? He reaches out to them, and then those are the only ones he contacts with, right? Like, and he makes it messy.
He's
He makes a
easily
mess-
bored.
Well, he
Yes,
doesn't
we
make
know
it messy,
this.
though, Prime.
Well, no,
Prime,
but I'm pushing back against.
I know. I think he does. I think
Hold on.
I think he does. I think the number of women, I think, is evidence of that. I know you're saying he's rich or whatever. I don't think that's all of it. I think there's other rich streamers that aren't pulling
Well, I
the
mean-
kind of
I'm
Derek.
saying the clout is the
I'm
main
saying
thing.
I don't
Yeah,
think that
well-
Derek he's pulling straight up Derek Jeter shit, right? Like holy shit, like all these. Yeah, if you knew him, you get the reference, right?
I mean,
But then
look.
Let's be honest. Like I have you watched his interactions with Botez, and I don't even know if anything happened out of that. We had no evidence that anything did. I think he's able to talk to women pretty well. Just from what I've
yeah,
seen.
he's able to talk to
He
women well.
talks
No
for
one's
8
arguing
hours
that,
a
but
day.
like
Obviously, he can talk to
strip
women
the
well.
clout away from him. He's not gonna pull like that's like the
Hold
argument.
on. All right. I'm going to jump in and
Hold
defend him
on,
on this
guys,
one. Hold on. Let me
guys.
defend it.
One second. We
hold
got a couple of things to acknowledge here. First, Jasmine Jafar and Farha, whatever her name was, and the other girl, Aaron,
Lauren.
not so erudite, maybe I can't remember the other girl's name. They all admitted last year to taking money from the Democratic Party in various forms, specifically to say things for the Democrat Party. They were all Destiny Orbiters
I don't think it was
at that
directly from the
point in
Democratic
time.
Party.
You're talking about progressive victory.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
we're well
the
aware of
Democratic
that.
It's a pack.
It's a pack. I mean, who do they support? Do they
Yeah,
support?
but hold on.
Democrats?
If I
There's
made
a ton of
Gibbs pack, if I made Gibbs pack and was like, hey, Papa, let me pay you to like shout out for guns, would you not say, hell yeah, let me take some money from somebody that's the same thing? Like, come on.
You've not gotten the point. Anyway, they just came out and said it. They were all Destiny Orbiters at the time. Destiny himself has come out on Piers Morgan several times and said, it doesn't matter why I'm saying what I'm saying. I could be getting paid to say this. You wouldn't know. Which is kind of an admission of sorts, given the rest of the evidence. So we have to wonder where, he's getting a lot of
saying he
money
does saying
there.
Destiny
I don't
doesn't
give a
believe what he's
shit.
saying.
I would like to amend my previous statement. Okay.
Uh-oh.
This is how I feel about it all. My previous statement was, if you meet a Hollywood elite, right, that you should assume that they're a narcissist and a pedophile. I would like to now amend this and add, if you meet a Hollywood elite or a famous YouTuber or Twitch streamer, you should probably just assume that they're a narcissist and a pedophile until proven elsewise. Because there's way too there's a sex scandal from a famous YouTuber or Twitch streamer like every fucking
Every
6
day.
months.
There's a difference between sex scandal and pedophile.
Yeah, that's a big point.
Go at whatever your favorite YouTuber was 10 years ago. Just look them up, and then you're like, oh, darkness, right? And that's
most of them are pedo cases, though. Most of them are pedo cases.
Something that I have a problem with nowadays. I have to say some of them.
Destiny is a fucking pedophile. I'm just
Please
saying,
don't.
You should just assume that these are a bunch of fucking degenerate narcissists
Yeah.
that do crazy shit, that lie,
or
that do whatever they
but
do.
or
hold
just
on.
assume that
I have
when a
to-
person has power, right, and influence, right, then they'll use that power and influence. That you
Wow.
have access
He
to
makes
people, to
really bad
resources that
decisions.
other people don't, and so
No,
now
Right.
there's something
you're
Hold
laid
on.
bare.
I want to throw something else out there,
No,
though.
there's something unique about actors and streamers, right?
Well,
once
people
they
in the
get-
public eye.
Because-
Same
But-
thing with politicians.
But hold on here,
Because-
Fabian. Let me engage with this. But
because
I-
these are people that are engaged in a parasocial relationship with their fan base. These
Yeah.
are people that need and crave
Hold on.
affirmation from their community
Well,
because that is what.
Scott.
Well, hold on.
feeds
Let me
them
push back
to
against
have
that
the
some.
work ethic to
Scott,
be
let
able to get
me
famous in the
before
first
he
place.
pushes
Yeah.
back, because I want to before you
Go
push
ahead.
back. Let me say this. So the other thing about Destiny is that you would think that he by now he would make better decisions about his actions. How stupid can you be to be
I
sexting
mean, it's worked out.
a
It's
very
worked out
young
good for him.
girl valid, real details
She was an
of
adult,
your life
allegedly.
and
He
not
was an
expect
adult.
her to get pissed off and put it online
Because he's
afterwards.
a narcissist.
I would have
Right.
done that when I
Hold
was
on,
19.
hold on,
She's
hold
a
on, hold
retard.
Hold on. All right. One I want to push back.
I wouldn't have done that when I was
like-
younger than that.
I'll give you the example, right? Like I don't know if y'all ever been to Ren fairs, right? But if you ever go to a Ren fair, at some of the bigger ones, they basically turn into orgy town after night, after dark, right? And what you see is a lot of these people like to party, right? People are hedonistic. They're that's their fun thing. They go do this.
Yeah, they're
Everybody
carnies.
has sex. Yeah, they're carnies. Everybody has sex. They go do whatever. They leave. Some of these are very attractive people. Right, and then if you're rich and you're a swinger or you're into this lifestyle like him, you're probably gonna meet other attractive people in his life. And so I don't know about the pedo thing. I don't think he's a pedo. I would say that as pushing back on what you're saying, Scott, is I think there's people that are swingers or have Riz in general. And yeah, once they get to a certain size, why wouldn't you be first of all, I don't know about your social. How do you talk to anybody not in your social circle, right? Once you know them, they're in your social circle. Two, if you're rich and
I meant
that means-
orbiters.
Oh,
Orbiters,
sure.
not-
But
yeah.
if you're rich and powerful or rich and famous, you're going to have access to the best. Why wouldn't you be oh, I got this hot orbiter that's a supermodel. Why wouldn't I flirt with her and see what happens? Oh, bam, I get to fuck her.
I'm not saying
Oh,
that.
and then, well, I'm a swinger, so we're all swinging together. And her husband. Oh well, who am I to fucking stop this supermodel from sucking my dick? Who am
Well,
I
listen,
to tell him for
well, there-
getting his
that
schlong
there are
sucked
people-
my
There was
Quintus
one-
or vice versa or
There was
whatever.
one small-
He's just doing what he does in his bedroom is whatever.
I understand that you can't fathom a person having power and fame and not trying to fuck everything around them that's hot.
I
Right?
mean,
But there-
I feel like
Kinda
men in
hard.
general already try to fuck everything that's hot.
But-
Most of them
but
settle
those-
for ugly
but
bitches.
all I'm saying is to people that actually have conservative values, unlike you, right?
Oh, I
that,
do. I believe in
when
liberty,
you're
unlike
trying
you.
to understand a streamer or a Hollywood elite, you should just assume that they're a narcissistic degenerate.
There was
No,
one
because I'm not going to make
small-
exceptions of people because I'm not a pretentious asshole.
There
It's
was
really
one
that simple. Just
interaction
don't make judgment
with
calls about people that you don't know
No,
of.
I'm just saying.
That-
I'm not saying every one of them is. What I'm saying
Just
is
assume they
that-
are.
Yeah, there was one
Hard
small
to prove a
interaction with
negative,
Destiny.
bro.
Assuming every
Well,
guy
hey,
that joins
guys,
the Navy is
guys,
gay.
Let
Like,
Icos
oh,
speak.
yeah, bro. Like,
Let's
come
let
on.
I go give it a try.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. There's
We got
I
it.
remember
We got it.
a couple
Narcissist
years
pedophile.
ago
We got it.
during
Thank you.
during
It's
one
a-
of the
it's the
arcs
safer
with one of the
assumption.
girls that he had a lot of drama with. I remember his wife at the time coming up to him and saying, "I don't know why you started it up with her again, because you know what she's like. You knew she was crazy, and you knew she would do this, and now she's doing it."
Well, crazy
And
ones
he
are the most
said-
fun.
And he said to her, "Yeah, but did you see the numbers?"
Yep.
Yeah.
That was
I mean,
his answer, right?
I mean, he said
Every
multiple
time a girl
times.
spazzes out on him his numbers goes up. And now you could make that claim without him saying that, and maybe you could deny it. But he himself pointed to it in that one interaction.
He's right.
And
It's
said,
pretty
no, every
fun.
time this happens, my numbers go up. So that's a big part of
Yeah,
it.
it's
Is
it's
I
that
think when the ship
defense,
blows up in
Katya.
his
It's that
face,
constant
gotta
defense.
bounce
doesn't
that,
hurt
like,
him.
you can't
Hi,
hold
Frank.
anyone
No, it's
accountable.
reality TV
Same thing for
shit.
me.
You can't deny that. People
Yeah,
love
I know,
that
but
crap.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and send you all over to Gibbs right away so that this can continue. Thanks to all of you for the bits, subs, all that good shit, and I will catch you guys next time.